Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 2556. Speed up. For Long Chen and Imo Xiaolang, every second was a race against time. Shui Lanyan's warning had already been tossed behind them. In their desperate battle, not a single primeval troll could escape the fate of being sent to the Death Realm. The Death Realm Dragon Gate was a great help to Long Chen, allowing him to deal with them cleanly. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort to completely exterminate a primeval troll and slaughter the gods and demons. Although entering the Death Realm didn't mean death, they would never be able to return to this place. The two people who had been nothing more than playthings to the primordial great devils had now become their nightmares. Now, the remaining primordial great devils were causing a huge commotion in the Five Extremities 10 Realms demon sealing formation in search of each other. Even Ling Shi would need to expend a lot of effort in order to disrupt them so that they would not be able to find their companions through a series of movements. However, the primeval troll were once peerless experts and had many ways to deal with them. Ling Shi couldn't hold on for long. There's still a high chance that they'll tear apart the Five Extremes 10 Realms demon sealing formation before we completely exterminate them. This was a part of Long Chen's worry. It was also because of this that he didn't give himself any time to rest. Now that I think about it, there should only be 9 left. 4 of them temporarily possess the power of the Perfection Realm. This kind of primeval troll only needs to devour one partner to be able to break the Five Extremes 10 Realms demon sealing formation. Although the 2 of them had already achieved an unimaginable miracle, they still had a lot of worries before they truly succeeded. In the beginning, there were more than 40 primeval troll in the Devil's Star. Now, basically all of them had been sent to the Death Realm by Long Chen. There were only 9 left in the Five Extremes 10 Realms demon sealing formation. If the 5 in the Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin had no other way, Long Chen and Ling Shi were already very close to success. This was an unimaginable miracle. Even when the people in the Eternal Sacred Domain knew what Long Chen and Imo Xiaolang were doing, they still found it hard to believe. Those were gods and demons. After the Devil's Star seal was broken, Long Chen was still able to kill so many primeval troll, especially after they appeared in the Five Extremes 10 Realms demon sealing formation. This was a miracle that hadn't happened in tens of millions of years. It was a miracle that people would celebrate even after tens of millions of years passed. If this could continue, Long Chen and Imo Xiaolang would become legends among legends. So now, the entire Eternal Sacred Domain was in an uproar because of them. More anima of the masses made Long Chen even stronger. Through the battle with the primeval troll's rule power, the fight with the boundless divine technique, and the strengthening of the anima of the masses, he advanced by leaps and bounds in all aspects. He was also more familiar with using the Supreme Divine Emperor Battle Halberd, and with the support of Ling Xi's spiritual venerable power, he advanced again. Right now, his strength was very close to the late 8 trigrams tribulation. He estimated that he would break through to the late 8 palaces tribulation in a very short time, and then he would begin to attack the 9 palaces tribulation. This was also a huge gain from the Five Extremes 10 Realms demon sealing formation. Amidst the cheers of billions of people, their hearts surged, and they began the next round of battle. Under Ling Xi's guidance, they headed towards the next opponent. Another primeval troll with the battle prowess of a consummate level. As they got closer, he and Imo Xiaolang sensed it. There were only 9 left. I'm sure the 5 of them hate us to the point that they're about to die from anger. Long Chen knew it would be like this. For the primeval troll, the 2 of them were like thorns in their flesh. They had waited for thousands of years to be reborn, but Long Chen had killed it just like that. If Long Chen was a peerless fiend god, it wouldn't matter. What was important was that he was just an insignificant mortal. If it were Long Chen, he would also die of anger at this time. This is an ice-sealing demon. Thousands of years ago, it was also a demon lord. It once used its power to freeze a world comparable to the current dragon sacrificial continent, and directly turned hundreds of billions of mortals into ice sculptures. Of course, it's a far cry from it now. The Supreme Divine Emperor Battle Halberd sighed. In fact, he also felt that it was a miracle. Mere Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had actually reduced so many terrifying existences to such a sorry state, and even sent them to the death rain. If this were to spread, no one would be willing to believe it. Kill. Long Chen had inherited the inheritance blood essence of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. He could feel that every primeval troll was an extremely vicious person, the embodiment of evil. Each of them had almost destroyed countless lives and worlds. They were natural killers. Just like this ice-sealing demon. In the blink of an eye, the ice-sealing demon was already in front of them. This was an incomparably cold giant beast, rolling and roaring in this chaotic world. Everywhere it went, everything was covered in ice. The moment it saw Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, it sneered. "You're finally here." At that time, its flesh wings that seemed to be cast from ice sculptures spread out and flashed in the air. Billions of divine characters poured out like a majestic rain, drowning the entire world. The divine characters flashed and turned into pitch-black ice, freezing the endless space around it. The range of its ice seal has affected half of the chaotic world. At this time, if other primeval troll enter this world, they may discover your battlefield, so you have to end it quickly. Lingxi couldn't help but remind them. Understood. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. Let me be the main attacker and fight him. That might allow me to advance to a higher level. Your flames can restrain the opponent and help me restrain him. No problem. Both of them were filled with hatred and passion. They hadn't fought side by side for many years, but now they were fighting together. Even so, their battle-tacit understanding far surpassed any other combination. Generally speaking, Long Chen was the main attacker, while Mo Xiaolang was in charge of support and sneak attacks. With Long Chen blocking at the front, he could completely unleash his specialty to the extreme. During this time, Mo Xiaolang had devoured a few primeval troll and learned part of their rule-bending power. In battle, it was very effective. Sky-devouring purple flames. This was the rule-bending power of the purple flame demon, but it was displayed by Mo Xiaolang using the 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame. At that moment, he was covered in flames. The endless flames were like the tide of the sea, one layer after another, shaking the surroundings endlessly, almost drowning the entire world. Under the domination of this flame, the entire frozen world was gradually unsealed. The frost demon hated a world of flames the most, and being shrouded in it made him even angrier. When the two kinds of anger and hatred collided, it was destined to trigger the most intense battle. Long Chen didn't transform into a dragon. During this time, he had almost merged with the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd, a destinable divine weapon, and developed a total of 12 moves. Each move was comparable to a spin, slash, sweep, and even a combination. All the power and characteristics of the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd had been displayed to the extreme. Until now, even the old dragon was impressed by this kid. With Long Chen as the main force and Mo Xiaolang as support, after a quarter of an hour, the frost demon was riddled with wounds, and Long Chen's Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd almost tore him apart. So what if you kill me? So what if you kill me? Our boss will definitely bring us back from the world of death. However, you will never be able to change your fate. Long Chen, even if you kill all of our brothers in this formation, you still won't be able to escape the most severe punishment. You won't be able to escape the pain of being imprisoned for millions of years. Endure it well. As long as you continue, you will understand whether what I said is true or false. What responded to him was Long Chen's death rain dragon gate. Long Chen wasn't afraid of what he had to say. Since he had come this far, it meant that he didn't care about anything. Even if he was imprisoned for millions of years and suffered for the rest of his life, he still wanted to have a clear conscience. That was enough. That was his belief. Boom. At this moment, the whole world was shaken. The frost demon took advantage of this time to transform into millions of ice particles and escape. A primeval troll broke in and saw you guys. It's very close. Lingxi reminded them. Their luck wasn't too good. The primeval troll arrived just as Lingxi reminded them. After all, when traveling from one chaotic world to another, there was no telling where one would end up. And this primeval troll happened to come into their battlefield, so Lingxi didn't have time to warn them in advance. It's the limitless fire demon, the strongest in the law of fire among the primordial demon race. It has mastered a total of 8 types of divine-level flames. Now it should only have the combat power of the consummate realm, but it's quite dangerous. It should be one of the 3 most dangerous in the entire 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation. The old dragon urgently told Long Chen. Long Chen made a prompt decision. Mo Xiaolang was best at fighting fire attribute opponents. He said, "I'll go after the frost demon first, kill him, and then deal with him with you." Okay. Encountering the limitless fire demon, Mo Xiaolang was also extremely excited. At this moment, the ice above his head suddenly melted, and an incomparably huge primeval troll with a total of 8 pairs of fleshy wings, each with a type of divine fire, descended from the sky, incinerating the heavens and the earth. Mo Xiaolang stood in front of him. After dealing with these 2, there are only 7 primeval troll left in the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation. Basically, it's a success. Moreover, as long as I swallow this limitless fire demon, I'll definitely be able to reach the consummate realm. Mo Xiaolang's heart was burning with passion. He was different from Long Chen. Now he was a true Mo Ling. Moreover, Long Chen cared about the world, while what Mo Xiaolang desired most was revenge. He wanted Sui Yan to return to his side. Therefore, his long-cherished wish was even stronger than Long Chen's. At the same time, the hatred and anger in his heart were the same. When encountering the limitless fire demon, an even greater storm in his chest completely erupted. At that moment, his pitch-black eyes finally revealed a trace of blood red. But even if it was just a trace of blood red, the current him was terrifying enough. Roar. The limitless fire demon with 8 pairs of fleshy wings and 8 types of divine fire roared at Mo Xiaolang and charged forward. Chapter 2557. Do you think you can escape? Long Chen roared and suddenly transformed into an illusory void dragon. Chaotic time reversal. This was the peak state of the chaotic time reversal. Ice Demon was already weak, and now he was seriously injured. Moreover, he was suppressed by the power of the 5 dragon balls. When Long Chen's chaotic time reversal covered his body, he instantly felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. Boom! The void dragon disappeared in front of Ice Demon's eyes. Long Chen grasped the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd and erupted with thousands of golden gang qi. The endless golden wind flame swept over, forming a flaming storm that completely locked Ice Demon in place. I'll say it again. You have no chance of winning. Those who deserve to die must die. If you kill one more primeval troll, you will suffer even more. In this life, it will be difficult for you to die even if you want to. In the end, you will find that death is your greatest wish. Ice Demon recovered and roared. He felt that he had made it clear enough. He admitted that Long Chen was heaven-defying. He was deeply shocked by this mortal. Although every primeval troll was now in their weakest state, Long Chen had really accomplished something amazing. He had broken the desire of more than 30 primeval troll for millions of years. Just based on his fearsome courage. But this was only so far, because the 5 demons imprisoned in the heaven burial crystal coffins were different from Ice Demon and the other giant demons. They were the masters of the demons. The value of more than 30 ice demons was less than the value of 1 primeval troll. There was a huge difference between the 2. Stop while it's still early. Perhaps our boss will be lenient to this world. Don't force yourself to death. Ice Demon roared in front of Long Chen's Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd. Finally, Long Chen's Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd stopped in front of Ice Demon. Ice Demon breathed a sigh of relief. However, the killing intent on Long Chen's body instantly became even more majestic. He suddenly laughed coldly and said, "What you said and Shui Lanyan said are all very frightening, but despair, pain, and even millions of years of torture, I don't care." His relaxed tone stunned the ice demon. He had never expected someone to speak to him in such a manner. "It's just that you haven't experienced thousands of years of imprisonment, so you don't know how painful it is. That's why you say such casual words." Ice Devil sneered. "No, I really don't care, because in my heart, there is something more important than this." "What is that?" the ice demon asked in astonishment. "As a devil, you will never understand even if you live for all eternity." Long Chen once again raised the Supreme Divine Emperor battle halberd. After he finished speaking, the Fortune Divine weapon flashed with thousands of cold lights, slashing at the stunned ice demon. Long Chen used his actions to prove that he really didn't care about what Ice Demon said. Rip. The Death World dragon claw pierced into Ice Demon's flesh. "Go to the Death World. You didn't do anything wrong. From your point of view, you want to survive, but your survival is a disaster for us. This is fate, I have no choice." Long Chen threw Ice Demon into the Death World. At the moment of the relationship between the Death World and the Dragon Gate, Ice Demon still couldn't understand. But he would never see Long Chen again, nor would he see Long Chen's end. But he didn't know why, but he suddenly admired this mortal. He admired him deeply, even as he respected the Era Heavenly Demon. To him, this thing was at best food. Ice Demon's question also brought some changes to Long Chen's state of mind. Now he was even more determined. He took a deep breath, turned around, and headed towards the battlefield between Emo Shaolang and Boundless Fire Demon. Along the way, the power in his body had accumulated to the extreme, and a new level of clamor had begun. Rumble. His power exploded forth like the waves of the sea. After he won, even more of the willpower of all living beings rushed towards his 10 billion divine palaces. That boundless willpower of all living beings gave birth to even more divine spirit source energy, causing his power to skyrocket. This skyrocketed power entered Ling Shi's body through the threads of 3 lifetimes, causing the entire 5 extremes 10 worlds demon sealing formation to become even more stable. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On the way back, he actually rose a realm, and reached the late stage of the 8 trigrams calamity. His strength and victory were the wishes of all living beings. After experiencing peak battles, he found the truth and fate, and found the way to grow. The current Long Chen was the Long Chen who had experienced metamorphosis. Now he was confident that he could defeat a perfect realm primeval troll, or even any perfect realm god, with his own power. Although he hadn't become a true god, he was now not the weakest even among the gods. The 10 billion divine palace had majestic power, and the willpower of living beings was endless, creating the peerless god of war he was now. He and the supreme god Emperor War Halberd turned into a stream of light and returned. At this moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf and Limitless Fire Demon were fighting to the death. Limitless Fire Demon used to be a demon monarch in the Great Essence Demon Realm, one of the 3 strongest experts under the 5 demons. Although Mo Shaolang could restrain him, he could only block him. The battle had been fierce, but there was no clear winner. Mo Shaolang knew that Long Chen would come back. The Limitless Fire Demon's 8 divine fires could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Each of them had terrifying divine might, and they could even mix together to form a terrifying explosion. They were countless times stronger than the exploding Balrog demon. At the same time, they were proficient in many laws, restraining Mo Shaolang. The Limitless Fire Demon cultivates the primordial desolate level Limitless Great 10,000 Heavenly Fire Heart Sutra. He's a fire demon and is very difficult to deal with. His reputation is twice that of the Icebound Demon, and he's much stronger. Be careful. The old dragon reminded. But Long Chen didn't listen to him this time. He returned from afar, and like a golden arrow, he rushed into the battlefield between the Limitless Fire Demon and the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The powerful vibration instantly separated the 2 behemoths. Supreme God Emperor Slash. The Fortune Divine Artifact's power rose to a new level. Long Chen drew out the Supreme God Emperor Battle Halberd's boundless might, fully releasing the death-grade fortune divine artifact's might, forming a soaring slash that descended from the sky. That world-destroying divine light exceeded the imagination of the limitless fire demon. He didn't expect that Long Chen could burst out such a terrifying attack. During the battle with the icebound demon, Long Chen wasn't this fierce. Unexpectedly, when he returned, he became so much stronger. In a flash, the halberd of the Supreme Divine Emperor became infinitely large, and as it slashed down, a cracking sound rang out, and one of the fleshy wings of the limitless fire demon was severed. The divine fire that twined around the wing also began to wane. The sun-devouring demonic wolf roared and soared into the sky. At the most suitable time, it quickly dodged the wings, opened its mouth, and swallowed both the flame and the wings. The limitless fire demon was instantly seriously injured. Long Chen held the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd in his hand, just like the Divine Emperor in the past. He floated in front of the limitless fire demon, and the majestic aura formed a huge impact, causing the limitless fire demon to be deeply afraid. The fiery feeling of the wings being cut off was so intense. The limitless fire demon's heart gradually collapsed under the power of Long Chen. After your death, there will only be 7 primeval troll left in the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation. Long Chen said each word, and each word was like a knife stabbing into the body of the limitless fire demon. The icebound demon also said what I wanted to say. Your ending will definitely be worse than mine. If you have the ability, then send me to the death world. The limitless fire demon said coldly. No, you are not qualified to go to the death world. At this time, Mo Shaolang swallowed one of his divine flames. At this time, he had become stronger than before. You are going to eat me. The limitless fire demon took a deep breath. Mo Shaolang did not answer, because he and Long Chen had already done so. The transformed Long Chen, with many advantages, absolutely crushed the limitless fire demon. At the same time, with the help of Mo Shaolang, in this battle, he had an even more crushing advantage than when he fought the icebound demon. Crack. The wings were cut off by Long Chen again. Every flame that fell was swallowed by Mo Shaolang. The limitless fire demon was seriously injured. All the rules seemed to have no power to display. I swear, everything you have given me today, I will return it to you, brothers and sisters, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. This was a place controlled by Lingxi, and the limitless fire demon could not escape at all. Long Chen and Mo Shaolang were both in a killing frenzy, and did not want to say a word to the limitless fire demon. They did not have much time, so they were fighting to the death. Everyone knew how much pressure the two of them were under. A slight loss would be eternal damnation. 8 pairs of wings, 8 kinds of flames, were all cut off by Long Chen, and finally swallowed by Mo Shaolang. After losing the 8 kinds of flames, although the limitless fire demon was not dead, he was almost dead. I'll spare your life. There was nothing left on his body to swallow, so Long Chen was ready to send him to the death world. You will make me suffer more this way. The limitless fire demon said in a trembling voice. After losing the flames, going to a terrifying place like the death world was even more of a nightmare. Alright, in your next life, don't be a primeval troll. Long Chen did not want to discuss too much with him. It was not easy to kill a primeval troll, and he had to destroy all the imprints on his body. Coincidentally, at this time, Mo Shaolang was digesting and becoming stronger. And it took Long Chen an hour to completely kill the limitless fire demon. I've reached the perfection realm. Mo Shaolang opened his eyes. After swallowing the 8 kinds of flames, his combat power had caught up to Long Chen, and he had even devoured a few of the limitless fire demon's rules. Now, other than not cultivating the infinite divine technique, he was no different from a real god demon. At this moment, they heard 2 loud explosions. They came from outside the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation. Just 2 explosions were enough to cause a huge tremor in this world. What's going on? Mo Shaolang's expression changed slightly. Kill the remaining 7 first. Long Chen had a rough idea. he could only make such a decision. Before the real calamity arrived, the number of primeval troll he could kill would be the number of people he could save. Brothers and sisters of the dragons. From today onwards, 17K would officially launch the monthly votes function. Every monthly vote was very important to Madman. Madman had been writing books for 2 years, but he had never asked for anything from anyone. This time, he hoped that everyone could come to 17K and vote for him. This was a subscription and a free monthly package. There were only 1 or 2 every month. For this, Madman had made a rule. If a month's worth of monthly votes could reach the top of the monthly rankings at the end of the month, then before the 10th of the next month, there would be a one-time release of 10 chapters. This rule would continue. To Madman, monthly votes were the most important thing now. It was not about popularity, income, honor, or face. I hope that everyone will fight for honor with me. This is what I have desired the most since I wrote the book. Of course, there was also a rule of the number of WeChat followers. As long as it reached 100,000, there would be a one-time release of 10 chapters. However, this was not easy, so everyone still supported monthly votes. The method of obtaining monthly votes was similar to other websites. For details, you could see the announcement on the front page of 17K. Madman was at 17K, first in the collection list, more than 700,000 collections, first in the subscription list, first in the monthly package list, and first in the member list. The only regret was the obtuse list. Because the obtuse list was occupied by tycoon authors, he could only use money. Madman did not want to waste such money. However, it was different now. The obtuse list had become the monthly votes list. For any website, the monthly votes list was the most important list. It represented collective honor, dignity, and the unity of the readers. The readers of Great Dragon Blood God of War were definitely the most united and loyal. It seemed that for more than a year, Madman had been writing books silently without much passion. But now, he wanted to be hot-blooded again. He wanted to fight, release, and let everyone have a good time. He wanted to fight, compete, and fight for honor. Let us protect the honor of the descendants of the dragon together, help Madman, and let Dragon Blood take first place again. Chapter 2558. The tremors caused by the 2 explosions were so great that even the demon sealing formation of the 5 extremes 10 realms was shaking. This is bad. I'm afraid that 2 of the demons have exhausted the last of their strength to tear apart the Genesis level, Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin and come out. Perhaps this is their last resort. Although destroying the Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin ahead of time isn't worth it and will cause them to fall to rock bottom again, given the strength of the 5 demon sovereigns, even if they lose all of their strength, they might still be much stronger than the current you. The old dragon was alarmed and said worriedly. Fatal danger descended upon them once again. Shui Lanyan and the primeval troll weren't trying to scare Long Chen. They naturally wouldn't sit and wait for death. Although there were only 7 left and it was already too late, as long as the 5 demon sovereigns weren't dead, the crisis of the dragon sacrificial realm had never been resolved. Killing too many primeval troll could also be considered a failure. I originally thought that without these primeval troll, they would be trapped in the Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin forever. Long Chen laughed helplessly. The old dragon said, "That's impossible. There's nothing they can't do, only a price they aren't willing to pay." That's true. Let's kill them. Long Chen's attitude suddenly changed. He seemed to have an even greater fighting spirit. Impossible. You can't be a match for these demon sovereigns who were once at the Demon King level, the primordial demon realm. The difference is too great, even if they've exhausted to the point where they've lost all of their strength. The old dragon shook his head. Long Chen didn't say much. In his opinion, there was no victory or defeat, life or death. There was only fighting or not fighting. He had no way out and could only choose to fight. Since he was fighting, he didn't think about what would happen if he lost. Of course he could. The most important thing now was to quickly slaughter the remaining primeval troll and do his best to eliminate all the primeval troll trapped inside before the terrifying demons born from the 2 explosions arrived. The 2 outermost heaven burial crystal coffins at the core of the Devil's Star had already shattered and disappeared. The 4th grade Genesis rank creation divine artifacts had disappeared just like that. Demonic chi surged and engulfed the original position. A terrifying shadow instantly pierced through the 5 extremes 10 realms demon ceiling formation, enveloping the entire dragon sacrificial continent and the eternal god domain. Everyone could see endless black clouds engulfing the sky, as though countless devils had occupied it. Devil chi, blood flags, music, war drums, under the intense vibrations, everyone turned pale with fright. Everyone in Dragon Sacrificial Realm felt a deep sense of panic because of this devil's rebirth. This was the war demon. The demonic chi on his body surged, incomparably majestic. His intense battle intent instantly pierced through the heavens and earth, sweeping out in all directions. Under this intense battle intent, almost everyone knelt on the ground. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the war devil was. He was a great devil that was born for battle. He was famous in the immemorial era, and everyone knew about him. One of the 5 great sky demons, ranked 4th, he was stronger than the limitless demon, who struck fear into the hearts of countless people. As for the limitless demon, he couldn't be seen or touched. Even if he appeared from the heaven burial crystal coffin, no one would be able to find a trace of him. The 2 demons spent an incomparably huge amount of energy and finally tore the heaven burial crystal coffin apart. This process took close to 4 hours, and during this time, Long Chen and Shui Lanyan had already slaughtered most of the primeval troll. They came out too late. That was because they didn't expect something so troublesome to happen. They didn't expect that more than 30 primeval troll would actually be unable to deal with 2 mere mortals. Shui Lanyan said in a sweet voice, "Stop dilly-dallying. Hurry up and go. Now that they're almost finished, save as many as you can. We're done for today." All right. The war devil didn't speak much. Every word he uttered contained boundless divine might. This was a powerful devil that possessed terrifying power. Although he might not even have the power of a single strand of hair at his peak, he was still very frightening. Behind Shui Lanyan, the owner of the 2nd coffin, Demon Hua, said, "Remember, don't kill them. Just trap them. That's enough, sisters. We know very well that we have such deep hatred for them. How can we kill them so easily?" The limitless demon laughed. Just as they were about to rush into the 5 extremes 10 realms demon ceiling formation, the crystal coffin in the center suddenly moved. This was the largest crystal coffin, and it was twice the size of Demon Hua's. Hearing this movement, the 4 demons' expressions changed. Among them, the war devil with surging battle chi hurriedly half-knelt in the void. Although the limitless demon couldn't see, it should be the same. "Big brother, congratulations on your awakening," the 4 said almost at the same time. From the war devil's respectful and fearful attitude, one could see how terrifying this era sky demon was. This was the only terrifying figure among the primeval troll that was at the level of the demon emperor of the absolute beginning demonic mirror. His voice was a little immature, and it didn't have the same might as the war devil. As the demonic chi surged, the pale face of the war devil was revealed. This was an extremely handsome man with messy black hair and blood-red eyes. He wore a blood-red war flag, and his demonic chi surged to the sky. The 4 demons didn't dare to speak again. How could this be? Era Sky Demon had awakened. With his ability, perhaps he could easily find out what had happened. He had planned everything, but he didn't expect to see such a scene after waking up. Even he was too shocked. Under the surging demonic chi, the largest crystal coffin was very spacious. There was only the figure of a youth in the center. He wasn't tall, and he looked rather immature. It was just that he couldn't see what he looked like. Shui Lanyan was bewitching in front of Long Chen, but at this moment, she was like a helpless little bird. She used a soft voice to narrate what had happened. Of course, her voice was also trembling, because such a huge loss was entirely due to their carelessness. In reality, it didn't have to happen. Heavenly Devil Ji said, "This is the fate of our primordial demon race. Fine, even if there are only 5 of us left, it doesn't matter. However, 4th brother, 5th brother, if even the 2 of you can't subdue these 2 mortals, then don't come back. Just go to the death world together." Yes. War Devil and Woo Woo Devil hurriedly agreed. Their voices were filled with fear. Right now, they were also under great pressure. Even though they were dealing with 2 little brats, if they failed and angered the epic Heavenly Devil, they might even lose their lives. "Big brother, don't worry. They will take care of it, right?" Shui Lanyan said in a sweet voice. The War Devil stood up and nodded. Then, he rushed toward the 5 extremities 10 realms demon sealing formation with the invisible Wu Wu Mo, pretending to be coquettish. "Disgusting." Devil Wa sneered. Shui Lanyan was a little angry, but she didn't say anything. She continued talking softly to the Era Sky Demon. At this time, Wu Wu Demon and the War Devil had arrived. "Chen, 2 people have rushed into the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation, but we can't find one of them. The other one should be the War Devil. He's shuttling through the 10 worlds, probably looking for you. He's very fast." Long Chen also felt the fatal aura of death. Battle intent. That War Devil was a cultivator who was most similar to him. He was really too terrifying. Long Chen had just sent a primeval troll into the death world. When he looked up, he saw that the world he was in was completely covered by Black Devil Chi. The entire 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation has turned black. Lingxi said nervously. She felt that this War Devil was really too terrifying. Presumably, the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation couldn't trap him at all. Besides, that Wu Wu demon had disappeared. Who knew when he would get close to them? Give up. If you 2 run away, you might have a chance to take revenge in the future. The old dragon was actually advising them to make the choice that was most beneficial to them. Impossible. Long Chen rejected decisively. Then, he said to Lingxi, "Tell me the location of the remaining 5 primeval troll. As for the War Devil, try not to let him get close to me." Long Chen could already feel his terrifying battle intent. He had to act quickly. Under Lingxi's instructions, they burst out with their strongest speed and rushed towards the next primeval troll closest to them. There were only 5 left. He had to kill all of them quickly and then fight the War Devil. Otherwise, if he missed one, all his efforts would be in vain when he reached the Dragon Sacrifice continent. He absolutely couldn't let any of them live. He wasn't afraid of fighting the 5 Sky Fiends. According to the old dragon, they were at their weakest after forcefully destroying the Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin. "Stop running. You won't be able to escape from me. You seem to cultivate the Tao of battle. Fight me, War Devil, if you have the guts." The extremely domineering voice boomed in the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation, bringing with it an unprecedented pressure. It was as though the entire world was trembling under the voice. Boundless demonic aura spread over, blocking Long Chen's vision. "Chen, head to the left." Under Ling Shi's reminder, Long Chen quickly changed his method. Just now, he had already approached a primordial great demon. However, that position was relatively close to the War Devil. If he was discovered by the War Devil, the operation would have failed. Crack. Long Chen, who had reached the later stages of the 8 trigrams tribulation, could basically crush the primeval troll primordial realm. 4 left. 3 left. The further he went, the greater the pressure he felt. Not only was the War Devil closing in, but the nameless devil was also nowhere to be seen. "I'm yearning to fight you more and more. Your name is Long Chen, right? If you weren't my enemy, you might be my best successor." What a pity, the War Devil's voice exploded in his ears like a cannonball. "Brother, over here." Mo Xiaolang had already found the location of the next primeval troll. At this moment, they were moving at full speed. Even a breath of time was extremely precious. They had to kill 2 more devils in a desperate situation. That's the last one. Chapter 25:59. There was only one left. To be able to do this much, Long Chen had already profited greatly. The surroundings were filled with boundless roiling devil qi. The war devils violently battered about in the middle of the formation, almost shattering the 5 extremities 10 realms devil ceiling formation. The 10 chaotic worlds were constantly shaking. Wu Mo did not know where he was hiding. In the Divine Kingdom, everyone's complexion had already turned pale. Although the war devil hadn't arrived yet, that dense fighting will had already affected them, making them feel a deep fear. Under the impact of this Demon King level will, no one could withstand it. If not for Long Chen's support, Lingxi would not have been able to control the 5 extremities 10 realms demon ceiling formation. Everything in sight was shaking violently. Although it was already an unimaginable miracle to be able to send more than 30 primeval troll into the underworld, everyone wanted to survive in this world. None of them wanted the end of the world to come. Everyone present would rather die than let the living beings of this world become food of the people. However, they still hoped that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang could accomplish more. At first, I thought that after I dealt with the primeval troll, I would be able to obtain true peace and freedom. I didn't expect these 2 demons to come out from that place. Long Chen and his brother are constantly getting stronger. I hope they can withstand the demon's attack. After hearing the old dragon's description, everyone knew that the possibility of that happening was actually very small. It was even smaller than killing all the primeval troll in the 5 extremities 10 realms demon ceiling formation. No matter who it was, they could only frown and resign themselves to fate. Perhaps only Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had no distracting thoughts at this moment. They only had one thought, and that was to fight to the death. As long as they didn't die, they wouldn't stop no matter what kind of opponent they encountered. In front of them, the last primeval troll was a perfected one. Half a year ago, in Long Chen's eyes, every primeval troll was a nightmare that could easily destroy the world. But now, he could easily kill such a monster. He was sure that as long as he was given time, there was nothing he could not accomplish. That was enough. He had family, friends, and lovers. Everyone in the world was supporting him in this fight. Nobody was shouting the name of the Dragon Emperor. He had this courage. Even if he encountered the war demon, he only had one belief, and that was to fight to the death. They would fight to the death. The last one is a soul-controlling devil. Among the 30-odd primeval troll, there were indeed 1 or 2 that belonged to the same species. The last primeval troll in front of them must have been the one that had been prepared to control Long Chen on the 2nd day. But today, the situation had undergone a huge change. Big brother, do it. Mo Xiaolang turned into the sun-devouring demonic wolf and rushed to the front. Under the surging demonic aura, the soul-control demon's huge body suddenly turned around and saw the black and red meteors shooting at him. He knew that only he and Mo Xiaolang were left of the ancient great demons. The 5 devils had arrived. Don't kill me. The soul-controlling devil retreated in horror. From the look in his eyes, he was terrified. If it were a year ago, he would never have imagined that these 2 little guys could make him so terrified. Bone-adhering demonic flame. Mo Xiaolang understood that time was precious. The war demon was attacking at high speed, and the 2 of them had to be in their best state to deal with the 2 devils. So before that, all the other primeval troll had to die. Shrouded by the bone-adhering demonic flame, the soul-control demon screamed again and again. Long Chen shot forward, his eyes blood-red. He held his breath, and the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd erupted with Gang Qi. The violent golden wind flame followed Long Chen's halberd and chopped down from the sky. The soul control demon, who was still struggling in the bone-adhering demonic flame, was cut through the shoulder by Long Chen and was instantly seriously injured. Death Realm Dragon Gate. With the force of a thunderbolt, Long Chen opened the death rain and grabbed the soul-controlling devil. As the soul-controlling devil screamed in terror, he threw it into the death rain. The moment the Death Realm Dragon Gate closed, Longchen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't imagine that they had actually managed to kill over 30 primeval troll. They had relied on the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation, Lingxi, the 5 great dragon balls, and Lao Long. It also depended on Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang themselves. All of this help and opportunities had helped them complete this miracle of miracles. If the War Devil and Wu Wu Demon hadn't come out of the Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin, this endless battle would have been over. Unfortunately, he was still one step short. Long Chen was actually quite tired, but his spirit was still at its peak. He knew that he was far from resting. They were about to face an even more terrifying opponent. His opponent's strength was constantly increasing, and now it was almost at the level of being able to defeat him. He had unleashed the power of the ultimate stage of the Taiji Divine Realm. After destroying the Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin, even if the War Demon and Wu Wu Demon's remaining strength wasn't comparable to the initial stage of the Taiji Divine Realm, their battle prowess was still at the ultimate stage, or even stronger. They were exhausted to the point where they had almost no strength left, but so what? However, given their former heights, they could still kill other primordial great devils with a wave of their hands. Xiao Lang, let's go find Nameless Devil, and then do our best to avoid War Devil. We'll try to take care of them in the 5 extremities 10 realms devil sealing formation. Don't let them find us at the same time. What Long Chen wanted was for him and Mo Xiaolang to gang up on one person, not for none of them to deal with one opponent alone. Their cooperation could produce a very strong combat power, especially in the later stages of the 8 trigrams tribulation. However, if they were to fight one-on-one, they would definitely not stand a chance. All right. Mo Xiaolang agreed. Looking for me? Suddenly, a voice reached Mo Xiaolang's ears. He was so scared that his hair stood on end, because the voice came from a place very close to him. Nameless Devil was here. Just as this heaven-defying thought appeared in his mind, Long Chen was already attacked. In fact, before he spoke to Mo Xiaolang, Nameless Devil had already attacked. Long Chen had no idea how he had appeared. Even if he was hit, he couldn't see where Nameless Devil was. In that instant, after he sent the soul-controlling demon into the death realm, he was hit. In that instant, he was hit. It seemed like a palm had hit his back. Buzz. A light vibration, but it brought unimaginable damage to Long Chen. This was the power of law. Moreover, it was the supreme law cultivated by the lawless and lawless devil cultivators. From existence to nothingness. After being struck by this palm strike, a terrifying tearing force almost tore Long Chen into pieces. It was even annihilated to the point of disappearing. Fortunately, Long Chen had used his life force to stop it. He didn't completely disappear from this world. But even so, a certain part of his strength was still gone, and he was in a state of exhaustion. Nameless Devil's palm was extremely powerful, and if it was a little more powerful, it might have killed Long Chen on the spot. You were too careless, I was already here. Wu Wu Mo chuckled out of nowhere. This palm even affected Lingxi. Fortunately, Long Chen still had strength in Lingxi's body, and that strength returned to him, allowing him to catch his breath. But this injury actually blocked the power of the Slaughter Dragon Pearl, and at the same time, allowed him to control the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation. The formation quickly collapsed. Rumble. In the chaos, Nameless Devil's goal was achieved. The 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation could no longer hold on, and as it rapidly collapsed, Nameless Devil's whereabouts were unknown. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang hurriedly rushed to Long Chen's side. At this time, Long Chen's face was pale, and he almost fell down. Only by resting, with the flame of life, could he slowly recover. But Nameless Devil's palm had completely messed up his plans and rhythm. To think that he had arrived so early, and was lying in ambush here, waiting for you to let your guard down. No matter what method he used, he wouldn't be able to discover Nameless Devil. Why? As long as it was a living being, even if it was a fiend god, there would be traces left behind. But no matter how they searched, Nameless Devil seemed to be something that didn't exist. Now, the 5 Extremes 10 Realms demon sealing formation had already collapsed. Everyone in the god nation was in chaos. At this time, the war devil was rapidly approaching, and there was no way for them to escape. Everyone, don't worry, I'm not dead yet. After withstanding that palm, Longchen finally recovered. At this moment, the power of faith of all living beings was boundless, and the dissipated energy was almost fully recovered. To everyone else, Long Chen's recovery ability was truly a miracle. Seeing that Long Chen was fine, the old dragon heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly said, Nameless Devil cultivates the nomological law of nothingness, from existence to nothingness. Since it's nothingness, there's naturally no way to discover his traces. He was once the strongest existence in the myriad worlds in the Tao of concealment. No one can compare to him, and he is also the most terrifying killer. Those who are killed by him basically don't know who killed them. In fact, no one has ever seen what Wu Wu Mo looks like. This nomological law was simply heaven-defying. In terms of strangeness, it was naturally countless times stronger than the war devil's combat nomological law. Just as the old dragon finished his explanation, the other 4 dragon balls had already returned to the god nation. The 5 Extremes 10 Realms demon sealing formation had already vanished completely. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a torrential devil chi that drowned the entire devil chi, as well as a scattered and shattered starry sky. What should we do next? Everyone couldn't help but ask this question. Everyone had seen how terrifying Nameless Devil was. They couldn't find him at all, let alone attack him. As for the war devil, it was ranked above Nameless Devil, so it was naturally more terrifying than Nameless Devil. Long Chen and Nemo Xiaolang could gang up on one of them, but against 2 of them, it was absolutely impossible. I can only fight. Long Chen took a deep breath. He used the chaotic sea of time to control his surroundings, but he discovered that even such a mystique couldn't pinpoint Nameless Devil's position. And the war devil that was releasing a torrential devil chi wasn't far away. Chapter 2560. Amidst this overwhelming demonic aura that covered the entire Chaos Star Domain and even the Boundless Star Domain, there was a pure land, which was naturally the location of the 3 crystal coffins. Long Chen and Nemo Xiaolang floated in the boundless demonic aura with their backs against each other. Now that the 5 Extremes 10 Realms demon sealing formation that they relied on the most was gone, to be honest, they didn't even have the slightest confidence in surviving this calamity. Just as Long Chen had said, no matter what the outcome was, it was fine as long as they died in battle. It was precisely because of this that he felt fearless. Perhaps even the 5 Skyfiends who had returned to their peak wouldn't be able to make him feel fear. This was the strength of his conviction. Up until this point in the battle, all of his protection, glory, resistance, promises, and dignity had been clearly proven. If one were to talk about hatred, then after killing more than 30 primordial giant demons, perhaps the 5 heavenly demons would hate him even more. As expected, the war demon had appeared. In front of them, countless demonic aura began to spread, forming a huge whirlpool with a diameter of over 10,000 meters in front of Long Chen. There seemed to be countless ghosts howling and tumbling above the whirlpool. The heavy demonic aura was as majestic as a huge wave. If a mortal were to come into contact with it, those as strong as a reincarnation tribulation realm would probably die instantly. They would probably die instantly. As long as this demonic aura swept through the dragon sacrificial dragon continent once, it would cause all living beings to die instantly. The war demon was at the center of this whirlpool. That was where the demonic aura was the most majestic. There was also that terrifying battle intent, just like a crazy devil. It was a man with a figure similar to Long Chen. His skin was pale, and his eyes were blood red. He was draped in a blood-colored war flag, and his long hair was fluttering in the demonic aura. He looked malevolent, terrifying, and crazy. Just a glance was enough to deeply shock one. That was the most terrifying gaze Long Chen had ever seen. As expected of a battle maniac who battled all over the world. On the other side of the war demon, a hole appeared in the whirlpool. Although it was empty, Long Chen knew that Wumo was definitely there. I've killed so many of their brothers and sisters. At this moment, they must be furious and hate me to the bone. Long Chen thought deeply. At this time, Shui Lanyan's charming voice came from the crystal coffin again. She smiled and said, "What an unbelievable miracle. Apart from the 5 of us, all the ancient demon race members were sent to the death world. They were even devoured. What a miracle." From her voice, she did not sound angry at all. The old dragon said, "To tell the truth, they're definitely unhappy that so many devils are gone, but they're not angry. That's because in their hearts, the 5 of them are the most important. Those devils are nothing more than subordinates to them, and they're nothing more than foot soldiers. However, even if they don't think highly of you, you won't be able to escape their clutches today." He wasn't spouting nonsense. Everything he said was the truth. Anyone with a brain would know what kind of situation they were in right now. However, this wouldn't affect Long Chen's fighting spirit. "Our boss is quite interested in meeting you guys," Shui Lanyan said mysteriously. At this moment, the largest crystal coffin in the center suddenly stood up. It was the epic Sky Fiend. Boom! The black demon chi in the crystal coffin gradually dissipated. A young man in luxurious clothes gradually appeared in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's eyes. He looked young and immature. Although he was handsome and masculine, he definitely didn't match the terrifying name of the epic Sky Fiend. Above him, judging from his appearance, he should be a genius young master from a big family. Clean, ordinary, and with a faint smile on his face, the epic Sky Fiend looked at Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen's mind went blank as if it had suffered a heavy blow. His body even trembled. The appearance of the epic Sky Fiend was too shocking for him. "Long Chen, long time no see." Inside the largest crystal coffin, the young man's lips curled up. He looked at Long Chen with a calm smile. In the God Nation, the crowd was also stirred up. "Do you? How is that possible?" The Eternal Dragon Emperor was most familiar with this young man. He was a peerless genius born in Emperor Jun Divine City with 80% of divine blood. He was revered as a future god. When he was very young, he met Long Chen and was killed by Long Chen in the battlefield of gods. At that time, the entire human race felt pity, anger, and hatred for this young man's death. It was because of Du that Long Chen was chased away the first time he came to the Dragon God domain, and then he was hated by many. He was already dead. There was no reason for him to become the epic Sky Fiend. Of course, Long Chen knew it was impossible. When he calmed down, he said, "Everyone, don't think too much. It's not him." He knew that among the 5 Sky Fiends, Emperor Sakya, Demon Hua, and the epic Sky Fiend had stolen their current bodies. Among them, Demon Hua had used Soyan's body, and the epic Sky Fiend was naturally Du's. But he remembered that Du had been directly swallowed by the Weeping Blood Dragon. Damn, he really didn't know what method Shui Lanyan had used to make him appear again. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, the epic Sky Fiend said, "You're wrong. He is me, and I am him. He was just a reborn body that I created to steal Emperor Jun's divine blood. But you killed him before he could awaken his true consciousness." The epic Sky Fiend's words really surprised Long Chen. In other words, you originally wanted to use Du to free your primordial demon race. Yes, without you, I would have succeeded long ago. The epic Sky Fiend was neither fast nor slow. There was no anger or hatred, as if he was narrating something insignificant. But Long Chen deeply understood that he was several times more terrifying than the war demon. Just from the way he spoke, whether it was Demon Hua or Emperor Sakya, they could only look at him respectfully. What a coincidence. Long Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. The Dragonrite continent and the Eternal Life God realm should have been in danger a long time ago. Who would have thought that he would unintentionally save them? And this time, it was intentional. Although he was only one step away from success, this one step was too far away. You are a person with boundless destiny. If you had enough time, perhaps you could change the fate of this destroyed world. Unfortunately, you don't have this world. I can only say that it's a pity that I've been trapped here for millions of years. Even a breath's worth of time is enough to make me itch. It's unbearable. The epic Scythian's crystal coffin gradually collapsed and returned to its original position. His voice also gradually grew softer and softer until it disappeared. This was actually an order. Even a breath's worth of time is so unbearable. Perhaps Long Chen understood the epic Scythian's madness. He was comparable to the primordial first god, Emperor June. Thinking about it carefully, he realized how terrifying such a peerless god was. But he also had no way out. All right, our boss is already asleep. You two brats, it's time to put an end to this absurdity. It was a crafty voice that came from the omniscient devil. He was in the vortex, and as he spoke, he seemed to be able to reveal himself. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang could see a blurry figure. The terrifying war devil pointed a finger at Long Chen, and Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine. You, fight me. His words were filled with authority that didn't allow for resistance. However, their destination was the Eternal Life God realm. With that, the two of them headed toward the Eternal Life God domain. Of course, they weren't moving very quickly, as they were trying to force Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang to split up and fight them alone. You can't lose, big bro. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were burning with emotion. His guilt toward Soyan, his hatred toward the primeval troll, and his promise to follow Long Chen. This wasn't the time to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he turned into a beam of black light and chased after the omniscient devil. What they feared most was the destruction of the Dragon-Right continent and the eternal godly domain. Therefore, the war devil and the omniscient devil basically had their Achilles heel in their hands. Yeah. There were no other options. While Mo Xiaolang was chasing after the nameless demon, Long Chen was rushing towards the battle demon without a care for anything else. The opponent had already assigned the opponent, and the battle demon was eager to have Long Chen as an opponent. Long Chen was also born to fight, so he could clearly see that the battle demon was also born to fight. He could feel the intense desire in Long Chen's heart for battle. They are the same type. A fire burned in his heart, and the flames engulfed everything. Finally, he looked at Mo Xiaolang. Against this terrifying lawless devil, he could only pray that Mo Xiaolang could survive. But in reality, he also needed to pray for his current situation, because the war devil was much more terrifying than the lawless devil. Afraid. Wu Wu Mo's advantage lay in his unpredictability. If he could break through his unpredictability, there would still be hope for victory. However, a battle with a war devil would definitely be the most intense battle. There was no technique or unpredictability to speak of. There was only life and death. He chased after the vortex, traversing a vast distance. The opponent wasn't moving very fast, and seemed to be waiting for him to get closer. Only when they reached an empty space did the war devil stop. On the other side, somewhere close to the eternal godly domain, Mo Xiaolang also stopped. His opponent, the nameless demon, was gradually vanishing from his sight. The two of you are excellent mortals worthy of respect. I, nameless devil, rarely show respect to my food. Let me promise you that I won't sneak into the eternal life godly domain. I'll only do that after I eat you. Therefore, when I vanish from your sight, don't think that I'm not here anymore. The nameless demon's laughter echoed around Mo Xiaolang. It's not certain who will eat who. Mo Xiaolang's voice was hoarse, and his heart was filled with the desire to devour the nameless demon. Yeah. That's right. You must be furious because the woman you love has become Devil Was body. But I'm furious as well. No matter what, they're brothers who have fought alongside the five of us for many years. To think that they were all taken care of by the two of you. That's way too infuriating. Chapter 2561. Wu Mo and the War Devil had completely separated Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang from each other. After Long Chen had sent a few primeval troll into the death rain, they had been very cautious. But even so, apart from the 5 of them, all the other primeval troll had either died or been sent into the death rain. Therefore, even though the War Devil and Wu Mo were many times stronger than Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, they still used the most cautious method to deal with them. After all, they had exhausted the last of their strength when they had struggled out of the heaven burial crystal coffin. At this moment, Long Chen could see the eternal sacred domain in the distance. He could also see the dragon sacrificial continent in the depths of the eternal sacred domain. The War Devil was floating in front of him, blocking his way. Given the War Devil's ability, it wouldn't take him much effort to rush to the eternal sacred domain. However, he still wanted to fight with Long Chen before that. There were no words to describe the War Devil's desire for battle at this moment. I haven't fought for 10 million years. 10 million years ago, I was fighting almost every second of the day. My desire for battle is 100 times stronger than my desire for power. The War Devil's surging voice was earth-shattering. As it swept out, boundless demonic chi formed a huge cocoon that surrounded it and Long Chen. Right now, it was in human form. This handsome, pale man was gradually approaching Long Chen. His face was filled with incomparable desire, and his eyes were filled with boundless battle intent. His battle intent was much more vigorous than Long Chen's. Even at this moment, his will was still firmly suppressing Long Chen. Long Chen had already cast aside everything to deal with the most terrifying opponent he had ever encountered in his life. This wasn't just a contest of strength, but also a contest of courage, perseverance, and fighting will. This was what Long Chen was best at. At the same time, this was what the War Demon was best at. This was a clash of the strong. As for Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen could only pray that Mo Xiaolang could hold on. He didn't dare hope that Mo Xiaolang could turn the tables, because he was in the same situation. He no longer had the confidence to win this battle. That wasn't real. He only had the determination to fight to the death. Everyone in the Divine Kingdom was extremely nervous, waiting for the final judgment of fate. Those who are able to become my opponents are all peerless overlords, peerless fiend gods, characters whose names resounded through the myriad of worlds. However, you are not. However, today is the day of my rebirth. You are the one who created miracles and are qualified to be my opponent. You must not disappoint me. My temper is that if you can't even withstand a single blow, I will be very, very angry. The War Devil's gaze became more and more intense. Although his body wasn't huge, he was like a peerless god. He was tens of thousands of meters tall, looking down at Long Chen as if he was looking at an ant. The battle between the two sides broke out rapidly. Buzz. The War Devil had already unleashed his boundless power. It was a kind of divine power with a higher nature than other primeval troll. Even if there was only a little bit left, its tremendous might had already surpassed Long Chen's divine power source. This was the difference in nature. The War Devil cultivates the 4th grade, Genesis level, boundless divine technique, called the Eternal Undefeatable War Devil Catalog. He cultivates the demonic spiritual power source into the Eternal War Devil Heavenly Dipper energy, which is a tough, crazy, and terrifying demonic power. The Genesis level boundless divine technique is already very heaven-defying. If he was at his peak, the War Devil could easily destroy the current dragon sacrificial dragon continent. It's said that this guy has grasped over 100 types of battle rule powers, some of which are the Demon King rule, which is also the Taisher godly law. I just don't know how much he can display now. Following the old dragon's explanation, Long Chen also felt it. To be honest, the War Devil was already exhausted to the extreme. His eternal War Devil Heavenly Dipper energy was very small, probably not even a few hundred parts of Long Chen's divine power source. However, its majestic might directly surpassed Long Chen's power. As expected of the Genesis level, boundless divine technique. This was an extreme demonic power for battle. It was violent, fervent, and had a terrifying impact. Under the shroud of this power, the war devil had reached its most frenzied state. This was a devil that viewed battle as the most desired thing in its life. After millions of years, its stomach was already rumbling with hunger when it came to battle. Long Chen, see if there's a chance to escape. You're still young, that's right. Let us old fellows handle death and battle. Even if our world is destroyed in the end, perhaps in the future, you can still avenge us and rebuild our home. In the God Kingdom, everyone was panicking. The war devils had completely crushed them, and now they were all panic-stricken. They couldn't imagine what kind of opponent Long Chen was facing. The old dragon had wanted to advise him, but when he saw the same fervent look in Long Chen's eyes, he changed his mind. He knew that this was the most important battle of the young man's life, and his thirst for battle was no less than the war devils. The God Spirit origin power and the eternal war devil heavenly dipper energy clashed in the starry sky. Space twisted, time trembled, and the world dimmed. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. The war devil sensed Long Chen's fighting spirit and laughed. Not bad. But you cultivate the Tao of battle and the Tao of slaughter. Is that all you've got? Long Chen knew that the war devil was about to attack. Long Chen respected his opponent, because he hadn't charged into the eternal life God domain yet. He could have done that. Of course, that didn't mean he wouldn't do it. After all, the war devil wasn't a gentleman. His goal was to devour living things and recover his strength. Boom! At this moment, the war devil's scarlet eyes underwent an earth-shattering change. This is the heroic soul of the war devil. Long Chen heard the war devil say these 4 words casually. His gaze focused on the war devil's eyes. Bzzz. All of a sudden, he felt like he'd been struck in the head. The war devil's blood-red eyes suddenly split into hundreds of millions of tiny eyeballs, or perhaps more accurately, spaces. Each of the fist-sized eyeballs had hundreds of millions of spaces, each of which was the color of blood. Each of them contained a soul imprisoned within. The 2 scarlet eyeballs imprisoned 200 million souls. Some were incomplete, while others were whole. But without exception, they were all trapped, with no chance of escape. These 200 million souls had become the war devil's weapons. When the war devil needed them, all of the souls would gather into one body, and the power of the war devil's battle intent would increase by more than 10 times. At first, Long Chen could only resist. If the terrifying battle intent increased by more than 10 times, he would collapse. These 200 million remnant souls were all defeated by me. Some of them were even powerful gods and devils. They were imprisoned by me. Today, you are also lucky to become one of them. Count yourself lucky to be able to stand side by side with true gods and devils. The war devil's last word brought with it an unimaginable pressure of will. It was the most terrifying battle intent Long Chen had ever seen. It was the sum of 200 million experts, enough to crush the entire world. Just this will alone could kill countless people. Long Chen had always been mentally stable. Even the soul control demon couldn't move him at all. However, the war devil's will attack almost made him collapse. At this moment, Long Chen felt as if he had returned to Biyao town. He had returned to the state where he was at the beginning, and he was powerless. The war demon in front of him was like a monstrous flood, crashing into his body. Rumble. He was dizzy from the impact, and his body was almost smashed to pieces. A deep sense of fear had defeated his courage, will, and perseverance, which had allowed him to persist for so long. But now, he suddenly fell to the bottom of the abyss of despair. This was the war devil's attack. It hadn't even made a move, but with its will, it had scared Long Chen so much that his face turned pale, his body trembled, and his courage and will collapsed. This was something that Long Chen had never experienced in a battle. Even if he lost the battle, he wouldn't lose his spirit. What greeted him was the war devil's cold laughter. In fact, it wasn't just Long Chen. Although everyone in God's nation had the protection of Long Chen, they had all collapsed under the war devil's heroic soul. Everyone's will had suffered a great blow. They had become desperate and had completely lost their courage to fight. This was the terrifying part of the war devil. This was what the old dragon was most worried about. Long Chen, seize this chance and run away. Once he attacks, he won't let you leave. In his eyes, the current Long Chen didn't have the courage to fight at all. As long as the war devil attacked, he could turn Long Chen into ashes with one move. No. But the old dragon didn't expect that Long Chen would actually clench his teeth and say such a word in the midst of his extreme collapse. After roaring this word with almost all of his strength, Long Chen withstood the pressure and became more tenacious, and his spirit became stronger. He used all of his strength to clench his teeth. Blue veins popped up all over his body, and he struggled out of the terrifying will pressure. At this moment, he opened his eyes that were blood red than the war devil's and stared at the war devil's heroic soul in the war devil's eyes. At this moment, he didn't flinch at all. He did it. In front of the will of 200 million experts, he raised the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd. To the war devil, this was somewhat unimaginable. But the war devil was even more excited. Very good. You really didn't let me down. You're a very good seedling. Unfortunately, fate has made you my enemy. He didn't stand on ceremony. Don't talk nonsense. Long Chen withstood the endless pressure. His divine source energy surged again. He withstood the wishes and spiritual energy of billions of living beings. He shouldered heavy responsibilities. His parents, lovers, and brothers were the biggest support behind him. Although he was afraid of the war devil heroic soul, he had the qualifications to continue being afraid. Chapter 2562. Very good, very good. The war devil let out a piercing roar in his human form. An ecstatic smile appeared on his face, indicating that he was satisfied with Long Chen as an opponent. At the same time, it stirred up the fighting spirit that had been dormant for millions of years. He had relied on fighting to obtain the strength he had today. This battle with Long Chen was the appetizer for him to devour the living beings of the eternal sacred domain. After all, Long Chen was the strongest person in this world. Rumble. The blood-colored war flag covering his body was torn apart, and pitch-black dragon scales appeared on his body. His body was very similar to the human form of a dragon warrior, except that a pair of black flesh wings had grown out of his back. They were as hard as steel, and covered with terrifying and sharp spikes. Compared to the blood-colored dragon scales covering Long Chen's body, this ferocious appearance made him look even more like a war machine, more like a killing machine. I know 130 types of laws. Now that my strength is exhausted, I can only use a few of them. But even one of them should be enough to make you a heroic soul of my war devil. The war devil vanished in the blink of an eye, but his voice reverberated throughout the world like thunder. With their current strength, any casual battle would tear this world apart. Long Chen could only try to fight as far away from the eternal sacred domain as possible. Otherwise, before the war devil could devour him, everyone would be killed by the shockwaves of their battle. Whoosh! The war devil appeared in front of Long Chen, and the eternal war devil's celestial chi produced a violent impact that was like a raging wave, pushing Long Chen back step by step. Roar! Although he was in human form, the war devil let out a deafening roar. His voice was filled with extreme excitement and madness. That was his deepest desire for battle. At this time, the war devil clenched his fists and got into a fighting stance. Although it was a simple stance, it gave Long Chen a huge visual impact. He deeply felt that this was a very profound law power, and his entire body was connected to the laws of the world. It was as if the world would follow him and destroy Long Chen with a single movement. Primeval invincible divine fist. The war devil spoke 6 words in a disdainful manner. When he finished the last word, it was time for him to explode. The rule of this fist technique was invincibility. As long as the fist art couldn't defeat the opponent, it would never stop until it won. The war devil usually didn't use it, but once it did, it had to kill the opponent. Swoosh. The most violent punch arrived in the blink of an eye. Boom. This punch condensed the eternal war demon astral energy. It was ferocious and explosive, and with the support of the war demon heroic soul, it had boundless destructive power. Spin. Under such tremendous pressure, Long Chen was still able to display such a tough attack. This could already be considered a miracle. The sharpest part of his Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd collided with his opponent's fist. Touch. On the contrary, Long Chen's Supreme God Emperor War Halberd was almost shaken out of his hand. His fleshly body is actually so strong. Although it has been corroded for millions of years, it is still at least equivalent to a death-grade, destination-grade divine artifact. It is even stronger than before. The old dragon reminded fearfully. Swoosh. Just as he finished speaking, Long Chen increased his speed. Instead of advancing, he retreated, once again charging toward him. When fighting against such an opponent, the most important thing was not to lose courage or be afraid. Once one's heart gave way, they would definitely lose. Touch. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen withstood his opponent's terrifying impact and used his destination-grade divine artifact to exchange a few punches with his opponent. Every time, he was defeated. Each punch is stronger than the previous one. Long Chen pondered. This eternal invincible divine fist was very similar to the massacring sword art, but it was much stronger, and there might be no end to it. That was the scariest thing. There was no end to the strengthening. As far as I know, the War Devil had once displayed this eternal invincible divine fist to 10 million punches. The old dragon said. Sure enough. It was this endless power that made it undefeatable. As long as one was not an opponent that could crush the War Devil, once one was tangled with his fist, one would definitely lose. Long Chen was at least thankful that he could still withstand his opponent's attacks, and was not completely powerless to fight back. As long as I can withstand it once, for Long Chen, what came next was a battle of willpower. The War Devil's power was ultimately limited, but although he, Long Chen, was weak, his power was limitless. He was not afraid of 10 million punches. What he was afraid of was his helplessness. Kill. This was what he shouted in his heart countless times. Kill. 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 In his hand, the destination-grade divine artifact, the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd, was nimble, swift, and as crazy as the War Devil's punches. At this time, the War Devil had already gone crazy. He kept increasing his speed and strength. His punches were like a monstrous force, tearing space apart and creating huge explosions. Long Chen had never seen such a violent opponent. Even though he himself had such a personality. In this War Devil, he seemed to see himself. Of course, in terms of craziness, the other party surpassed him. It was just that Long Chen was more rational than him. Chaotic time reversal. With one hand, he used the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd to resist the other party's punches again and again. Then, he used the Ancestral Dragon's mystique to restrain the other party. In the blink of an eye, the other party had thrown out over 10,000 punches. The surroundings had been completely annihilated, turning into nothingness. You're really interesting. The War Devil punched again, this time on a whole new level. The eternal War Devil's astral chi formed a fist imprint that was comparable to heaven and earth. It once again collided with the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd that Long Chen had risked his life, sending Long Chen flying again. If you can block 30,000 punches, I'll stop. The War Devil sneered. 30,000? How is that enough? Even though his hands were trembling, even though it seemed like he could not withstand another punch, Long Chen gritted his teeth and uttered those words. If it wasn't for the fact that his fire of life was constantly burning, he would have died thousands of times by now. Almost every punch from the other party surpassed his limits. However, I can improve faster by fighting with him. This was the biggest reason why Long Chen could still persist until now. It was also his greatest belief. His belief now was not only to defeat the War Devil, but also to become stronger. That was his greatest dream and hope at this moment. Why should he be at the mercy of others? Why should he be ridiculed? Why should his life be inferior to others? Why should he not resist? Why couldn't he kill the primeval troll? He had already sent so many primeval troll into the war devil, so why should he be afraid of the war devil? At this moment in the battle, even the heroic soul of the war devil could not defeat the courage in Long Chen's heart. He and the war devil were fighting for different natures, which doomed them to different endings. You've taken the wrong path. You worship the path of kindness, but you cultivate the path of killing. Killing is evil, and you have committed all kinds of evil. You deserve to be destroyed by heaven and earth. The war devil could not help but ridicule. Either you're evil or you're good. You're good and evil at the same time, using the path of evil to do good. In the end, your achievements in the path of laws will end here. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth shattered. The war devil's punch shook the supreme god emperor war halberd, and it smashed into Long Chen's body, leaving a deep dent in his body, almost breaking it in half. I'll send you to the next world. The war devil was somewhat disappointed. He didn't expect Long Chen to be defeated so quickly. Although he was exhausted to the extreme, he hadn't fought to his heart's content yet. However, he would never force things, so he was prepared to send Long Chen off first. In a flash, he appeared in front of Long Chen and smashed a fist at his head. Die. Although he had said that he would die in battle at the beginning, at this moment, he was actually so unwilling. I can't. He had killed so many primeval troll, and when he was about to succeed, although he encountered the most terrifying enemy, he didn't want to die. At this time, a strong desire to live made him once again erupt with the fire of life, engulfing his entire body. He once again resisted, and once again gained the courage to fight. From this moment on, what he pursued was not just death, but victory. He didn't block his opponent's attack. Instead, he stabbed the supreme god emperor war halberd at his opponent's eyes. He was more determined than the war devil, and he wasn't afraid of death. At this time, the war devil could choose to directly smash Long Chen's head. Of course, he would also be stabbed in the eye by the supreme god emperor war halberd. To him, withdrawing his attack would mean the end of the eternal invincible divine fist, and it would mean breaking his own rules of battle. In the past, he would never have done this. He would always choose to kill his opponent even if he was injured. But this time, Long Chen was even more determined than he was. He simply couldn't stop. At this time, it was a battle of courage. The war devil didn't hesitate at first, but when the supreme god emperor war halberd almost stabbed him, he hesitated. To him, it was not worth paying such a huge price to face such a weak opponent. Whoosh! He retreated, and had no choice but to stop the eternal invincible divine fist. The war devil's frenzied fighting state was gone, and Long Chen had recovered quite a bit. However, his fighting prowess wasn't as good as it had been in the past. He had only managed to block about 20,000 of the war devil's punches, which was a miracle to him. However, the war devil craved even stronger opponents. Therefore, although Long Chen still had some ability, he wasn't interested in fighting. You really can't take a single blow. You're not even half as strong as I thought you were. I, the war devil, have my own rules. Since you forced me to retreat, I'll let you live a bit longer. He had no interest in Long Chen right now. He had come to save the primeval troll, but now that the primeval troll was gone, there were only 5 of them left, and Long Chen couldn't do anything to any of them. It seemed that the epic Sky Devil wanted to study him and Mo Xiaolang, so the war devil headed straight for the eternal god domain. He needed to recover some strength before he could break the 3 crystal coffins from the outside. As for Long Chen, the war devil knew that this was the extent of his miracles. In fact, he actually hoped that Long Chen could create a miracle. Therefore, he headed straight for the eternal god domain, moving faster than the Godstrider devil. Long Chen knew what he was thinking. That would undoubtedly be even more dangerous. As soon as the war devil made a move, he gave chase with all his might. The thing he was most worried about had happened. 1. There's still one more night. 2. As usual, I'm asking for monthly votes. Brothers, please come to 17K to vote for the madman. I'll be eternally grateful. The madman will be very grateful to those who have helped him, and will definitely reward them handsomely. Chapter 2563. Mo Xiaolang's situation was even more troublesome than Long Chen's. Although he was at the great circle of the primordial chaos demon realm, he couldn't even see where his opponent was. However, Nameless Demon didn't leave the eternal god realm alone. There were only 5 primordial demons left, and each one of them was worth more than the other 30 combined. Nameless Demon had already admitted that the other 30 had been sent to the death rain. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Now that Long Chen and War Demon were in a heated battle, he needed to toy with Mo Xiaolang. If he didn't take care of these 2 troublesome fellows, they wouldn't be able to rest easy in the eternal god realm. After all, Long Chen and Nameless Demon had broken their imaginations several times before. Little guy, if you want to see me, you must first break through my nothingness rule. Even if I don't have the battle prowess of a demon monarch, you must have the demon king rule in order to do that. Whoosh. At this moment, Wu passed by Mo Xiaolang. Roar. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had transformed into a sun-devouring demonic wolf. His eyes were dark and gloomy as he looked around vigilantly. He didn't know how Long Chen was doing and whether he could hold on. However, if he couldn't defeat Wu and Mo, it was meaningless to think about it. I have to think of a way to defeat him. His greatest weakness is that he's weak. If Big Brother and I can defeat the other primeval troll, then we must have a way to deal with these 2. Mo Xiaolang kept reminding himself not to be afraid. In truth, War Demon choosing Long Chen was a very dangerous thing for Mo Xiaolang. If he fought War Demon, then he wouldn't be able to fight War Demon Heroic Soul. Of course, Nameless Demon was also very mysterious. At the start, Long Chen had been hit by his palm, which caused the 5 extremities 10 realms demon ceiling formation to break. It's better to let you have a look. Otherwise, it's really boring. It seems like the battle over there will last for a while. I can't end it too quickly, right? Little guy, use your best moves to deal with me. Wu Mo once again revealed a blurry human figure in front of Mo Xiaolang, allowing Mo Xiaolang to find his position. He sneered in front of Mo Xiaolang, not taking the initiative to attack. His intention was naturally to let Mo Xiaolang use all his strength to deal with him. He had the qualifications to look down on him like this. Big brother. To Mo Xiaolang, these 2 were the most important people in his life. Right now, one of them was fighting to the death, and the other's fate was unknown. All of this was caused by them. Mo Xiaolang could still clearly remember the struggle in his heart when he was forced to break the seal of the Devil Star. After Long Chen's arrival, in order to avoid Long Chen, he felt even more helpless. And now, one of the main culprits was right in front of him. Mo Xiaolang took a deep breath. All his killing intent surged out, making him crazy and violent. He completely forgot about life and death. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to tear this guy apart. If I am a devil now, then I would rather be a devil. He could devour the power of rules. This was already an amazing talent. Wu Mo and the others definitely knew about it, but they just didn't see it clearly. Flawless Fire World. The battle began at this moment. The sun-devouring demonic wolf swept out the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, releasing it, completely releasing the surroundings. His eyes flashed with raging flames. All his hatred and anger, at this most silent moment, erupted. At that moment, his eyes seemed to be filled with blood. The flawless fire world displayed by the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire covered a large area, including Wu Mo. After surrounding him, Mo Xiaolang suddenly spat out 5 explosive fire seeds. Those 5 explosive fire seeds rushed into the flawless fire world, rushing towards Wuwuemo. In the face of such an attack, Wuwuemo still smiled and casually waved his hand. In front of him, the explosive fire seeds exploded, and the rules of the explosion were released along with layers of divine characters. Shrink. The explosive fire seeds continued to rumble silently, producing bursts of roars. Under the control of Mo Xiaolang, the flawless fire world shrank, squeezing the power of the explosion, thus producing a stronger lethality. Wuwuemo's laughter suddenly stopped. The flawless fire world was instantly torn apart by the huge explosion. The 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire swept out, and the entire space within sight, even the space was frozen into black ice. Collapse. All the ice shattered, and the world turned into nothingness. Wuwuemo disappeared. Did he injure him, or did he let him escape? Mo Xiaolang was very clear that Wuwuemo would definitely not be killed so easily. The power is not bad. This is the rules of the explosive fire demon, right? Did he just happen to comprehend the rules he learned, or? At this moment, Wuwuemo's voice sounded behind Mo Xiaolang. He was still so silent, not even the slightest sense of danger. If he had directly attacked just now, he might have already injured Mo Xiaolang. Looking back, Wuwuemo was far behind him. He could reveal his figure for Mo Xiaolang to see. Now, do you understand the gap between you and me? What a pity, if I was in my peak state, a devil spirit like you would not even be able to compare to the weakest of my ancient demon race. Wuwuemo chuckled. His voice was very feminine, and was the polar opposite of the war demon. Mo Xiaolang knew that Wuwuemo was attacking him. The gap between them was naturally huge, so huge that it was unimaginable. But that was when Wuwuemo was in his peak state. As for now, he told himself that no matter how difficult it was, there would definitely be a chance. Because he saw that in the distance, even when facing the war demon, wasn't Longchen still fighting? The commotion on his side was much bigger than now. Bone-adhering devil flame. Mo Xiaolang was unwilling. He continued to attack. He had already become a demon, a true demon. He had the Black World Tree, the Law Core, and he had condensed close to 10 types of rules. He firmly believed that there was a chance of victory. He wanted to take revenge for Soiyan. You are the first, the first. The black demonic wolf let out a roar and rushed towards Wuwuemo. Oh, what a pity. Wuwuemo reached into his illusory body and grabbed the bone-adhering devil flame produced by the 9 nether demon ancestral flame. Mo Xiaolang didn't know what kind of rules he used, but he did it. You can't even withstand a single blow. Continue attacking. Wuwuemo sneered. The more he mocked, the more pleased he was. The hatred in Mo Xiaolang's heart would only grow heavier. Heaven-devouring purple flame. This was the law energy of the purple flame demon. The 9 nether demon ancestral flame released an even stronger law energy, forming a magnificent flame that bloomed like a flower. That extremely cold aura locked onto Wuwuemo and tried to devour him. This flame flower was like a man-eating flower. Isn't this the law energy of the purple flame demon? Wuwuemo was finally shocked. Mo Xiaolang had just passed the great tribulation of gods and devils. Although his growth was incomparably fast, reaching the great perfection realm, it was impossible for him to grasp so many laws in such a short period of time. He hadn't even cultivated the boundless divine technique. What a miracle, you actually devoured their laws. Devouring devil, not only did you grow rapidly, you even have such divine might. Wuwuemo was deeply shocked. He was shocked at Mo Xiaolang's devouring nature. Of course, it wasn't because of his current strength. Buzz. Wushuang Mo waved his palm and destroyed the heaven-devouring purple flames with a single palm. This was the most mystical move that Mo Xiaolang had ever seen. He actually struck out with his palm and caused the heaven-devouring purple flame to vanish from existence. It was as though it was instantly devoured by something, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A large amount of devil origin energy that belonged to Mo Xiaolang also suddenly disappeared. This was the strength of Wu Wu Mo. Not only could he make himself vanish, but he could also make other things vanish. In the primordial era, there were many creation divine weapons of gods and devils, but they were suddenly destroyed by Wu Wu Mo. If it wasn't for the war devil suppressing him in terms of combat strength, Wu Wu Mo wouldn't be ranked 5th. Of course, there was no need to mention Emperor Sakya, Demon Hua, and Era Sky Devil. They were a level stronger than Wu Wu Mo and the war devil. However, Mo Xiaolang wasn't someone who would give up so easily. Taking advantage of the other party's surprise, he didn't stop, but instead moved forward and attacked again. Boundless Heart Fire. This profound law came from the Boundless Fire Demon. The Boundless Heart Fire was born from the heart. It wasn't the heart, but the heart of the law. The divine fire that was born from the 8 laws burned the essence soul of the boundless demon's law heart. Mo Xiaolang didn't believe that he could withstand this law. The 8 divine fires that the boundless fire demon controlled were soul-severing corpse fire, nirvana spirit fire, Cangjia origin fire, 9-tune mystic fire, quicksand divine martial heart fire, covering sun ghost fire, for symbol sky capital flame, and azure wolf fang divine fire. Each of them was comparable to the wind blaze golden flame on the divine emperor's halberd. The 8 divine fires were born from the boundless demon's law heart. They burned. This is the boundless fire demons. Wu Wu Mo was even more shocked. He didn't think that Mo Xiaolang could absorb the boundless fire demon's law in such a short time. This mystique was simply heaven-defying. It was extremely terrifying even among the gods and demons. So heaven-defying. Either I get rid of him or I completely control him. I wonder what boss and the rest would do if they knew about this little guy's mystique. At this time, the Boundless Heart Fire's destructive power was born. What a problem. Wu Wu Mo was a little frustrated. His heart ached. He was already very weak, and now he had to expend energy to force the Boundless Heart Fire away. Luckily, the World Annihilation Heart Sutra that I'm cultivating can produce the infinite world's convergence great willpower that can deal with this boundless heart fire. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. It's just that I don't have much energy left. I originally wanted to give this little guy a chance, but now it seems like I don't need it. Wu Wu Mo had already made his decision. Although he was shocked by Mo Xiaolang's devouring ability, he couldn't threaten him. He used a lot of energy and used the infinite world's convergence great willpower to completely destroy the boundless heart fire. Then, the blood-red eyes appeared in his formless body and stared at Mo Xiaolang. 1. Requesting for monthly votes. Brothers, please come to 17K to cast your monthly votes for Crazy. I will be extremely grateful. If you can become this Yaya's vote champion, you will definitely explode. Chapter 2564. From his blood-red eyes, one could determine his position and also know that Lawless Devil's killing intent had been ignited. South Lawless Devil disappeared once more. Even his blood-red eyes had vanished. Under such circumstances, Mo Xiaolang could only tense up and search for his position. At the same time, he released his devil origin energy, forming a huge domain. Within this domain, he could sense the slightest movement of his opponent. Naturally, he wasn't confident in dealing with Lawless Devil. Hence, he could only focus on defense. After all, Lawless Devil's law was nothingness. Since it was nothingness, it basically meant that it didn't exist. Even if something that didn't exist entered his domain, it would still be difficult to discover it. You're really naive. If you could stop me like this, I, Lawless Devil, would have died in the hands of other opponents millions of years ago. Lawless Devil's mocking laughter resounded throughout heaven and earth. Mo Xiaolang breathed out countless flames that engulfed the surroundings. He wasn't frightened by Lawless Devil nor was he affected by it. He continued to search. No matter how strong he was millions of years ago, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. There would definitely be a flaw. Who? At this instant, Long Chen sensed a slight change. After all, it wasn't easy to endure the 9 Nether Devil ancestral flame getting close to him. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Lawless Devil was already behind him. Lawless Palm, before this, it had always been Mo Xiaolang attacking. But now, it was Lawless Devil attacking. Just a simple palm strike was extremely terrifying. This was Lawless Devil's attack on Long Chen, as well as the palm strike that instantly destroyed Mo Xiaolang. Although it seemed casual, it contained a terrifying lawless law. The strongest point of Lawless Devil was that he could make anything disappear from this world, which was basically equivalent to death. This palm strike was ferocious and impossible to defend against. Mo Xiaolang had only taken half a step away when he was already suppressed by the lawless palm. This sudden attack was truly hard to defend against. Buzz. Mo Xiaolang felt the same sense of danger as Long Chen. It was a feeling of extreme tearing. It was extremely terrifying. Every part of his body, including his primordial spirit and thoughts, seemed to be disappearing. His power was also rapidly drying up. If not for the fact that Mo Xiaolang was bitterly holding on, he would have instantly disappeared. Even if he didn't disappear, he had suffered a heavy blow. At this critical moment, Mo Xiaolang had used his exploding flame kindling to force Nameless Demon away, allowing him to finally catch his breath. It was a fact that he had been injured by Nameless Demon in one move. What a pity. Even if I were to recover just a little bit of my power, my emptiness palm would be enough to make you disappear from this world. Wu Wu Mo giggled. Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth. He couldn't retreat. Even if he was injured, his fighting spirit was still at its peak. He constantly remembered that his opponent was one of his enemies. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make his opponent pay a sufficient price. Nameless Demon's laughter suddenly stopped. Then, I'll reluctantly let you have a taste of an even more explosive law energy. I hope that you'll be able to endure it this time. I feel sorry for you, after all, you're a pretty good genius. It's just that it's unfortunate that you met me. If you could block this move, perhaps I might consider not killing you so urgently. Nameless Demon vanished once more. Is it coming? Mo Xiaolang's heart was heavy. He knew that Nameless Demon would definitely bring him a terrifying crisis. In this situation where his opponent couldn't see him, his only option was to block his opponent's attack and persevere. He believed that Nameless Demon wouldn't be exhausted. As long as he persevered, there would definitely be a chance. Yen Air, I will definitely save you, definitely, definitely, definitely. He and this girl were connected by blood. He believed that she was definitely still alive. She would definitely be waiting for him. Wasn't it like this every time? Mo Xiaolang hadn't seen her for a long time. He missed her too much. Just like what Big Brother said, we can start with the Soul Control Demon. Other than these 5, all the other primeval troll are dead. Why can't we finish off these 5 as well? Although it's crazy, this is what we've been doing since the beginning. Mo Xiaolang was constantly reminding himself. He mustn't be defeated, he mustn't die. He must live on. He must have a desire. He only knew that even if there were 10,000 trials and tribulations, he absolutely mustn't die now. Fundamental Dissipation Art. Wu Wu Mo hovered in the sky. His body seemed to have become infinitely huge, becoming the entire world and fusing with it. Mo Xiaolang was completely under his control. The power of rules was activated at this moment. Intense pain. Mo Xiaolang understood that this was also the application of the lawless law. This was the amplification of the annulled palm, turning it into a formation, and Mo Xiaolang was right in the middle of it. The lawless law seemed to be the bane of all other laws. Mo Xiaolang's flames couldn't break the lawless law at all. Fundamental Dissipation Art activated. A formless formation took shape, trapping Mo Xiaolang within it. The formless formation unleashed its power, and the lawless law crushed down on Mo Xiaolang like countless annulled palms. Enjoy this. Nameless demon laughed gleefully. The emptiness palms were just the appetizer. The fundamental vanishing magic was the true way to use it. In the past, he would have been able to expand the fundamental vanishing magic to half the size of the eternal life god domain, and make a world as large as that disappear in the blink of an eye. Boom! It was as though hundreds of hands were tearing at him. The pain was indescribable. These hands were formless, and even the flames were useless against them. Facing such an attack, he could only endure it. I just have to endure it. Mo Xiaolang's eyes turned bloodshot. He wasn't willing to die. No one could have his desire to live. His hatred for Nameless Demon was the greatest thing he had ever since becoming a devil's soul. Even if it was excruciating, he would endure it. You're pretty stubborn. Let's see how long you can last. Nameless Demon laughed again. He had been very relaxed from start to finish. Of course, if not for the fact that he had expended so much energy to destroy the crystal coffin, Mo Xiaolang would have been dead by now. I'll head to the eternal celestial domain to replenish myself. I'll get boss and the others to come out first. They're probably getting impatient. Old Four seems to have finished off his opponent and is heading to the eternal celestial domain. I can't let him get all the good stuff first. Nameless Demon was finally done playing. In truth, he was just playing. The one who truly loved to fight was the war devil. He even suppressed his desire to get stronger in the eternal god domain. He just wanted to fight. Nameless Demon could only play along. After all, the Era Heavenly Devil had asked them to take care of these two kids. But it seemed like the difference was too big. These two immature fellows have really scared everyone. They also have their limits. Nameless Demon turned and headed in the direction of the eternal god domain. He was finally going to have a feast. He couldn't help but feel excited. He had been waiting for this moment for millions of years. Don't go. Just at this moment, a hoarse roar rang out from behind Nameless Demon. Wu Mo looked back in shock, only to see that Mo Xiaolang had already climbed out of the fundamental disappearance methods array. He was now riddled with scars and was seriously injured, but his blood-red eyes still contained endless fighting spirit, endless killing intent and hatred. It seemed like the sun-devouring dire wolf was quite terrifying. He actually crawled out. Nameless Demon was shocked. Based on his estimation, Mo Xiaolang would definitely die in the fundamental disappearance art. It doesn't matter if you crawled out. You're going to die soon. Wait here obediently. When I return from the eternal god domain, I'll take care of you. Nameless Demon returned to his formless form. It seemed like no one could stop him from heading to the eternal god domain. Stop. This roar was so loud that it scared Wu and Mo once again. What a roar of hatred. I didn't expect you to hate me so much already. Is it because of that girl? You're really infatuated. But the one she used to refine her body was my second sister Devilwa, not me. What's the point of hating me? Nameless Demon laughed. You should hate her, but you won't have the chance to take revenge in this lifetime because she's much stronger than me. Millions of years ago, she was already at the peak of the god realm, second only to our boss. She's an existence close to the demon emperor level. What a pitiful worm. Wu Mo laughed so hard that he convulsed. He enjoyed the feeling of being hated by others but being helpless against them. He was a demon, the embodiment of evil, so this made him especially excited. Alright, I won't talk to trash like you anymore. Nameless Demon turned and disappeared. No matter how angry Mo Xiaolang was, it meant nothing to him. He had seen this kind of anger too many times, but he could easily kill it. But soon, he felt a terrifying attack behind him. Looking back, Mo Xiaolang had turned into a sun-devouring fiend wolf and was already charging at him. But this time, Mo Xiaolang was different. He was still a black fiend wolf, but now he had 8 pairs of wings. These 8 pairs of wings contained 8 kinds of flames. They were exactly the same as the limitless fire demon. The only difference was that the limitless fire demon's wings were real, while Mo Xiaolang's wings were made of 8 kinds of divine flames. Just like that, the power that had been scattered by the emptiness palm was condensed by the 8 kinds of flames, and even refined. The current Mo Xiaolang was extremely similar to the limitless fire demon. This is the limitless fire demon's fire plume wings. Limitless demon was alarmed again, because this was the limitless demon's demon monarch rule, which was a level stronger than the demon spirit rule. He didn't expect Mo Xiaolang, who was only a demon spirit, to be able to use it. Chapter 2565. Long Chen didn't know what was going on with Mo Xiaolang, but he had only one thought in his mind, and that was to stop the war devil from going to the eternal god domain, no matter the cost. The war devil had lost its desire to fight because it looked down on him, so it was now preparing to recover its strength. Long Chen could only stop it, and he had to stop it. When so many people's lives were in his grasp, nothing else mattered. It was true that in the previous battle, he was almost crushed by this old monster from tens of millions of years ago, but this didn't make him take a single step back. As the war devil charged toward the eternal life god domain, Long Chen chased after it with all his might. His regenerative abilities were astonishing, and his injuries healed very quickly. Soon, the war devil realized that Long Chen was actually following it. It would be quite troublesome to let a loser follow him. So you're in a hurry to die? The war devil didn't plan to shake Long Chen off. Instead, it turned around and looked at Long Chen coldly. He hadn't had any killing intent before, but now he did. Long Chen answered with an attack. It's not over yet. Every time he fought, he would gain a chance to improve. The more difficult the battle, the greater the reward he would gain. When the responsibility in his heart grew, and the danger grew heavier, he became even braver than before. The Death Grade Supreme God Emperor War Halberd cooperated with him, unleashing its greatest power. In the God Nation, everyone was supporting Long Chen. In the Eternal God Domain, all living beings were praying for Long Chen, providing him with an endless supply of the will of all living beings. Chop, sweep, spin, stab, point. Every move of the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd was filled with monstrous power. And with the chaotic temporal sea, Long Chen could control time, giving the war devil a lot of trouble. Long Chen, who had been far away, closed in on it in an instant. Every move of the Supreme God Emperor War Halberd was filled with destructive power, forcing the war devil back. At this point, if you don't get serious, I might not be able to do anything to you. The cold voice of the war devil sounded again. It seemed that he was really angry. Rip. The Supreme God Emperor War Halberd swept past in front of him. The war demon raised its arm and forcefully blocked the violent Supreme God Emperor War Halberd, but was forced back several thousand meters. Swoosh. Long Chen caught up again, and his attacks were even fiercer than before. Courting death. War Devil was even more enraged. He couldn't understand Long Chen's suicidal behavior. Actually, Long Chen's idea was simple. He just wanted to stop War Devil. Even if it was just a tiny bit of time, it would be a ray of hope for the people of the Eternal Life God Domain. Then die. After being beaten back by Long Chen several times in a row, the war demon was furious. There is nothing in the world that cannot break the Great Tribulation finger. In the blink of an eye, he was 1,000 meters away. He turned around and stabbed with his finger. It was a simple attack, but it contained a law that was even more terrifying than the Ionic Invincible Divine Fist. This law, as its name suggested, was called Nothing Can Break. The laws cultivated by the War Devil were direct, bold, wild, and domineering. They pressed forward without any room for negotiation. There was only one way to block the all-conquering finger of calamity, and that was to possess an even stronger law that could suppress this all-conquering law. The finger pierced through heaven and earth, stabbing towards Long Chen. It transformed into a giant finger that pierced through heaven and earth. The finger was made up of densely packed divine runes, each of which released a sharp and surging power. This finger meant a lot to Long Chen. This crushing power seemed to contain the pinnacle of the war devil's attack, and it was prepared to kill Long Chen. What Long Chen sensed now was precisely this dangerous, murderous aura. Humph! The war devil's cold snort was filled with deep contempt. The speed of this finger attack was only fast enough for Long Chen to block it with his Supreme Celestial Emperor war halberd. Rumble. He used the whirlwind formula and the tip of the ancient golden instant spear to collide with the Great Tribulation finger that could break anything in the world. In an instant, death loomed over him. The Supreme Celestial Emperor war halberd left his hand and flew behind him. The power of the Great Tribulation finger that could break anything in the world penetrated his body. Rumble. There were no words to describe the injury he suffered. In short, Long Chen felt like his soul was about to leave his body in this tremor. Enjoy the feeling of everything you have crumbling under my law, the war devil said indifferently. The war devil said indifferently. He was well aware of Long Chen's current state. No matter how strong he was already at his limit. Hence, the war devil didn't look at him any longer and directly turned to leave, heading towards his eternal celestial domain. Long Chen couldn't catch up to him, so he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ugh! Long Chen's vision blurred, and his body was crumbling. Chen, what's wrong? At the last moment, Long Chen had severed the love thread of 3 lifetimes. Lingxi wasn't injured, but her face was paler than anyone else's. Everyone in the God Nation was in a panic. They knew very well how terrifying the war devil's finger attack was. Even though his power had been exhausted to the limit, it was still not to be underestimated. Long Chen. Everyone saw a rather terrifying thing, and that was that the divine kingdom they were in was actually in the midst of collapsing. The only possibility for a God nation to collapse was that its master was dead. Although everyone had expected this, they only realized how panicked, sorrowful, and pained they were when it actually happened. In their eyes, this young man was worthy of deep respect. Even though he knew that there was a huge gap between him and his opponent, he still managed to hold his opponent back. He should have been able to avoid this outcome. However, he had sacrificed his life for all of this. Many people started crying. Even Yang Yu, who was the most stable, had completely collapsed. She almost lost her balance in the God Nation. No matter what, in her heart, Long Chen was her flesh and blood. But now, even the God Nation was collapsing. In a panic, Yang Yu held Lingxi's hand. She knew that Lingxi's heart was much weaker than hers. She felt that she should comfort her. Otherwise, Lingxi would be in even more pain. "Aunt Yu, Chen won't die. He's not dead yet." Unexpectedly, Lingxi was much more determined than she was. Perhaps her connection with Long Chen was closer. At this moment, Long Chen had indeed survived the most terrifying moment. Just now, he seemed to have returned to that world of death. Looking at this boundless world, Long Chen was momentarily stunned. Am I dead again? This is the second time. In other words, once I die, I will never be able to return. This was the end of everything. However, he still had so many things that he hadn't done. He hadn't truly fulfilled his father's wish. He hadn't figured out what had happened to him. He hadn't been able to see his daughter being born. He hadn't been able to help Mo Xiaolang bring Sui Yan back to his side. He desired all of these things so much. There were too many things that he hadn't been able to accomplish. And he hadn't been able to protect this world that belonged to them. Perhaps at this moment, this world that had been passed down for so many years, his hometown, the place that he and his father had risked their lives to protect, was about to become food for the primeval troll. Damn it. He had already sent over 30 primeval troll into the death world. He was just one step away. How could he fail now? No. There were 10,000 voices screaming in his heart. He couldn't die now. He definitely couldn't. I have to go back. Everyone was definitely waiting for him. Mo Xiaolang was definitely still fighting. He couldn't leave now. When he turned back, he actually saw a ray of light. He hadn't entered this world of death. He was just at the entrance of this world. He saw many people who, after entering this world, walked forward without looking back. There was no way to pull them back. Long Chen gritted his teeth. There were countless restraints in the outside world. He couldn't go forward at all. Although it might be easy to go forward, he couldn't. Therefore, he turned around and went back. In the blink of an eye, he crossed that ray of light. His eyes flashed. He saw a green flame. That was the flame of life. After he was hit by the all-conquering finger, the flame of life kept burning and saved him in the end. It was the flame of life that saved him again. His life had been extremely weak before and he was on the verge of death. However, the flame of life still pulled him back. But Long Chen deeply understood that it wasn't just the flame of life. There was also his own belief. It was this belief that made him turn back and return to this world to complete his unfinished mission. Billions of lives were holding him back. They didn't want him to die. In his heart, there was an even greater responsibility and belief that made him constantly remind himself. Rumble. The flame of life had grown a lot stronger, and the injuries on his body were rapidly recovering. The tattered world tree in the power system had reformed, returning to their original state. The wish of all living beings had also returned to his body. It was countless people who had pulled him back from the world of death. The God Kingdom was restored. Many of the people inside were still weeping, but now they were completely stunned. Long Chen isn't dead. Everyone was wiping away their tears and cheering. It had been tens of thousands of years since any of them had shed tears, and now that Long Chen had come back to life, they felt incredibly awkward. I can't bear to die, everyone. Now that he was back in the world, Long Chen had a different idea. After adjusting himself, he felt like he was brimming with power. The War Devil had gone to the Eternal Life God domain, and he couldn't stay here any longer. There were so many people who needed him. War Devil, the battle has only just begun. Courage was his biggest fog at this time. This courage became a kind of power that was comparable to the will of all living beings. It made his God spirit source strength even more majestic in battle. Chapter 2566. Rumble. The Eternal Sacred Domain was right in front of the War Devil. For his current body, this piece of land was incomparably huge, and there were billions of living beings on it. The number one realm in the past. I didn't expect Ancestral Dragon's realm to be reduced to such a state, to the point where it can be shattered with a few punches. No wonder those guys left. Although the world level has fallen to the lowest level, there are still many living beings on it. Just this Ancestral Dragon's realm alone has 10 billion. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Sacrificial Dragon realm used to be so huge, it wouldn't have been able to support so many living beings. The Dragon Sacrificial Dragon continent even has 1 trillion, which is enough for the 5 of us to recover to our peak state. It's just that these living beings are a little too weak, especially the Dragon Sacrificial Dragon continent. Fortunately, we're only devouring souls, which has nothing to do with individual strength. It seems that this broken Dragon Sacrificial Dragon realm was really prepared for the 5 of us. His gaze had already covered the entire Eternal Sacred Domain, and he saw all the living beings. They seemed to be hiding, but in reality, none of them could escape the War Devil's eyes. I'm coming, delicious food. The War Devil's loud laughter started from the northern starfield, and instantly swept through the entire Eternal Sacred Domain, reaching everyone's ears. In that instant, the entire world was filled with countless cries of terror, each of which contained deep despair. The War Devil laughed. He loved hearing this kind of sound the most. It was the wailing of mortals. As gods and devils, they naturally didn't see their food as a kind of life. How beautiful. Old 5 isn't here yet, so I'll enjoy these 10 billion first. The War Devil licked his lips, unable to contain his excitement. Souls are naturally delicious when eaten raw. Come on, all of you. If he wanted to kill them, he only needed to use his devil chi to sweep over and turn the entire eternal sacred domain into a living hell. However, he didn't do that. Even if he was eager to recover his strength, there were still many things to pay attention to when devouring the souls of mortals. First, he had to reveal his true primeval troll body. On the northern star region's side, the war demon spread his arms. His incomparably tough body underwent a huge change. He was expanding. The primeval troll was famous for his size. Now that his power was exhausted, the biggest he could expand to was only a few times larger than Long Chen's divine dragon body. However, if he swallowed all 10 billion lives, that might not be the case. At that time, he would be incomparably huge. Perhaps Long Chen's divine dragon body would be no different from an earthworm in front of him. A terrifying primeval troll appeared in the northern planetary system, and everyone in the eternal life godly domain could almost see it. The weeping and howling grew louder and louder. The entire eternal life god domain was filled with blood-curdling screams. Countless living beings huddled in corners, trembling. On the dragon god domain side, the 5 great dragon cities, the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, and so on were also in the same situation. No one was an exception. Even the Dragon Emperor, who was still here, was trembling under this heavy pressure. Apart from Long Chen, they were all peak experts. However, the current peak experts were not even enough to fill the war demon's teeth. This was a malevolent primordial giant devil. His body was sturdy and huge, and his black wings were like 2 sabers, incomparably sharp. His forelimbs were thick and sturdy, and he had steel-like dragon scales. His thick tail was full of sharp spikes, and there was a huge spiked iron ball at the end of his tail. On his head, there was an extremely sharp horn. He was a terrifying killing machine. Right now, he was looking at the eternal life god domain with bloodshot eyes. Then he opened his huge mouth and began to devour. Just then, he sensed danger. What's going on? The war demon immediately turned around. There was a flash of golden light that slashed at his tail, and a shrill screech filled the air. Arg! Countless people in the eternal life god domain were shrieking in terror. They had thought that the war demon was about to devour him. Who would have thought that Long Chen would show up and catch up? It's Long Chen. They didn't know why, but Long Chen had already become their greatest faith, especially before death descended upon them. When Long Chen appeared at this time, everyone almost went crazy and dedicated all their hopes to him. That was why Long Chen's will was increasing, and why his god spirit source was growing stronger. You're not dead yet. The war devil was a little surprised, and in that moment of surprise, Long Chen was right in front of him, blocking the eternal life god domain. It was a very dangerous place, and the war devil could easily destroy the eternal life god domain. If you're not dead, how can I die? The war demon looked him up and down, and found that he was completely unharmed. Of course, that wasn't enough to scare him. Scram, or I'll devour you too. He no longer had any interest in fighting Long Chen. To him, Long Chen was too weak. He wasn't worth fighting. He wasn't even interested in fighting Long Chen. But no matter what he said, Long Chen still stood in front of him. If you have the guts, let's fight again. Don't touch the eternal life god domain before a winner is decided. Do you have the guts? Long Chen stared at him coldly. He wasn't nervous. After dying once, he became very calm. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of not being able to stop something. War demon, do you have the guts? Long Chen asked again. What a low-level provocation, the war demon said in a low voice. But you still agreed, didn't you? The war demon said. That's because you're a shocking character. Other mortals don't even have the right to speak to me, even if you're on the verge of becoming a god. He retreated some distance, and Long Chen hurriedly followed. Now that the war demon had transformed into a true primeval troll, he was even more terrifying. I was surprised that I couldn't kill you last time. This time, I'll give you one last chance. If he hadn't been absolutely confident, the war demon wouldn't have wasted so much time with Long Chen. He was a man of principle. Facing Long Chen, who hadn't died yet, he just wanted Long Chen to give up. To the war demon, that was all he needed. "Are you ready?" the war demon roared. Before him, Long Chen had no choice but to put away the God Emperor war halberd and transform into a primordial blood spirit dragon. Dragon and war demon faced off in the northern starry sky. After his rebirth, Long Chen was even stronger, while the war demon's strength was even weaker. At this moment, the war demon's eyes were even more bloodthirsty. The war demon heroic soul, which contained a tremendous will, burst forth with even greater suppression. However, such suppression was still ineffective against Long Chen. "Then, I'll use what's left of my strength to display the strongest nomological law I can." He smiled coldly, like an emissary of death. Undying indestructible palm. Wang. At this moment, the sky and earth changed color. The war demon's primeval troll body transformed into a giant palm, comparable to the heavens and earth. That palm was surrounded by endless demonic chi, and it hung in the sky like the heavens themselves. At this moment, it came crashing down. This giant palm represented the heavens of demons, and its nomological law was undying and indestructible. Just like undefeatable and unbreakable, they were both nomological laws of certain death. This was already a well-known nomological power of the war demon in the early days. Under the pressure of the giant palm, the entire eternal life godly domain was on the verge of collapse. Long Chen had no choice but to dodge even faster, lest his eternal life godly domain be affected. But no matter where he went, the terrifying palm still followed him. "You can't escape from my palm. Say goodbye to this world forever." The war demon's cold voice filled the sky. Rumble. The world was destroyed by his hand, and Long Chen indeed couldn't escape from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the war demon appeared in the sky above Long Chen, shocking him. Long Chen's eyes were cold and calm. Death Realm Dragon Gate. When the giant palm came crashing down, he used all his strength to open the Death Realm Dragon Gate to its greatest extent. The Dragon Gate opened with a rumble, and Death Chi rolled out. Behind the Death Chi, the Death Realm Dragon Claw rushed out. Although it was pitifully small compared to the giant palm, it still bravely and fearlessly clashed with the undying indestructible palm. "So this is the damn thing that sent my brothers to the Death Realm?" The war demon couldn't help but laugh. His giant palm pressed down on the Death Realm Dragon Gate, and as it tore, the Death Realm Dragon Claw was instantly shattered, turning into dust and vanishing into the sky. This was the first time the Death Realm Dragon Claw had lost so miserably. Long Chen summoned the Death Realm Dragon Claw, and when it shattered, he was heavily injured once again. Break. The war demon's giant palm pressed down, and Long Chen had no choice but to use the chaotic sea of time to escape. Otherwise, he would be crushed just like the Death Realm Dragon Claw. "You think you can escape?" The war demon laughed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky above Long Chen. The giant palm pressed down, grabbing the primordial blood spirit dragon. In an instant, the destructive power he brought with him was even more terrifying than the unstoppable finger of calamity. "Die." The war demon laughed. However, after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Oh, right. I have to avenge my brothers, so I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to watch something you've been protecting disappear." With that, he transformed back into a primeval troll, and Long Chen's tail and devil claw wrapped around him. Flapping his wings, the war demon carried Long Chen toward the eternal life god domain, his devil claw and tail leaving deep, bloody marks on Long Chen's body. "Look down." The war demon roared. Opening its mouth, it sucked, and a pitch-black vortex appeared in front of it. Below them was the border between the human clan and the demon clan. In an instant, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of creatures were sucked into the sky by that force, screaming miserably. In just a split second, nearly 1,000,000 creatures crashed into the black vortex and were sucked into the war demon's mouth. Long Chen could clearly see the pained expressions on the faces of all the living beings before they were devoured. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, the shock he felt was indescribable. Long Chen felt as if his head were about to explode. He had to get stronger. Chapter 2567. Long Chen's life force was vastly different than it had been in the past. It was a strange feeling, as though everyone in the eternal life God domain was a part of him. When the war devil devoured over 1 million living beings, digested their souls, and turned them into its own power, it was like a part of Long Chen's body had been sliced off. He had 10 billion god palaces, and 1 million of them had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. The truth was that his 10 billion god palaces were constantly changing. People were dying, and people were being born. More and more people were being added to the faith of Long Chen, creating a balance. Whenever one of the god palaces was destroyed, a new one would be born. But this time, 1 million god palaces had been destroyed, and not a single new one had been born. It was like having a piece of flesh cut off. This was the kind of pain the war devil wanted him to endure. It wanted him to watch as the world he had sworn to protect was destroyed. It was a way of getting revenge on Long Chen. After all, Long Chen had killed his brothers and sisters. Of course, he wasn't actually killing them. He was sending them to the death rain. They'd been waiting for this day for millions upon millions of years, but you sent them to the death rain. You're going to suffer even more pain than they did, and not just die. Enjoy it. This is just the beginning. The war devil devoured 1 million living beings, and in the blink of an eye, the cries and despair of the weak were nothing to it. To it, they were nothing more than food. Rumble. War devil unfurled its wings of flesh and blood as it flew up into the air above the eternal life God domain, where it could see countless living beings wailing and wailing. It was a familiar sight, and it couldn't help but be excited. This is just the beginning, the war devil said, chuckling coldly. Look at the people you've been protecting. Chuckling coldly, the war devil continued to devour. Its claws were as sharp as death-grade destinable god items, and Long Chen couldn't even move. The war devil's eternal war devil Empyrean energy was like a net that locked Long Chen down, making it impossible for Long Chen to move. Rumble. The land under the ground shattered. Countless screeching creatures, who were Long Chen's friends and fellows, couldn't control their bodies in despair and panic. They were controlled by the devil of war and attracted to this devil. We're done for. This is a demon, a primeval troll. Long Chen was killed by him, and his corpse is in his hands. Right now, I'm afraid he's going to devour all of us. Run. I'd rather die than be eaten by this thing. This kind of ending was undoubtedly a sad one. War devil was right. What he had done had indeed shocked Long Chen a lot. If he had killed Long Chen directly, he wouldn't have felt such a great frustration and pain, and he wouldn't have been so furious. His eyes were now filled with blood. Even if he didn't look, the countless screams would still reach his ears. It was like a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of. The entire world suddenly became blurry. This was a world of death. From the number of divine palaces he had lost in his body, Long Chen knew how many people would die with a single devour by the war devil. Their souls would be devoured, and they would never be able to free themselves. If he hadn't sent those 30 or so primeval troll into the death rain, the dragon sacrificial continent would have become hell on earth. To the gods and demons, there was no difference in strength between the people of the dragon sacrificial continent and the eternal god domain. When one became their faith, one shouldered the responsibility of protecting them. When Long Chen gave birth to the world tree and used the wishes of all living beings to form the divine origin energy, he was no longer just himself. He represented the will and power of the entire eternal god domain. At this time, all living beings were defeated in front of the war devil. However, the more they were defeated, the more hatred and anger they felt. Their emotions were also power to Long Chen. As the war devil devoured wantonly, Long Chen's body trembled. The anger of countless people was transmitted to him through the thin thread. Coupled with his own anger, he was gradually drowning in boundless anger. His whole body was burning hot, and he had never felt so hot before. At this moment, Longchen finally experienced what it meant to be a god. Right now, he was a god. He was the center of these billions of lives, the collection of their wishes, and an existence that used their spiritual power. A god was born for them. Even the Dragon Emperor, the great demon lord, and the others in the god nation, under extreme anger and hatred, had imperceptibly given this power to him. Invisibly, he seemed to hear Long Qinglan's voice. In this blood-colored world, his voice was like a reassurance pill, allowing Long Chen to gradually control this power of extreme anger. God, for the people's wishes, fight against the heavens and earth, and remain unyielding until death. You still have a long road ahead of you, and you may not have to die today. Remain unyielding until death. What had he fought all this time for? What had he gone to the Devil's Star without hesitation? Now, the trillions of lives in the dragon's sacrificial continent were all longing for him and waiting for him. He was their wish, and he was doing things for them. Every sincere look in his eyes was a source of infinite strength. Mo Xiaolang was still fighting with his life on the line. Lingxi was silently waiting for him, ready to share life and death with him. Their child was going to be born in the future and meet Long Chen. Soyan's fate was unknown, and she needed his help. He had countless reasons why he couldn't die in battle. Long Chen suddenly understood one thing. After becoming a god, sometimes cultivation and weapons aren't the most important. What's important is the momentary enlightenment and the change in one's spiritual will. For example, now that he had a new idea, his primordial spirit and his entire life were transforming because of it. All of his will was now one with the primordial blood spirit dragon. The war demon had said before that slaughter was evil, and that Long Chen wasn't fit to cultivate this path. But now, Long Chen was in a different situation. He deeply understood that with his path, the war demon was truly in the wrong. Slaughter wasn't evil, but the ones who were evil were the slaughterers, not the heroes who fought to protect. Boom. His heart surged. The anger of billions of lives gathered on Long Chen's body, becoming his power. Watch carefully. The war demon sensed that he was struggling, so it increased its power to suppress Long Chen, its voice cold. During this process, countless lives still flew into its huge mouth. In the process of devouring, the war demon became stronger and stronger, which could be seen from its body that doubled in size. It could crush Long Chen just now, and now it was even more so. Presumably, the three on the Devil's Star's side were very relieved. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were destined to be less than 1% of the war demon and Wu demon. However, at that moment, the war demon felt a tearing force. Rip. Long Chen struggled free from the demon's clutches. His entire body was enveloped in thick blood-red flames, and the killing intent in his eyes continued to rise. The war demon didn't care about it at first, but as time went on, he felt the threat of death. You've changed. Your strength has increased. The war demon was a little shocked and stopped devouring. Honestly speaking, the changes in Long Chen's body weren't that big. However, he looked very angry. In fact, this couldn't be described with just the word angry. He wasn't angry alone, but he was carrying the anger of the masses, bearing the anger of his entire life. It was just like the voice of his father that he heard in his blurry state, kill. For a moment, 10 billion voices erupted from Long Chen's mouth. Like a dam bursting, a terrifying torrent was produced. The war demon, who didn't care much about it, was the first to be hit. He was sent flying, and even that death-grade dragon's scale exploded. In an instant, under the roar of Long Chen, he was drenched in blood. The war demon was stunned. Its blood-red eyes were wide open, and it couldn't react for a moment. This weak living being didn't seem to have much strength. How could he injure it, who had become stronger? What did he rely on? This is impossible. The war demon was sure that Long Chen only looked scary. He didn't have the strength to truly defeat it. What's that sound? In the core of the Devil's Star, the great devil in the 3 crystal coffins of heaven burial exclaimed. Their eyes pierced through everything and arrived at the battlefield between Long Chen and the war demon. The war demon had already become stronger. It was the first time it had been injured. Its heart pounded, and it instantly decided to kill Long Chen first. At this moment, Long Chen gave it a certain sense of danger. It had no idea what kind of anger Long Chen was bearing in his heart at this moment. Within his body, the living beings in every divine palace were roaring. They were furiously providing boundless power to Long Chen. This invisible power caused Long Chen's divine spirit source energy to transform continuously, filling it with killing power. Everything was blood red. The war demon flapped its huge wings and attacked. Everywhere it passed, everything was torn apart. Time to send you on your way. Its devilish claws moved with incredible speed, stabbing out again. It was Long Chen's all-conquering finger of tribulation. Fast, deadly. In the face of this finger attack, Long Chen exploded with power. His blood-colored eyes were even more intense than the war demon's, and filled with killing intent. Deathream Dragon Gate. This was a different kind of Deathream Dragon Gate. Long Chen didn't move. The true Deathream Dragon Gate took shape above the war demon's head. It was a huge, circular door that covered a large area of the war demon. In the blink of an eye, the door became corporeal, a blood-colored door covered with complicated carvings. Open. Rumble. The Deathream Dragon Gate opened. The Death Realm Dragon Gate was dozens of times bigger than the one Long Chen usually used. When the Death Realm Dragon Gate opened, death energy surged out, but it only trapped the war devil. It didn't touch the eternal life god domain, and didn't hurt anyone. Chapter 2568. Even Long Chen himself did not know it would turn out this way. He was extremely surprised by the power of the Death Realm Dragon Gate. He found that he had performed a very impressive move, creating an unimaginable miracle. The Death Realm Dragon Gate opened. Surrounded by the Death Chi, the war demon's expression changed drastically. He found that the Death Chi could suppress him, making him trapped under the Death Realm Dragon Gate and unable to escape. Impossible. Given his strength, even if he exhausted all his strength, he could not make such an attack that surpassed his limits. Is it just an illusion? The war demon calmed down. He was very familiar with Long Chen. Long Chen was far inferior to him before. Now, his strength had not increased, and he had not gone through the tribulation. It was impossible for him to suddenly make such a powerful attack. The only possibility was that it was all an illusion to scare him. Even though the sense of danger was so strong that he did not believe it. Millions of years ago, he was a demon king-level figure, whose name shook the world. The small opponent he was facing today was an opponent of the same level he had met when he was born. This kind of creature has not really crossed over to the divine spirit level, but it can still threaten me. He lived by fighting. He had fought all over the world. He had a wide range of knowledge and was very confident. But at this time, he heard the warning of Ji Yuan Sky Devil. Escape. Only 2 words, but they made the war demon's hair stand on end. He could hear the deep shock in Ji Yuan Sky Devil's voice. If he was so nervous, there was no reason for him not to be nervous. But at this time, he felt the danger of death looming over him. At this moment, he suddenly looked up and saw 8 divine dragons rushing out of the Death Realm Dragon Gate. They were not real divine dragons, nor were they dragon souls. They existed in the Death Realm. The war demon did not understand what they were. The Death Realm was a mysterious place, and he knew very little about it. He only knew that once he went there, he would not be able to come out. Although it wasn't a complete divine dragon, in Long Chen's eyes, it had real dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon teeth, dragon head, dragon body, and dragon tail. Everything was there. 8 divine dragons rushed out of the World Dragon Gate and instantly entangled the war demon. The 8 divine dragons formed a formation and surrounded the war demon. Long Chen had no idea what they were. They looked like dragons, but they weren't. Their birth was terrifying in itself, and now that they were wrapped around the war devil was horrified to find that it couldn't move at all. They all seemed to be unparalleled divine dragons. Rumor has it that they're the 8th ancestral dragon, the primordial blood spirit dragon's 8 great syndicate dragons. However, they're not real dragons. They seem to be the souls of dragons. Why would they be in the death rain? The old dragon's surprised voice rang in Long Chen's ears. The 8 great syndicate dragons of the ancient blood spirit dragon clan. So it was them. That was the origin dragon soul. All dragon martial artists lack something to become a true dragon. After obtaining the supreme divine emperor battle halberd, Long Chen did not have the time to ask this old dragon about many things. Moreover, the old dragon had lost its memory. It couldn't even recognize whether Long Chen was the ancestral dragon or not. As for the matters regarding the 8 syndicate dragons, it should have known from the immemorial era. No matter what appeared in the Death Rain Dragon Gate, to Long Chen, if he wanted to understand these secrets, he had to survive today. If he didn't die, he would have to make the war devil disappear from this world forever. In that instant, he used all of his God Spirit source energy to support the Death Rain Dragon Gate. Under his control, the 8 syndicate dragons roared and moved. Under their control, the war devil charged toward the Death Rain Dragon Gate. The war devil was so scared that it trembled. It understood how terrifying it was to be sent to the death rain. Although it didn't know why Long Chen could use such a terrifying attack at this time, even the epic heavenly devil had reminded it that if it was sent to the death rain, everything would be over. It was a mighty war devil that had dominated the immemorial era. All of its prestige and millions of years of hope would be ruined by a nobody like Long Chen. Arg! The war devil let out a terrifying roar as it unleashed its devil energy and the eternal war devil heavenly dipper energy. As long as its devil energy enveloped the eternal life God domain, it would be able to kill billions of living beings. It refused to believe that Long Chen would still be able to resist it. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you long ago. The war devil roared. Too late. Long Chen was right in front of it, his face expressionless. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Words couldn't describe how excited he was, but the most ferocious emotion in his heart right now was rage. Die. The war devil's surging devil chi was unable to be released. It was completely surrounded by the Death Realm Dragon Sex Death Chi, not a single bit was able to be released. When its revenge failed, the war devil began to unleash its most berserk power to struggle free from the 8 syndicate dragons' bindings. Undying indestructible palm. At the moment, the war devil was only strong enough to unleash such a divine ability. The enormous devil was on the verge of transforming into an enormous hand. However, the 8 syndicate dragons charged forward and wrapped around the war devil, binding its claws, wings, and teeth. It was as if the war devil had been tied up, and couldn't move at all. It couldn't even unleash the undying indestructible palm. At this moment, it was truly terrified and filled with despair. His eyes went wide as he stared at Long Chen in that moment of imminent peril. In that instant, he saw Long Chen's eyes, and saw the power contained within them. They contained the anger of billions of living beings, and he seemed to understand why Long Chen was so powerful at a time like this. Unfortunately, it was too late. Let me tell you, this is my Tao of slaughter. When half of the war devil's body was sent into the death rain, Long Chen said this in response to its previous words. The war devil wasn't stupid. It was very smart, and naturally understood what Long Chen meant. If Long Chen's current power had crushed its body, then his words had shaken the war devil's willpower, which it had cultivated for countless years, in its natural law. Rumble. The Death Rain Dragon Gate was too fast. Before Long Chen could see the war devil's expression, he was sent in. Then, the blood-red gate spun and closed rapidly. With a rumble, the Death Rain Dragon Gate closed, and all traces of it vanished. In the sky, only a broken space and an exhausted Long Chen were left. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he had sent the war devil into the death rain. Ever since the war devil had appeared, he hadn't dared to think about it. Because he knew that these two were different from the ordinary primeval troll. They couldn't be defeated. And now, he had done the impossible. Of course, it wasn't just him. It was everyone's combined effort, and their collective anger, that gave Long Chen strength. In the God Nation, no one could believe what they had seen. This was what they had hoped for the most. They didn't dare to hope that it would happen. So now, everyone's minds were blank, and they didn't even dare to celebrate. Only the people below could see everything clearly. They saw Long Chen subdue the war devil and send it to hell. Long Chen saw countless people fall to the ground in exhaustion. After surviving a disaster, everyone forgot to celebrate. They just looked at Long Chen. This victory had given Dragon City even more power of will. In everyone's eyes, he was a living god, and he had already taken root in their hearts. Right now, the Dragon Emperor was a god in everyone's eyes. Soon, the ground was filled with Long Chen's believers. But he had to leave and head for the Northern Star region. More than 2 million people had died in his battle with the war devil. Although that was a small number compared to 10 billion people, they were all living people. Their expressions of despair were still deeply etched in Long Chen's eyes. He absolutely couldn't stop his hatred and anger. Thank you for giving me strength. The battle hasn't ended yet. These were the last words Long Chen left for the Eternal God Realm. He rushed to Mo Xiaolang's battlefield. What he wanted most now was for Mo Xiaolang to still be alive. Since I've already sent the war devil into the Death Rain Dragon Gate, I'll definitely be able to send Wu Wu Demon, Sakia Demon, Era Sky Demon, Hua. He knew that he couldn't send Soi Yan in as well. Otherwise, she would disappear forever. Of course, who knew if there would be another miracle like the one against the war devil? He could only keep moving forward. He looked up and saw a gray vortex in front of him. He could feel Mo Xiaolang's power. He wasn't dead yet, and he was still fighting. In fact, he was even more tenacious than him. Buzz. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. He sensed a terrifying power. It was the power of devouring. It definitely wasn't Wu Wu Demon. This power covered the entire domain of chaos. It was infinitely powerful. Perhaps it belonged to Mo Xiaolang. But when did Mo Xiaolang become so powerful? Or was he like him? Had a miracle happened when he was pushed to the limit? What Long Chen didn't know was that the most unimaginable thing to the three great demons at the core of the Devil Star had just happened. First, Long Chen saw that the war devil was about to recover its strength and return to its peak. In that split second, Long Chen created a Death Rain Dragon Gate that even he didn't understand and sent the war devil in. Old 4 also entered the Death Rain. Shui Lanyan was dumbfounded. Impossible. Demon Hua also couldn't believe it. This is the truth. Accept it. We've encountered an unimaginable enemy. Perhaps he's the new founder of this Dharma-ending era. His luck has reached a terrifying level. This kind of person is the most terrifying. Era Sky Demon's voice made Sakia Demon and Demon Hua somewhat unable to believe it. I'll tell Old 5 to be careful and use the fastest killing move to kill these two immediately. Shui Lanyan was also panicking. She didn't expect that the war devil, whom she had been so confident in, would suddenly disappear. Just as she said this, something unexpected happened on Wu Wu Demon's side. Chapter 2569. In fact, when the war demon had used the unstoppable calamity finger to repel Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang had used the flaming plume wings on Wu Wu Mo. The limitless fire demon's flaming plume wings used the 8 types of divine fires it controlled to unleash a nomological attack. This was a nomological power that surpassed ordinary demon spirit nomological power and reached the level of a demon monarch's nomological power, which was the grand elemental godly law. Generally speaking, Mo Xiaolang, who was only at the great perfection realm of the primal chaos demon realm, could not control such an attack. But he had done it. When Wu Wumo had gone to the eternal God domain, he had broken through the fundamental elimination technique and unleashed the limitless fire demon's nomological power, the limitless divine flame vortex. The vortex was a terrifying, destructive and tearing force, like a storm. And the limitless fire demon's vortex was a combination of 8 types of divine fires. It was a very powerful move of the limitless fire demon. In fact, when it had fought against Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen, the limitless fire demon had not been able to unleash this nomological power, as it lacked power. Boom! When Wu Wumo turned around, the sun-devouring dire wolf unfurled its 8 pairs of flaming plume wings and sped up. He had indeed used the limitless divine flame vortex right in front of Wu Wumo. The 8 types of divine fires stopped at 8 points, surrounding Wu Wumo Wang. Instantly, under the guidance of the nomological power, the 8 types of divine fires surged and swept through the heavens and earth. They began to collide, and in a short moment, the 8 types of divine fires fused together, forming a boundless sea of fire. The 8 colors of the sea of fire were very clear. As the flames burned, the fragmentary stars vanished, and the space around them distorted and shattered. If the everlasting God flame vortex had been used in the eternal life God domain, it would have destroyed billions of living beings. Unknowingly, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had reached a level that surpassed the eternal God domain. They were like gods, able to destroy the heavens and earth, call the wind and summon the rain, and control the fate of everyone. But now, there was a stronger opponent. Under Mo Xiaolang's control, the real infinite divine flame vortex was born. 8 kinds of divine flames revolved at a terrifying speed, and Wu and Mo were at the center of this vortex. As the vortex rotated, strong winds tore and everything was burned to ashes. Most importantly, the 8 kinds of divine flames rapidly merged with the vortex. Among the 8 types of divine flames, a 7-colored flame was born. It continued to spin, and in the end, the 7-colored flame completely transformed into a white color, rising to a whole new level. Its destructive power practically surpassed the sum of the 8 types of divine flames. Explode. The final manipulation was the ultimate power of the rules. Be it the rotation or the fusion, they were all condensed for this ultimate killing move. When he used the whirlpool to imprison Wu Wu and Wuma, Mo Xiaolang used all his strength to unleash the power of the 8 god kingdoms. Under his command, the white infinite divine flame vortex, which was tens of thousands of meters in diameter, suddenly exploded. What it produced was a devastating blow. Mo Xiaolang had used the exploding Inferno Demon's rules to make the infinite divine flame vortex explode even more fiercely. It was like a giant white beast that instantly devoured Wu Wu and Wuma, leaving nothing behind. The entire sky flickered with countless divine runes, suppressing Wu Wu and Wuma. You've surpassed my expectations. You've even used the Demon Lord's rules. Unfortunately, you're too weak. You can't kill me. Wu Wu's voice came from the center of the explosion. Sure enough, he broke all of Mo Xiaolang's rule attacks in a crushing manner. For example, at this moment, he once again used a stronger rule. Unbounded gate. Rumble. In the sky above the explosion, an illusory gate suddenly appeared. The gate flickered in and out of view, and was extremely grand, like a temple where the gods resided. Ancient stone steels stood beside the gate. Each stone stele was engraved with divine runes that contained the power of rules. They were the laws of the gods. Paltry tricks. This is the real invincible rule. Wu Wu and Wu Wu seemed to have vanished. The unbounded gate was like the gate to the heavenly palace, similar to Long Chen's Death World Dragon Gate. However, it was even more mysterious and terrifying. Open. Under the control of Wu and Wu Mo, the boundless gate opened. Behind the gate, Mo Xiaolang found it strange that there was indeed Wu, because there was nothing there. However, the limitless gate's frightening suction force had completely absorbed the explosive power of the limitless divine flame vortex. The instant it entered the limitless gate, all the power disappeared and turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the 8 natural laws of fire vanished, leaving only Mo Xiaolang facing the unbounded gate. Wu Wu and Wu Wu were nowhere to be seen. "Oh, is your brother fighting our 4th bro in the eternal life god domain? It's too bad your battle has to end first." Wu Wu Mo's shadow appeared beside the realmless gate. He smiled with incomparable pride, caressing the realmless gate, saying, "This is the most beautiful ending for all my opponents, unlike the war demon, who refined all his opponents into war demon heroic souls and imprisoned them for countless years. It seems like your ending is luckier than his. Come on up." Speaking up to hear, the boundless gate's devouring power had already taken effect on the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. The boundless gate was so vast, huge and terrifying. Moreover, it also possessed extreme power. This huge gap made it impossible for Mo Xiaolang to resist this devouring power. Although he was struggling, he still couldn't break free. At this rate, he would be dead within a few dozen breaths of time. The sun-devouring monstrous wolf struggled frantically. Layers of nomological power were unleashed. The nomological power that came from the inferno primordial great devil was unleashed by him one by one. However, it was useless. He couldn't escape the nomological power of the boundaryless gate. They were the laws of a higher level. Struggle, I love to see my prey struggling under the limitless gate. You look funny now, don't you think? Don't look at me with such ferocious eyes. Do you hate me that much? That's right, you should hate me. After all, we used a woman to force you. In the end, we didn't keep our promise and didn't return her to you." Wu Wu laughed heartily. He stretched out a hand and waved it, using the unbounded gate's power to suppress Mo Xiaolang again and again. The most unbearable thing for Mo Xiaolang was the current situation. He was powerless, and Yen Er's life and death were still unknown. He knew that Long Chen was still holding on, and he had told himself 10,000 times that he could not be defeated. Once one entered the limitless gate, then everything would become nothing. All of his hatred, and he wouldn't have a chance to take revenge. He couldn't imagine what would happen to that girl if she left him. Perhaps she was already dead, but Mo Xiaolang still owed her a promise, owed her a lifetime of happiness. This was the reason why Mo Xiaolang's eyes were red. His world was completely blood red, and Wu Wu Mo's laughter was getting more and more ear-piercing. "Look at your eyes, you seem to love that girl very much. Isn't love the most boring thing? As for her body, don't worry. My second sister has already modified and refined it into a primeval troll. With my second sister's protection, it will exist forever. Her ending was much better than yours. Who asked her to be so suitable for Devil Wa?" The bursts of laughter were getting more and more ear-piercing, more and more shameless. "That little girl is really timid. But she was afraid that we would hurt you, so she had the guts to make a promise with us. As long as she agreed to our conditions, we would let you go. But, we are the primordial devil clan, a clan that believes in evil. How could we keep our promise? Ignorant mortal, even if you become a devil spirit, you can't hide the fact that you are lowly. The real superior ones are us, natural-born fiend gods. You lied to her." Mo Xiaolang was about to go crazy. He could clearly feel that his emotions had reached a critical point, a point that he couldn't control. Before becoming a devil spirit, he was the same as other devils. But after passing through the fiend god calamity, he became very stable. He was a pure devil spirit, and his demonic nature had completely left him. But at this time, under the suppression of the limitless gate, this kind of devil star attacked again. Moreover, it was 1,000 times stronger than before, 10,000 times stronger. Yes, we lied to her. You mortals, even love is so lowly, isn't it? What are you doing? Offering? Huh, I really can't understand. What kind of idiot would put his life in the hands of another person? At this time, Wu Wu Mo had already pulled Mo Xiaolang to the edge of the limitless gate. As long as Mo Xiaolang lifted his head, he would see a world of nothingness. Anything that entered this world would disappear instantly, forever. Perhaps even Wu Mo was the same. Your end has come. Wu Mo stopped laughing and narrowed his eyes. Mo Xiaolang looked at his eyes. They were blood red. The sun-devouring demon wolf didn't struggle anymore. Under the limitless gate, Mo Xiaolang thought of Soyan's timid appearance. Ever since the desolate imperial domain, this girl had always followed him. She was so pure and sincere, silently protecting him, following him through life and death. But now, he had actually lost her. Unforgivable, unforgivable. At this time, tears of blood flowed out of Mo Xiaolang's eyes. Those tears of blood burned deep marks on his face. Starting from the tears of blood, lines of blood began to spread throughout his body, covering him in a blood net. He was no longer the same as before. He was transforming. The demonic nature that had disappeared after passing through the fiend god calamity had returned to his body. The thick aura of blood and evil instantly filled the sky. At this moment, he stared at Wu Mo with eyes that were like those of a devil, burning with thousands of flames. Huh? Wu Mo discovered that at this juncture, he was actually unable to throw Mo Xiaolang into the limitless gate. And at this time, he felt that this insignificant demon wolf was giving birth to a feeling that even he was afraid of. This should be an awakening. Chapter 2570. This is, in a trance, Wu Mo had an illusion that this sun-devouring demon wolf that he was about to throw into the limitless world and disappear was a higher-level life form. It's definitely an illusion. He didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. He knew that Mo Xiaolang was just an ordinary mortal spirit that only had the magical devouring ability. Even if he became a devil spirit now, it was impossible for him to surpass his level of existence. Because such a life form simply didn't exist. But why would the sun-devouring demon wolf have such a terrifying aura? Just as this thought appeared in Wu Mo's mind, he lost control of the limitless world gate. When the sun-devouring demon wolf broke free from the limitless world gate's control, all his anger and hatred rose to the extreme. The bloodline hidden deep in his body awakened and the mark in his bloodline was stimulated. The mysterious symbol surged towards the core of the world tree, carving an ancient, deep, and terrifying symbol into the black core. Just like what Mo Xiaolang was doing at this moment. His eyes burned with flames as he broke free from the limitless world gate. His body was already covered in a web of blood. Ao. At that moment, the wolf's howl shook the world. Wu Mo was a bit stunned by this howl. His intuition told him that Mo Xiaolang was in danger, but he wasn't willing to admit it, so his actions were slow. But in the end, he completely concealed himself and pushed the limitless world gate towards the sun-devouring demon wolf. Wherever it went, everything turned to nothingness. As the wolf howled, an ancient and domineering symbol was released from Mo Xiaolang's body. Fire. Forbidden domain. He didn't know where Wu Mo was at this moment, but he didn't need to know. In his eyes, on one side was his damned enemy, and on the other side was Soyan's gentle and sweet smile. This huge gap gave him a strong impact. It made him want to force all his power out of his body. In that instant, the sun-devouring demon wolf's black fur began to burn. Each fur was burning with a different flame. These were all the flames he had devoured since the beginning. There were tens of thousands of them, some strong, some weak. Even the weak ones could transform under the support of his powerful strength. Tens of thousands of types of flames were released at once, breaking through the realmless gate and sweeping out in all directions. In a short moment, they covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters in hell. Among them were 8 types of divine flames, but their might was much stronger than the limitless divine flame vortex. Found you, all of a sudden, Wu Mo heard Mo Xiaolang's voice, which sounded like it was right beside his ear. How is this possible? His law of nothingness allowed him to truly turn into nothingness. Only god-fiends who transcended his law of nothingness could discover him. How could Mo Xiaolang know? At this moment, countless flames gathered towards Wu Wumo. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded him. Tens of thousands of types of flames formed countless layers, trapping Wu Wumo in the core. In reality, it wasn't that Mo Xiaolang had surpassed his law of nothingness. Instead, he had used his intuition to find Wu Wumo's approximate location. Coupled with the huge range of the flames, it wasn't too difficult to surround him. This was the fire-forbidden zone. Flames weren't the most terrifying attack. Although Wu Wumo was currently being burned to the extreme by the endless flames, making it difficult for him to break out, it wasn't enough to threaten his life. Therefore, Wu Wumo didn't panic. Instead, he sneered. As expected, although he looks terrifying, he's actually just a dabbler. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to charge out of the flames, he didn't know that the flames surrounding him were actually undergoing an irreversible change. Tens of thousands of flames originally covered the entire starry sky. After surrounding Wu Wumo, they formed a flame lotus with countless colors. Wu Wumo was somewhere in this flame lotus. Then, this flame lotus shrank at a terrifying speed. Wu Wumo couldn't feel this shrinkage. From his perspective, everything was still normal. He was trying to break out of the encirclement. However, in Mo Xiaolang's eyes, the once towering flames had shrunk to the size of a human head in the blink of an eye, while Wu Wumo had shrunk to the size of an ant in the flames. However, he still couldn't feel any change. This was the power that Mo Xiaolang's awakened bloodline brought to him when he was furious. The sun-devouring demon wolf didn't hesitate. It went forward and swallowed Wu Wumo the moment he crawled out of the flames. What Wu Wumo saw was a giant beast with hair that was countless times larger than him. At that moment, he was completely stunned. How could he become so big? He didn't know that he had been fused with the flames by Mo Xiaolang's hidden sacred art. He had become one with the flames and then shrunk. Only an extremely profound law could give birth to such power. When Wu Wumo was at his most shocked, the flame lotus entered a pitch-black world. It wasn't just Mo Xiaolang's abdomen, but a world of devouring. Just like the limitless world and death world, it was an unexplainable world. But after entering, he couldn't come out. "Boss, save me, save me." Finally, from Mo Xiaolang's mouth came Wu Wumo's most horrified voice after entering his abdomen. He must have heard something that could terrify him to the extreme, so he let out such a miserable scream. Mo Xiaolang. The last three words became softer and softer until they disappeared. In truth, even Mo Xiaolang didn't know where Wu Wumo went after being devoured by his fire-forbidden domain. This was different from devouring flames. When he devoured flames, he directly digested them. Fire-forbidden domain was a sacred art that he had awakened in his bloodline under the limitless gate. It was a power that belonged to his bloodline. He didn't know why this awakening happened. At that time, he had counterattacked in a state of extreme anger. And at this moment, Mo Xiaolang couldn't believe that Wu Wumo had already disappeared from this world. His voice didn't appear again. Everything seemed to have become deathly silent. The bloodlines on Mo Xiaolang's body gradually disappeared. The blood in his eyes also faded. The boiling blood and the law imprints that covered his body also quickly faded. He turned back into human form, as if nothing had happened. At this time, his mind also regained clarity. Wu Wumo. He didn't dare to believe that in his rage, he had undergone such a transformation. He had even awakened some sort of law or divine ability power. He had fused the boundless demon with the flames and swallowed it into his stomach, but the boundless demon wasn't in his stomach at this time, but he should have entered Long Chen's death world and disappeared forever. Big brother. What Mo Xiaolang didn't know was that when he completed the devouring of the fire-forbidden domain, Long Chen had just sent War Devil to the death world. At this time, Long Chen was rushing towards him. Long Chen knew very well why he had dealt with War Devil, but Mo Xiaolang was still a little confused. But one thing was certain. If he wanted to use the fire-forbidden domain, he should be able to do so. As for the magical world that appeared in his stomach, perhaps he would never know what it was. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in front of him. "Where's Wu Wu Mo?" Long Chen asked anxiously. Mo Xiaolang said in disbelief, "Just now. I seem to have awakened an attack method and swallowed him. But now, he has completely disappeared. It's not that he is using Wu Wu Mo, but that he really doesn't exist." Oh. Long Chen naturally knew that the more Mo Xiaolang's sun-devouring fiend wolf body improved, the more miraculous it became. Of course, he wouldn't forget the carvings of the sky-swallowing race in the battlefield of gods. There was a carving similar to the sun-devouring fiend wolf. But it didn't matter. He only needed to know that Mo Xiaolang had partially broken free from the world's laws. That was already very heaven-defying. He was happy that he could defeat Wu Wu Mo. Where's War Devil? Mo Xiaolang was more surprised by Long Chen. In their opinion, they couldn't defeat War Devil and Wu Wu Mo. "I sent him to the death world," Long Chen said with a bitter smile. Unexpectedly, the two of them had completed the most difficult battle. In God Nation, everyone couldn't believe it either. This was an unimaginable surprise. So much so that they were completely shocked. The two of them are truly unbelievable. Li Tianlan muttered. It has always been like this. Do they have to suffer such miraculous defeats to become their opponents? Ling Huang was the same, and so were all their previous opponents. Not only had they defeated more than 30 primeval troll, but they had also defeated War Devil and Wu Wu Mo. Perhaps, if there are still people who can survive in this world, there will still be people who will take delight in talking about today's legend after countless years. But no matter how happy and excited they were, no one would forget that War Devil and Wu Wu Mo were only the weakest of the 5 demons. They still had the most terrifying opponents to deal with. Against these two, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had obviously reached the limit of their limits. Everyone had fought alongside Long Chen, so they naturally knew how difficult and terrifying Long Chen's battle against War Devil had been. The people who had died were the best proof. Although everyone in the Eternal God realm still had faith in Long Chen himself was the least confident right now. Fighting War Devil had used up all of his luck and miracles, and Mo Xiaolang's battle against Wu Wu Mo was the same. If he had to face Emperor Sakya, Demon Hua, and Era Demon now, he was afraid. Let's go, big brother. But no matter what, they had to face them. For the promise he made to his father, to repay the faith of all living beings, to fulfill his vow to Lingxi, to save Sui Yan. Chapter 2571. Mo Xiaolang didn't have as many reasons as Long Chen to fight the remaining 3 demons head-on. However, he only needed one reason. And that reason was Sui Yan. He almost obsessively believed that Sui Yan wasn't dead. She must still exist. Otherwise, he would have been heartbroken. Perhaps their love wasn't as vigorous as Long Chen's and Lingxi's, but the love in his heart wasn't any less than Long Chen's for Lingxi. There was no comparison. Sui Yan was the reason he broke the Demon Star's seal in the first place. He was even willing to give up on the common people to save her. Now, he had no reason to escape. Their opponents were becoming more and more terrifying. And this was the last step. It was also the most impossible step. The experts of God Nation and everyone in the Eternal God realm were also shocked by the legend they'd created. They revered them like gods. But they also understood that there were 3 even more terrifying existences. They might be the pinnacle that the entire dragon sacrificial realm couldn't surpass. To be able to send a former demon king to another world was already going against the heavens. Although the remaining 3 were several times more terrifying, the people didn't know how big the gap was. They only knew that Long Chen would protect them. That was enough. It was this will and the will of all living beings that allowed Long Chen to maintain his strongest fighting state. They must be extremely angry. They're prepared to break the heaven burial crystal coffins at all costs. Long Chen guessed as he headed deeper into the Demon Star. This advance was the last chance for them to give up on escaping and bravely face a battle that was almost impossible to win. This wasn't the time to think about whether it was worth it or not. In the blink of an eye, they saw 3 heaven burial crystal coffins. They hadn't been broken yet, and they floated in the air. The largest crystal coffin was in the center, and the other 2 crystal coffins served it like maids. Demonic energy surged inside the coffins, bearing the wrath of the 3 demons. Boom! Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang stopped in front of the 3 crystal coffins, their eyes sharp and fearless. Boom boom boom. 3 crystal coffins were erected at the same time. The 3 sky demons faced Long Chen through the crystal coffin lids. On the far left was a stunning blue-haired woman. Her figure was enchanting and alluring. She was a peerless beauty in the mortal world. Her beauty was unrivaled in the world and her temperament was transcendent. Every detail of her could be said to be perfect to the extreme. On the far right was an icy cold young woman. She had the body of a human and the tail of a snake, and her expression was cold and cruel. Even though they were separated by the crystal coffin, one could still sense the vast devilish qi from the primeval times. She was Devil Hua. At the very center was the largest crystal coffin, and Diyu was floating in it. Of course, although he looked like Diyu, he was not that ignorant and arrogant child from back then. Instead, he was a peerless heavenly devil who had dominated the world. He was like a pure youth, peaceful and calm. From his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was a devil. He was the epic sky devil. Charming, cold, and calm. The 5 of them faced each other. First, Shui Lanyan shook her head and said, "The 3 of you have already surprised the 3 of us. We can't describe it with words. It's true that we admire the 2 of you very much. But tell me, how are we going to settle the score with you?" She was not very angry, but the murderous intent in her voice was obvious. She was a woman who always kept a smile on her face, but her heart was full of tricks that ordinary people could not guess. The 3 crystal coffins were currently trembling. "I forgot to tell you. In the final 4 hours, our 3 crystal coffins will shatter. At that time, I really look forward to seeing what interesting things will happen. Of course, before that, you can also give it a try and see if you can use the same method to send us pitiful people who are still trapped in the heaven burial crystal coffins to the world of death." In fact, what Shui Lanyan said was the only thought in Long Chen's mind. He knew that they were still trapped in the heaven burial crystal coffins. Once they came out, with their strength that was much stronger than the war devil and the limitless demon, they could send him to hell with one move if they wanted to deal with him seriously. It was only possible before they could escape. "Thank you for the reminder." Long Chen did as he said. He would not be frightened by Shui Lanyan and not try, even though he knew that the possibility of this only hope was quite low. He and Mo Xiaolang were both prepared. Long Chen would use the strengthened Death Realm Dragon Gate again, while Mo Xiaolang would use the Fire Forbidden Realm. They instantly separated. For this moment, everyone held their breath. Long Chen's target was Shui Lanyan, while Mo Xiaolang's target was not Demon Hua, but Ji Yuan Demon. The Death Realm Dragon Gate and the Fire Forbidden Realm were activated at almost the same time. Under the summon of Long Chen's divine ability, the Death Realm Dragon Gate opened wide once again. It floated above Shui Lanyan, completely enveloping Shui Lanyan's crystal coffin. Shui Lanyan was completely imprisoned by the deathly aura. Of course, he couldn't feel the vastness of the deathly aura inside the crystal coffin. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang used the Fire Forbidden Realm again. In his normal state, this move was not as powerful as before, but it was still difficult to wrap around a coffin. Under the Death Realm Dragon Gate, the origin dragon souls in the mouths of the 10 old dragons appeared again. Under Long Chen's expectant gaze, they rushed towards Shui Lanyan. This was what everyone was looking forward to. At this moment, Long Chen had used all his strength to the limit. However, Shui Lanyan seemed to be watching a show from the beginning. When the power of the 10 divine dragons wrapped around the crystal coffin, the heaven burial crystal coffin seemed to be under attack. It suddenly trembled and released thousands of sharp, icy chi that instantly pierced through the surroundings. The 10 origin dragon souls were actually scattered and returned to the Death Realm Dragon Gate. The Death Realm Dragon Gate closed. Long Chen was seriously injured, and his strength was affected. As expected, the Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin is a terrifying destinable divine artifact. You cannot touch it. Moreover, after millions of years, their destinable spirits might be in deep slumber, or they might have been replaced by these demons. The old dragon explained. This meant that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had failed. From the looks of it, their only option was to wait for them to break the Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin and then fight them to the death, just like how they had defeated the War Demon and Wu Demon. However, was it possible for the same miracle to happen twice or thrice? Presumably, the stronger Emperor Sakya, Demon Hua, and Epic Sky Demon would not make such a stupid and low-level mistake. As for the War Demon and Wu Demon, they had always crushed their opponents. If it wasn't for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's counterattacks suddenly reversing at the moment of death, they wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Shui Lanyan smiled and said, "You guys are really pitiful. You can only wait for us to come out. As for your fate, it should be decided by my big brother." Of course, all living beings in the dragon sacrificial great world are destined to leave this world. As she said this, she looked at Epic Sky Demon. In their group, Epic Sky Demon had a very high position. When Shui Lanyan looked at him, her gaze was very respectful. She didn't seem to understand what this emotionless man was going to do. At that moment, the Heaven Burial Crystal Coffin in the center moved. It wasn't very fast, but the upright coffin moved toward Long Chen. The image of Emperor Rain grew clearer and clearer in his eyes. Long Chen was on high alert, and his mind was working very fast. Unfortunately, there was no way he could overcome the difference in strength between them. However, the crystal coffin passed right by them and headed toward the Eternal God domain. It wasn't moving very fast, so Long Chen and Shui Lanyan didn't have time to stop it. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't be able to block the frigid energy of the crystal coffin. If they got too close, they might be pierced through. "What's that supreme primeval sky demon trying to do?" the old dragon asked curiously. Devil Hua followed behind Ji Heaven Devil without saying a word. She was right behind Ji Heaven Devil, and Shui Lanyan was right behind them as well. They were headed for the Eternal God domain. Long Chen obviously knew that he couldn't let them go there. If they broke free there, they could devour large numbers of living beings at any time. He and Mo Xiaolang quickly stood in front of them. "Little guy, it's useless. We can't attack you right now. If I were you, I'd definitely run away, as far away as possible. That way, it'll be a bit more difficult for us to get revenge in the future." Shui Lanyan blinked her charming eyes, her beautiful face full of smiles. It was impossible to tell that she was thinking about revenge. Perhaps to devils, sibling relationships weren't that important. Once Long Chen got close, no matter what he did, the crystal coffin would attack him and tear apart his defenses. "It's useless. The crystal coffin will think you're an enemy trying to save them." The old dragon sighed. If he couldn't stop them, he wouldn't be able to stop them from going to the Eternal God domain. Long Chen's mind was in chaos. He tried a few times, but even the strengthened version of the Death Realm Dragon Gate didn't work. Nothing else would work either. There was nothing he could do to stop the three of them. Everyone in the God Nation understood that, despite all the miracles they'd created, there would always be an end. Perhaps this was the end. It was already a miracle that they'd managed to send away 2 devil kings. Long Chen tried for 2 hours, but to no avail. They were moving faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, they were in the center of the Eternal God domain, where the Spirit God domain, the Dragon God domain, and the Demon God domain intersected. 3 crystal coffins crashed into the ground. Rumble. The Eternal Life God domain was shaking violently, and heaven and earth were collapsing. Mountains and rivers were collapsing, and countless tempests swept out, killing many people. Chapter 2572. Every living being in the eternal life God realm felt their hearts leap to their throats. After experiencing so many tribulations, everyone calmed down in the face of death. They knew that death was inevitable, and that it was difficult for them to feel fear. After all, even if they didn't die here, they would eventually die in the 18 major tribulations. That was what made people in the eternal God domain different from others. Many people didn't fear death in the end. They rose to their feet and looked in the direction of the center of the eternal God domain. They knew that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were doing everything in their power to stop them. The only thing they could do was to help Long Chen with his thoughts. The never-ending stream of goodwill gave Long Chen strength and courage. From the start of the Devil Star calamity until now, everyone had long been scared out of their wits. This was especially so after the War Devil. Millions of people had died. Many people had seen their companions and loved ones being devoured by the War Devil with their own eyes. However, they were no longer afraid. "What do we do, big bro?" Mo Xiaolang's voice was hoarse. Unlike Long Chen, he didn't have the goodwill of the masses. He was exhausted, but the 3 crystal coffins didn't budge at all. The 3 crystal coffins were embedded deep into the ground, and the 3 primeval troll sovereigns were lying within them. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. Long Chen had done everything he could, but he knew that doing anything right now would be futile. It would be better to rest up and wait for the others to show up. "Everyone, please take care of yourselves." Long Chen didn't know what to say. He knew that even if everyone did their best to protect themselves, they wouldn't be able to escape. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were fixed on Devil Wadevil. To him, that was more important than anything else. "In the God Kingdom," Lingxi said, "relax, Chen. We're all here, and we'll live and die together. No matter what happens, I'll be with you until the end. Do you remember the first time we met?" Long Chen relaxed a little and said, "Of course I remember. I will never forget it." At that time, Lingxi was still in the Lingxi sword. She was a slightly unruly little girl, but she had a kind heart. "After so many years, I must have felt that my life was picked up by you. So, I am already satisfied to have everything I have today. My only regret is that I couldn't bring this child into this world." At this point, her eyes flickered with tears, but she quickly wiped them away and said, "So, you don't have to be nervous, but you can be braver. It's no big deal, just do what you want to do the most, and that will be enough." She was a woman who would unswervingly support Long Chen no matter what. "All right. Less pressure, more courage." In this way, Long Chen relaxed. He had no confidence, but he was confident. This was his best state. At that moment, the largest crystal coffin began to melt. It completely melted, and not shattered like when War Devil and No Devil broke free. Era Sky Fiend appeared in this world. He was still very quiet, and the surrounding demonic energy had all disappeared. This made him look like a boy next door, completely different from the Demon King. He reached out and Devil Hua and Shui Lanyan's crystal coffins also disappeared. 3 terrifying troll devils were born in the heart of the eternal God domain. Shui Lanyan and Devil Hua stood guard at Epic Skydevil's sides with great respect. Hell Fiend Sakia was even more enchanting, while Devil Hua was colder. However, her snake tail that could change colors at any time was constantly affecting Mo Xiaolang's eyes, making them redder and redder. Devil Hua suddenly moved, heading towards Long Chen and Shui Lanyan. Her monstrous killing intent manifested at this moment. Long Chen and Shui Lanyan felt the entire world change. The heaven and earth fell into darkness, and the feeling of death was so clear at this moment. Sure enough, even Devil Hua, who ranked second, was stronger than War Devil and Wu Wu. Long Chen remembered that War Devil seemed to have said that at her peak, Devil Hua was at the ultimate realm of Taisher God Realm while they were at the initial realm of Taisher God Realm. The gap was indeed huge. As soon as they attacked, their levels were different. But at this moment, Era Sky Fiend actually stopped Devilwa. He reached out and suppressed all of Devilwa's killing intent. "Big brother, I'll go kill them," Devilwa said gloomily. Era Sky Fiend smiled and said, "No." This puzzled Devilwa. She said, "You want to do it yourself? They don't have the qualifications for you to do it." Shui Lanyan giggled and said, "How stupid. Big brother definitely doesn't want to kill them." She was smart enough to guess Era Skyfiend's thoughts. Devilwa's killing intent was all focused on Shui Lanyan. Shui Lanyan took a few steps back and shut her mouth. Although she didn't like Devilwa, she had to admit that she wasn't as strong as her. It was just that she didn't understand why Era Sky Fiend would have such thoughts. Didn't he say that these two are the founders of a new era with heaven-defying providence? I should either kill them quickly or stay away. As Shui Lanyan muttered to herself, Era Sky Fiend was already facing Longchen. Longchen heard their conversation. This was the time when he was most confused and most vigilant. It was very likely that the next moment would be an irreversible battle to the death. Era Sky Fiend spoke softly, but his words reached the ears of billions of beings in the eternal life divine realm. He was deliberately letting everyone hear him. "Longchen, Mo Shaolang, let's make a deal. How about it?" This made Longchen's heart tremble. He knew that if they fought now, only death would await them. Miracles wouldn't happen again. Could this deal be a turning point? All living beings in the world were waiting for Ji Yuan Sky Devil to continue. "What do you say?" Longchen responded. At the same time, everyone in the divine nation was discussing it. No one understood what this terrifying Era Sky Fiend was thinking. Thinking about how this was an existence on the same level as the number one god of the primeval times, Di Jun. Everyone's scalp went numb. Era Sky Fiend said calmly, "I can tell you that the three of us need to devour you, the eternal life divine realm, and all the beings on the draconic sacrificial continent effortlessly. If you don't believe me, I can let you experience it right now." "What's the point of saying all this?" Longchen responded. Era Sky Fiend said, "This is the premise of the deal. You have to admit it." If Longchen didn't admit it, he'd prove it to him. This deal had to be unfair, because the three devils controlled their lives and everything else. "What's the deal?" Longchen wasn't in a hurry to argue with him. The content was what he wanted to know the most. G Primordial Sky Devil said very calmly, "The five of us brothers have stayed by each other's side for tens of millions of years. Devils don't have feelings, but you were able to subdue them in a situation of equal strength, which I greatly admire. The content of the transaction is that if you agree to sign the Giant Devil contract with me, henceforth becoming part of my ancient Giant Devil race and being loyal to me, replacing War Devil and Woo Woo Devil, then I will immediately take you away from Dragon Sacrificial Continent, never to invade this place again." This sentence was for everyone in the world to hear. This trade caused everyone to be in an uproar. In truth, most of the living beings were already prepared to die. No one had expected things to develop to such a degree. Although they did not know what the other party was talking about, it sounded like it was not something simple. Longchen and Mo Shaolang were also shocked. This deal was very frightening to them. First, the temptation was too great. Second, they only needed to pay the price. In fact, if Longchen and Mo Xiaolang's deaths were exchanged for the survival of this world, they would certainly agree without hesitation. They were only one life, and compared to trillions of lives, they had no choice. But following Era Sky Fiend from now on sounded a bit strange. Longchen asked, "What's the troll contract?" Era Sky Fiend said, "It's the highest law of my primordial demon race. After signing, it must be carried out. If there's even the slightest bit of disobedience, the law will kill you on the spot. After signing, you'll become a primeval troll. At the same time, you'll be loyal to me, and I must abide by my promise not to destroy the draconic sacrificial world." While Era Sky Fiend was speaking, Longchen also took the opportunity to ask the Supreme Deity Emperor Halberd. The old dragon was even more shocked. I didn't expect this guy to really appreciate you. He even took out the troll contract. Although I don't know much about it, the troll contract is indeed the highest law of the primeval troll race. After signing, both parties can't reverse it. Under the power of the troll contract, your body and soul will change, and you'll take the place of War Demon and Woo Woo Demon. But Era Sky Fiend will also be bound by the power of the law. In other words, the troll contract is the most astonishing power of the primeval troll race. Even Era Sky Fiends at their peak will be bound. In other words, what Era Sky Fiend said was true, Big Brother, but Demon Wa wanted to say something but stopped. She, too, had great doubts. She wanted to kill Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang because of fear and hatred. The fear surpassed hatred because Era Skyfiend's evaluation of them was too high. Shut up. You should know what Big Brother is thinking. As long as we sign the troll contract, these two heaven-defying characters will be under Big Brother's control forever. In this world, there is no existence that can surpass the troll contract. Shui Lanyan smiled faintly. All of this was waiting for Long Chen to make a decision. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying choice of his life. Era Skyfiend continued, as long as you agree, we can take you and leave this world immediately. As for the troll contract, I will sign it with you after I recover my strength. If that was the case, this world wouldn't need to be destroyed. Long Chen gritted his teeth, withstood the endless pressure, and asked, then, I have one last question. If you don't devour this place, how will you recover your strength? Shui Lanyan laughed first. Fool, do you think you're the only world in the endless starry sky? Of course we have countless choices. In the endless starry sky, all worlds coexisted. Long Chen fell into deep thought. Chapter 2573. Demons had no emotions. That was why even though Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had sent the War Demon and Nameless Demon to the eternal cage-like world, the Epic Sky Demon and the other two hadn't been angry, only fearful. But now, the Epic Sky Demon had cleverly changed this fear and poked at Long Chen's weak spot. The reason he had let everyone hear his words was to put enormous pressure on Long Chen, forcing him to make a decision. They didn't destroy this dragon sacrificial world, but they'll destroy other worlds. The troll contract, these inconceivable things were entangled in Long Chen's mind. He absolutely didn't doubt the power of the troll contract. Even the old dragon had said that it was the highest law of the primeval troll race, and that after signing it, even the Epic Sky Demon at his peak would be restricted. And since this Epic Sky Demon had the confidence to use the troll contract to bind himself, it meant that as long as he signed it, he would have the bloodline of the primeval troll, and at the same time, be absolutely loyal to the Epic Sky Demon. I have to say, this is a pretty terrible outcome. Long Chen knew it very well. But no matter how terrible the outcome was, it couldn't compare to seeing his home, his family, friends, and lovers destroyed. This was the world where Long Chen was born, the place his father wanted to protect. Starting from Poplar Town, he had left behind countless memories and nostalgia, as well as the lovely people who were all very kind and friendly. Even the Dragon Emperor and the great demon lords in God Nation were all seniors he respected. No one wanted to be devoured by these three demons. Death and being devoured were the end of eternity for many people. The reason why Long Chen had ventured deep into the demon star, fought until now was only for one reason, and that was to survive, to allow everyone to survive, to prevent the destruction of this world. There were too many precious things here that he couldn't abandon. Demons had no emotions, but every living being had deep emotions. Everyone had their own family and friends, they had their own attachment and memories. Through the 10 billion divine palaces, Long Chen could see their faces filled with longing. He could see the fear underneath their strong will, and he could see their reluctance to part with this world. You have to think it through. In this world, there are trillions of living beings, and their lives are in your hands. You fought until today, and didn't you risk your life to live for them? I'll give you a way out. As long as you surrender, you can complete your mission and save your people. The epic sky demon said calmly. He was a very ambitious person. He knew that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were born in the dragon sacrificial world, and that they were likely to be the hope of this world's rise again. He valued these two immensely, but he was also more confident in the giant devil contract, which was why he made this decision. Right now, billions of people were waiting for Long Chen's decision. They didn't think that the epic sky demon would joke with them. Moreover, he didn't want Long Chen to sign the giant devil contract, but to go to a new world and wait for the three of them to recover their strength. How terrifying was the epic sky demon! The war devil had scared the living daylights out of everyone in the eternal god domain, and this was their boss. Before he'd been imprisoned, he'd fought the #1 god of the primeval times, Di Jun, the devil emperor. He was a peak expert among gods and devils. In the god kingdom, the dragon emperors exchanged glances. The eternal dragon emperor said, "Don't agree yet. Maybe this epic sky demon isn't confident in beating you, so he's tricking you. We need to test their strength first. When there's no hope." He didn't know what to do when the time came. That's impossible. The epic sky demon is also exhausted, but he's still a demon. As long as he's not dead, he'll be 10 times stronger than the war devil, even if his power is exhausted. He just hasn't made a move yet, but once he does, no one will be able to stop him. Even Emperor Sakya Hell Demon was once a complete stage Grand Origin demon, the old dragon explained. Yang Yu and Lingxi were very conflicted. They had two choices. One was the destruction of all life, and the other was Long Chen becoming a primeval troll. Neither was a good outcome for them, and they couldn't bear to part with it. Yang Yu said, "Chen, don't think too much. Just follow your heart. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you." Lingxi didn't say anything, but the look in her eyes decided everything. Hearing what Yang Yu said, everyone nodded, no longer affecting Long Chen. Their eyes were moist. Even if they had lived for tens of thousands of years, they still couldn't control their emotions, because they knew that if they were faced with such a choice, it would be extremely painful. No one was willing to lose themselves and become someone else's subordinate. But even more so, no one could watch as their home was destroyed, and trillions of lives turned into food. After being devoured, their souls would never be at peace, and they would live in eternal pain without doing anything. Being devoured by a primeval troll was the most tragic outcome. In that case, their souls would be in endless pain, and it wouldn't be as simple as death. If Long Chen refused, then what he feared the most from the beginning might happen. Then, everyone's ending might be even more tragic than the primeval troll who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Endless death, darkness, and pain. They would never be able to free themselves from it. As long as one was human, they would be afraid. Long Chen could feel their deep fear of being devoured. He could feel their thirst for life and survival. Everyone had the same thirst, even Long Chen himself. If I agree, I still have a chance before signing the troll contract. This is like stalling. Moreover, Xiaolang, to be honest, Long Chen knew that this was the perfect way out that the Era Demon had given him. There was no other ending, so it was better than this choice. Of course, all of this was built on the premise that the Era Demon now far surpassed Long Chen, and could kill them at any time. At the most tense moment in the world, the Era Demon asked, "Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, have you made your decision?" The Era Demon was in the middle, simple and pure. On the left was Emperor Sakya, charming and enchanting. On the right was Demon Hua, cold and indifferent. In a team of 3, their strength was extraordinary. Long Chen's eyes trembled slightly. He clenched his fists and said word by word, "How can I believe that you can defeat the two of us? Just because of this." At this moment, in that split second, Long Chen's side shook. Demon Hua had disappeared, but a terrifying power came from beside him. It was Demon Hua. Long Chen saw that she was incredibly fast, and had already used her slender snake tail to burn Mo Xiaolang. Her human body was behind Mo Xiaolang, and under her control, Mo Xiaolang couldn't move. It seemed like a simple binding, but in fact, she was controlling Mo Xiaolang's life. With Demon Wa's great power, she could tear Mo Xiaolang apart at any time. Mo Xiaolang struggled, but he soon gave up. Big brother, she's several times stronger than Wu Wu Mo. My fire-forbidden domain shouldn't be able to handle her, Mo Xiaolang said honestly. His life was now in her hands. She was Suyin. For him, this beloved woman was right behind him. She seemed to be within his reach, but at the same time, she was thousands of miles away from him. Perhaps he felt more uncomfortable than Long Chen, but Mo Xiaolang's purpose was very clear. He didn't care about anything. If there was a chance to follow Demon Wa, he would not give it up. He was just waiting for Long Chen's decision. Big brother. Under Demon Wa's cold control, Mo Xiaolang pursed his lips. His eyes expressed his decision. He had decided to follow Demon Wa. He believed that one day, he would find the one he loved. You're the only one left. Do you need me to cover up and see if I can kill you? It was unknown when Aqua Lanyan had turned into a plume of blue smoke, wandering around Long Chen and blocking all of Long Chen's escape routes. They were really strong, just as the old dragon had said. In fact, Long Chen had long known that War Devil and Wu Wu Mo were the limits of their limits. At this moment, Celestial Devil Ji stretched out his hand. There seemed to be countless silk threads extending from his hand. At least 100 million lives were connected by these silk threads and controlled by them. Each of them was in extreme pain, kneeling on the ground with demonic energy surging around them. Believe it or not, with just a thought from my big brother, these 100 million lives would enter his stomach. Aqua Lanyan giggled. Among these 100 million lives, there were Goddess Heart whom Long Chen knew, the 10 people who had saved his life before. There were also some human friends he knew, such as the War Dragon clan of Slaughter Dragon City. Those young faces were trembling in pain. No one had forced Long Chen to make this choice, and they couldn't say anything. However, they were weak and could only be manipulated. They couldn't resist. Master, we're not afraid of death. Don't give in. The young people of the War Dragon clan of Slaughter Dragon City said to Long Chen. They were young, hot-blooded, and had limitless possibilities. Goddess Heart was a group of 10 kind sisters. They were united and friendly, and they didn't deserve to die. Each of these 100 million lives had their own story and loved ones. None of them deserved to die. Long Chen could make sure they didn't die. His final struggle was to prove to Celestial Devil that in this final battle, he and Mo Xiaolang had no chance of winning. If they chose to resist, all lives would be destroyed. Celestial Devil Ji had done it. Whether it was for the greater good, or because he wanted to be a hero, or because he didn't care, he had made his choice. He said, I agree to abide by your promise. He said these words in the most indifferent tone, but he used all of his strength to say it. No problem. Chapter 2574. He had agreed to the deal. Had it been anyone else in Long Chen's position, they might have also made the same choice. After all, they had finally had a choice. If the Era Sky Demon hadn't thought that way, the Dragon Sacrificial Great Realm might not even have had a choice. But even so, they still didn't know how they should feel. In fact, from the moment the Demon Star's seal was broken, almost all living beings had already accepted their fate. Especially when the War Demon had reached the Eternal Sacred Realm, he had truly displayed his terror. But right before death, such a situation had appeared. They had used their eternal freedom and were even willing to degenerate their bloodlines to save the lives of trillions of living beings. By making such a decision, they had used their determination to subdue all living beings in the world. In fact, even if Long Chen hadn't made such a choice, all living beings in the world would have admired him to the extreme. This silence lasted for a very long time. In the end, it was Long Chen who broke it. Brothers, sisters, elders, and children, although we have persevered for a very long time and defeated many opponents, we have to admit that the two of us have lost. Because of this, we are willing to pay the price and leave this place with them. From now on, I wish you all peace and prosperity, and that the eternal sacred realm and the dragon sacrificial continent may last for eternity. At this moment, whether he was a hero or whether he had conquered everyone wasn't important. What was important was that everything he had decided was based on his heart. In this way, no matter what the outcome was, he wouldn't regret it. At least before signing the giant demon contract, he still had a chance. Even after that, he still had a chance. As long as he grew stronger quickly and one time, the current era sky demon hadn't reached a level that they had no hope of surpassing in their entire lives. Now that he had been taken away, he would definitely return if he had the chance. Of course, he knew these words in his heart. It was good that he understood them. The people of the world would also understand them, and they would wait for Long Chen's return. To let this world last for eternity was Long Chen's deepest wish. At this moment, many people who were not afraid of death shed tears of pain. They all had the same desire and passion. The entire world, after hearing Long Chen's words, gathered together like never before. No one said a word. Their eyes were filled with sincerity and respect for Long Chen. Long Chen could sense the power of faith from them, and was growing stronger and stronger. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he reached the level of the 9 palaces tribulation, or even true godly ascension. Next, it might be a battle of wits and courage with this era sky demon. Since that's the case, then it's settled. I'll take the two of you away from this world and bid you farewell. You'll never be able to return to this place. Heavenly Fiend Ji said. Farewell. In the God Kingdom, even the Dragon Emperor and the Great Demon Lord had tears on their faces. They felt that this young man should not bear all of this. From a long time ago, they had respected this young man very much. Now that they were faced with such a situation, this world can last for eternity because you and your brother exchanged everything for it. At this time, I won't say anything more. Long Chen, remember not to lose yourself. You must come back. All of us are waiting for your return. Our world can wait for you for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, the violent blood dragon emperor said tearfully. He had already said what everyone wanted to say. Long Chen's eyes swept over and finally saw Lingxi. She was his biggest fetter. He and Mo Xiaolang didn't know if they would survive this trip. Kitten was still in a deep sleep. Long Chen didn't intend to let him take the risk with him. And now that Lingxi was pregnant, she shouldn't accompany Long Chen on this road of no return. Anyone with a rational mind would know that Lingxi should stay in this world and wait for her return. But most of the time, rationality couldn't resist emotion. Lingxi's eyes were red, but she didn't cry. She was very determined and said, "You once said that you wouldn't leave me alone again. You went to the Demon Star, which was already an exception. If you leave me here this time, I'll seek death." Long Chen's heart trembled fiercely. In his heart, he really wanted Lingxi to live a good life here, but at this moment, he couldn't say it. Rationality couldn't control him. Love wasn't such a simple thing. Since he had decided on this woman, no matter how terrible the situation was, he should be with her for the rest of his life. Lingxi didn't find it troublesome or scary, and he didn't want to never see her again. "Let's go together." Long Chen smiled and gave her the best and most resolute answer. And at this moment, Lingxi finally couldn't stop crying. This was the greatest respect that Long Chen had given her. As for Yang Yu, this broken world needed her. "Aunt Yu, it's just a change of battlefield. I'll rush back as fast as I can. This is my route. I can't leave this world for the rest of my life." He wouldn't give in so easily. Since the epic sky demon had given him a chance, he would be a fool not to take it. This battle wasn't over. For Long Chen, it was just a change of battlefield, a battle in another world. Once the battle was over, he would definitely rush back at top speed, because there were still many unresolved matters here. He wanted to know whether Long Qinglan was dead or alive, he wanted to know about the extinction of the ancestral dragon, he wanted to know about the immortal's corpse under the deity sea, and he wanted to know about the origin dragon palace. All these needed his answers. Take care. Long Chen sent the Dragon Emperor, the Great Demon Lord, the Sea Emperor, and the Holy Sorcerer out of the God Nation, except for Lingxi. As for Kitten, after thinking for a while, Long Chen still let him stay. After all, they were brothers, and he couldn't not respect him. Now, many people were gathering here. The atmosphere was bleak. Boring feelings. Demon Hua curled her slender snake tail and snorted coldly. The epic sky demon looked at Long Chen and said, "Well then, let's go." This endless starry sky was huge. Long Chen didn't know what method they were going to use to cross this impassable starry sky. This was destined to be the most terrifying opponent. The epic sky demon pointed down at the ground of the eternal god realm. Long Chen finally understood why the epic sky demon had come to the eternal god realm to make a deal with him. So he had something he wanted to leave here. Under his guidance, the eternal life god domain began to tremble, and the people in the area began to stagger and back up. A huge fissure opened up in the boundless earth. Rumble. A network of cracks spread across the endless mountains. Amidst the majestic rumbling sounds, the mountains shattered, the rivers disappeared, and a large amount of soil sank. Something was rising up from the depths of the soil. There was no trace of what it was, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. Boom. Finally, the mysterious thing showed its true face. It was a pitch-black battleship that was about 2,000 meters long. It was extremely dilapidated and battered. However, just like the god-slaying sword, it should be a damaged creation artifact. At this moment, one could only sense a weak power from this pitch-black, dilapidated battleship. Of course, even though it was weak, it seemed rather terrifying. Woo! The battleship seemed to have awoken from countless years, and it let out a sobbing sound in front of the Era Heavenly Devil. The terror of the battleship was gradually revealed. Perhaps the Era Heavenly Devil was suppressing it, or else the people around it would all die. The black warship was very old, and the endless divine characters on it were modeled, but one could still vaguely see its former grandeur and grandeur. This is the destinable godly weapon of the epic sky fiend of the primordial era that struck terror into the hearts of the myriad worlds. It's a 6th grade epic god warship that could travel through time and space with unparalleled speed. It's the epic skyfiend's greatest reliance as they roamed the myriad worlds. Only Di Jun could break this epic god warship and catch up to the epic skyfiend. The dragon sacrificial great world of the primordial era was still rather powerful and ranked in the top 10 of the myriad worlds. The old dragon introduced. The 6th grade is epic god warship. What are the 7th grade to the 9th grade? Long Chen finally had the time to ask the old dragon a few questions. The old dragon said, boundless godly magic, destinable godly treasures, primordial chaos immortal essences, and primordial chaos treasures are all divided into 9 grades: fantasy, death, prehistoric, genesis, order, and epic god worship. These are the first 6 grades. Ordinary god emperors and demon emperors can only control the 6th grade epic god worship at most. As for the higher grades, they might have existed millions of years ago, but they're gone now. They don't exist in the myriad of worlds. The 7th grade is called eternal, the 8th grade is called primordial incipient, and the 9th grade is called origin. Primordial chaos immortal essences, primordial chaos treasures. Eternal, primordial, and origin. These were all new terms, and Long Chen memorized them. He could roughly guess what primordial chaos immortal essences and primordial chaos treasures were. By this point, the epic god warship was floating in the air above the eternal life god domain. Although it was in tatters, it should be able to travel to other worlds without a problem. Seeing the epic god warship, the beings in the eternal life god domain realized that, at least for now, epic heaven devils couldn't be dealt with. Long Chen had made the right choice. The 3 heaven devils flew up into the sky and landed on the epic god warship. They hadn't set a time limit, so Long Chen still had time to bid farewell to the beings in the eternal life God domain. From now on, no one knew what his fate would lead to. Mo Xiaolang had gone with Devil Hua, and his intentions were clear. As for Long Chen, he had no choice but to board the epic god warship because he cared about the world. He took Lingxi and Kitten with him. Down below, more and more people gathered. Facing Long Chen, even the most hot-blooded of men couldn't help but tear up. "Don't worry," Yang Yu said. "We'll make the eternal life god domain and the dragon sacrificial continent better than ever." Even though her heart was trembling, she couldn't bear to let Long Chen see her sadness. "I bless you, child. You'll definitely break through the darkness and see the brightest dawn." Chapter 2575. Let's go, Long Chen. Epic Skydevil's gentle voice came from above. He'd kept his promise, and hadn't touched anyone on the dragon sacrificial continent. Any more reluctance would only make him feel more pain. Long Chen thought back to when he'd killed Emperor Rain and been forced to leave the dragon god domain. Today, he'd been forced to leave the world that belonged to him. However, his feelings were completely different this time. This time, he was doing it voluntarily. However, it was worth it. Currently, billions of living beings were putting their faith in him, giving him the power of hope. Such a profound faith would continue to be passed down. As long as the living beings in this world continued to pass down their faith, then Long Chen's story would continue to be passed down. Even after millions upon millions of years had passed, new lives would continue to give him the power of hope. He had no regrets about all of this. He didn't say anything more. Under the tearful gazes of the crowd, he soared into the sky. Perhaps many people thought that his departure would be an eternal farewell, but Long Chen knew in his heart that this was definitely not the case. One day, he would return to this world that belonged to him, and it wouldn't be too far away. Down below, the people who passionately believed in him were insignificant. However, Long Chen could communicate with each and every one of them through his god palaces, and he could feel their fervent energy. Dragon Emperor Slaughter. As soon as he stepped onto the epical godship, the entire eternal life god domain was abuzz with cheers that caused the ship to tremble violently. Faith in godhood. What a miracle. Epic Sky Devil smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Long Chen stepped onto the deck of the epical godship. "Welcome to my epical godship. You're the only two people who aren't part of my race to come here." Standing there, looking at the eternal god domain and the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen wasn't in a bad mood. He decisively left the edge and walked over to Epic Sky Devil. "Do whatever you want. I'm going to activate the epical godship." Epic Sky Devil didn't say much. He didn't want to be an opponent, but more like an elder. He suddenly disappeared in front of Long Chen. Devil Hua snorted and disappeared as well, leaving only Shui Lanyan in front of them. "Be careful, this place is about to be sealed, my two cute little brothers." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire epic god warship underwent a huge change. The black warship quickly sealed itself. Like a thin shuttle, the sharpest part pierced the starry sky. Through the transparent wall, one could see the people below and the endless starry sky above. "This journey will take a year. Get used to it. Don't get any ideas. Otherwise, if we leave you in the endless starry sky, you might have to drift in the boring starry sky for all eternity. I really miss the time when the epic warship was complete. At that time, this journey would probably only take 2 hours. I really miss the time when the epical godship was complete. At that time, this journey would only take 2 hours." Shui Lanyan giggled and turned into a wisp of blue smoke before Long Chen's eyes. She quickly disappeared, leaving Long Chen and Shui Lanyan in the empty epical godship. However, Shui Lanyan's voice rang out again. She said, "To be honest, I really don't know what our big brother is thinking. He actually let go of the dragon sacrificial world for your sake. Originally, we could have immediately recovered our strength and moved unhindered throughout the world, but he delayed it for a year for your sake. So, you must cherish such a great kindness. Otherwise, there will come a day when you'll understand what regret is." She was serious. Then, she didn't say anything else. At this time, the epical godship had already started moving. This destinable artifact was frighteningly fast. Soon, the enormous eternal god domain was getting smaller and smaller in Long Chen's eyes. He had never flown this high before. Sure enough, there were other worlds beyond this one. The epical godship was huge, and one could move freely inside. As they moved further away from the eternal god domain, the wishes of all living beings didn't weaken. This proved that Long Chen was still in contact with them. It was just that the further they were, the harder it was to hear their inner voices. Although it might be harder to contact them in the future, the power won't weaken because of this. This allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. To him, this journey was merely heading towards another battlefield. Leaving the eternal god domain and the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen wasn't sad or pained. He wasn't like the living beings down below who thought that this was the end of everything. To him, this was just the beginning. He hadn't lost yet. It was just that the battle of the Devil Star had finally come to an end. From the battle with the Moon Devil and the Zero Devil to the controlling Soul Devil, the Silent Devil, and the exploding Flame Devil, to the Devil Star's seal being broken and the devils descending, to the 5 extremities 10 realms demon sealing formation, and then to the War Devil Nameless Devil. Only now could Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang truly rest. The two of them leaned against the wall and looked at the boundless starry sky above, as well as the world below that was getting smaller and smaller. "Big brother, look. The divine dragon in the dragon sacrificial continent is exactly the same as the divine dragon continent in your god nation," Mo Xiaolang said. Long Chen had long discovered this. "Why exactly? I really want to know too. It's just that whether we can come back and uncover these secrets will depend on ourselves," Mo Xiaolang nodded. He naturally knew what Long Chen wanted to do. "Big brother, I must save Yen, This was his greatest desire on this trip. As for Long Chen, he longed to send these 3 devils to hell, and longed to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. Their goals were the same. Let's work hard together. There's definitely a chance. There's hope. Long Chen was also full of confidence in him. They weren't ordinary people. Besides, there was Lingxi and Kitten. There would definitely be a way. The epic Sky Devil will definitely know what you're thinking. So before signing the giant devil contract, he should be very careful, Old Dragon reminded. Everyone understood this point. However, there was only this one chance. Fighting was necessary. We have a year in this epic godly worship. When we reach that world, we also have a certain chance. Before they recover their strength, we have to improve ourselves as soon as possible. As long as there was time, Long Chen wasn't afraid of anything. What followed next was a long journey. In the blink of an eye, eldest senior sister below had almost disappeared. Long Chen truly arrived at a world with only endless starry sky. Now, he understood even more that the dragon sacrificial continent wasn't the only world in this endless starry sky. Perhaps this place was really just a drop in the ocean. This world is really too big, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. The infinite worlds are the largest 10,000 worlds. In the endless starry sky, there are countless small worlds with billions of people, as well as many magical ancient regions, bizarre and inconceivable places. In the primordial era, the dragon sacrificial great world commanded a huge sea of stars around it, called the Dragon Sacrificial Starry Sea. The rules of the Dragon Sacrificial Great World enveloped the entire Dragon Sacrificial Starry Sea, but I don't know the current situation. Even the Dragon Sacrificial Continent has fallen to such a state. I reckon that the countless small worlds around it have long been destroyed. In Long Chen's eyes, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was already terrifyingly huge. There were trillions of living beings on it, which was already considered a lot. he didn't expect it to be one of the weakest worlds among the infinite worlds. Moreover, there were countless small worlds below the infinite worlds. No wonder the lives of mortals were so worthless in the eyes of primeval Troll. There were simply too many of them. To defeat the epic Sky Devil, he should first understand this world. The old dragon had some memories of the primordial era, and it was just the right time to ask him. Now that things had finally stabilized, Longchen sorted out his thoughts and continued to ask, "Do you know where the gods, such as the gods of the human race and the gods of the demon race, have gone?" The old dragon shook his head. "Of course not. After I used it to seal the demon star, I lost my consciousness." Longchen was stunned. "Do you know why there are god corpses under the deity ocean in the battlefield of the gods in the dragon god domain?" "What?" The old dragon was shocked. His eyes widened and he said, "That's impossible. The deities won't die." After the battle with the primordial giant demon, even though their vitality was greatly damaged, none of them died. If that wasn't the case, why would the epic sky demon want revenge? "I don't know about that." Now, it seemed like he couldn't go back. Ever since Longchen surpassed Ling Huang, he didn't have time to go to the deity ocean again. If there was another chance, he would definitely go and find out. The old dragon was found by Di Jun and refined into a destinable divine weapon. However, Di Jun didn't use it much. He was always in seclusion and didn't know much about the primordial era. "Do you know what the origin dragon soul is? Why does a dragon martial artist need the origin dragon soul to become a true divine dragon?" Longchen thought of this question. The old dragon said, "I've only heard about it. It seems that the primordial divine dragon divided its inheritance into two parts. The bloodline and the mystical powers are stored in the inherited blood essence, but the true source of power is all in the origin dragon soul. In other words, after obtaining the inherited blood essence, one can only become a dragon martial artist and use the way of the divine dragon. However, it's an infinitely smaller version. Only by obtaining the origin dragon soul can one become a true divine dragon. Unfortunately, although I'm a dragon, I've forgotten all my memories." This was all he knew. Longchen thought to himself, or it's very possible that the origin dragon soul is stored in the origin dragon palace. Even the origin dragon souls of the 10 great ancestor dragons are there. The origin dragon palace wants me to go there again after I reach the true dragon realm, which is to break through the 9 palaces tribulation and pass the great tribulation of gods and demons. Perhaps all the mysteries would be solved when he got there. There were still some questions that Longchen couldn't think of at the moment. When he looked down, the dragon sacrificial great realm below had completely disappeared. The speed of the epical immortal warship had reached a terrifying level. This epical immortal warship was actually displaying the power of time. It infinitely accelerated the surrounding time, causing the epical immortal warship to move faster and faster. "Epical heavenly demons are experts in the time law?" Longchen asked. The old dragon replied, "That's right. An epoch is 100 million years. Therefore, epical heavenly demons were the overlords of time in the primordial era." Chapter 2576. I didn't expect him to be proficient in the power of time. Time was one of the most profound rules. What Longchen was currently using was the ancestral dragon's mystique. Perhaps before he obtained the origin dragon soul, this mystique was only transcendent in nature and not in power. Although the Era Sky Demon was still in a weakened state, since the other party was proficient in the power of time and was famous in the infinite worlds, it would not be easy to defeat him and escape back to the dragon sacrificial continent. What you're proficient in is actually just a small rule of any world. But even a small rule is already heaven-defying, enough to become a fiend god. The so-called rule is also a kind of brand for you. You were born in the dragon sacrificial world, so you have the brand of this world on you. For example, even if you leave the dragon sacrificial world, you will still encounter the 9 palaces tribulation that other worlds might not have. For example, Little Wolf, the rule you use actually comes from the dragon sacrificial world. Although you've already somewhat transcended the rules of the dragon sacrificial world, a large part of it is still within it. This is a good thing, because if you leave, you'll completely lose your power. What the old dragon was saying was a little mysterious to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, and they found it hard to understand. They could only understand the gist of it and could not understand it in depth. In other words, if the dragon sacrificial continent is destroyed, we'll all lose our power. The old dragon shook his head. That's not all. All living beings are connected to their worlds. If the world is destroyed, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you'll disappear from the infinite worlds. Oh. Long Chen recalled the words within 100 years, the dragon sacrificial continent will perish, that he heard in the black jade dragon head. He had thought that it would be the demon star tribulation this time, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. It was likely that there would be other dangers, and if this world was destroyed, everyone would die, including himself. That would be an unimaginable grief. It seems that we don't have the chance to think so much now. Long Chen smiled, because they still had the most important mission at the moment. By the way, Big Brother, we obtained a copy of the Infinite Divine Technique earlier. Can I cultivate it? If it was just pure devil spirit source energy, then there would be no advantage at all. The old dragon shook his head and said, that is the devouring demon's great underworld 8-part pagoda art. Although it is said to be a primary grade boundless divine technique, a third grade technique, it is definitely enough for you to cultivate at your current level. However, this is actually a type boundless divine technique. It is not particularly suitable for you. If you forcefully cultivate it, it will be slightly uncomfortable and you will not be able to unleash its full potential. It will also be troublesome to change the boundless divine technique in the future. The old dragon had also explained the pros and cons clearly. Alright, I'll think of another way. The old dragon said, your physique is unique and unique. The fastest way is to devour divine fire and fire-type opponents and devour their rules. Of course, you are also comprehending your own rules. For example, that move of the devouring demon. I feel that if you want to grow stronger quickly, you can only rely on devouring. This is your greatest talent and reliance. In the future, as long as you develop smoothly, you will definitely surpass the devouring demon at its peak. The old dragon still did not know that Long Chen had inherited the ancestral dragon's blood essence, and 4 of them at that. Therefore, in his eyes, Mo Xiaolang's talent was even more heaven-defying than Long Chen's. It was the devouring talent that truly shocked him. Otherwise, the Era demon would not have valued them and given up on devouring the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. I understand. It was indeed good to have someone to guide him. It could prevent him from taking a detour on the path of God-fiend cultivation. Mo Xiaolang had already reached the level of perfection of the primal chaos demon realm. This speed was already considered very fast. The God-fiend realm was the end of cultivation. Although Long Chen had not become a god yet, he had almost everything that a god should have. When he truly transformed into a god, there would definitely be greater changes. You must protect the little girl in your divine kingdom. There are many cosmic catastrophes that could strike, such as galactic storms, the aurora of the homeworld, the quicksand of the astral domain, the waters of the heavens Styx River, and so on. They are all things that can destroy even ordinary destinable artifacts, and while the epic deity worship is frightening enough, all of you can tell that it is already broken. To be honest, I really don't understand why the epic sky demons would spare the dragon sacrificial world for you. There are too many uncertainties in their 1-year journey, and any champion would choose to recover their strength first. He could only ask the epic sky demon himself. Now that there was no racial enmity between Long Chen and the epic sky demon, everything had become personal, which was much easier to handle. Long Chen's goal was to escape from him, and it would be best if he could kill him so that he would never be able to threaten him again. As for Mo Xiaolang, what he wanted was a complete soy-eon. Without the racial enmity, the pressure was not as great. Long Chen could also calm down and think of countermeasures. At the same time, he could also relax and cultivate on the epic deity worship as it traveled through the starry sky. Lingxi continued to accept the Spirit Venerable's inheritance. Her inheritance had not reached the end yet. Mo Xiaolang was also swimming in the sea of rules. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Longchen already felt that he was about to face the Nine Palace tribulation. He might face it on the epic deity worship. He just didn't know what the situation would be like. The epic sky demon would not be able to stop him from becoming stronger. Mo Xiaolang had already become a demon spirit, so it would be difficult for him to improve, unless he could devour. Ling Shi, on the other hand, had entered a deeper stage. One day, while Long Chen was cultivating, he suddenly suffered a terrible impact, which made his body shake. Long Chen, the starry sky tribulation is coming. It's the ancestral star's aurora. The old dragon reminded him. Yeah. He hurried to remind Mo Xiaolang, and at the same time, he closed the divine nation and used his divine spirit source force to protect Lingxi and Kitten. At that moment, he looked at the starry sky outside and found that the whole sky was covered by a white light. The epic deity worship seemed to have crashed into a sun that was bursting with white light. Boom! The epic deity worship almost exploded. Under the impact, its speed increased by 100 times, and it was thrown out at a terrifying speed in the starry sky. For Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the impact was tremendous. What the hell is this? Long Chen was very shocked. He didn't expect there to be such a terrifying storm in the endless starry sky. If he wasn't in the epic deity worship, his body would have been torn apart in an instant. But even with the epic deity worship as a shield, it was still very uncomfortable. Long Chen used the flame of life to protect him and Mo Xiaolang. The two of them kept shaking in the epic deity worship. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the epic deity worship finally stabilized. The white light outside had disappeared, and the quiet starry sky reappeared. With the recovery of the flame of life, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. It's really terrifying. What is this ancestral star's aurora? After experiencing it for himself, Long Chen finally understood the horror of interstellar travel. It's one of the dozens of starry sky calamities. It's very powerful. As for its source, outside the myriad worlds in the legacy, there's a world called the Ancestral Star. It's a strange star, and the Ancestral Star's aurora is the light emitted from the Ancestral Star. Even if it drifts for a few eras, its power won't weaken. Of course, no one has been to the Ancestral Star before. After all, it's the birthplace of the Ancestral Star's aurora. It seemed that every starry sky calamity had a source. Just as they understood the Ancestral Star's aurora, the epic sky devil suddenly appeared in front of them. He took a look at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang and knew that they were fine. Because of the Ancestral Star's aurora, the flight path has deviated from the original plan. Now, it's estimated that we still need more than a year to reach our destination. To Long Chen, the longer it took, the better it was for them. In fact, the epic sky devil didn't restrict them, at least on this epic godly worship. The epic sky devil didn't leave. Instead, he looked out into the starry sky and said, "Do you know where we're going?" Long Chen naturally shook his head. Although it was the world closest to the dragon's sacrificial world, he didn't know. The place I'm heading toward is the world closest to the draconic sacrificial world. It's called the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, and it's the true birthplace of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Of course, they don't call themselves the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, but rather the human race. You two are one race, but one is a human from the draconic sacrificial world, and the other is a human from the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. This world won't decline like the draconic sacrificial world, so there should still be gods. The Spirit Race. Long Chen really didn't expect that the Spirit Race really was an outsider, and a neighbor of the dragon sacrificial world, a place called the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Although he and Lingxi weren't Spirit Race, they still felt a little helpless. They didn't know what kind of disaster their trip would bring to the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Chapter 2577. After listening to Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon's brief description, Long Chen imagined it again and basically knew what kind of world it would be. At the very least, it would be more terrifying than the current dragon sacrificial continent because there were gods there. There were 2 trillion living beings. Just the 100,000 planets that were comparable to demon stars could probably accommodate nearly 1 trillion people. This spirit essence star ocean should be very large, several times larger than the dragon sacrificial continent. Just the spirit essence star alone was twice the size of the dragon sacrificial continent. The 2 gods of the spirit clan, Lord Spirit and Lady Su, should have traveled to the dragon sacrificial continent from this spirit essence star ocean. Those 2 should be gods of the divine king or divine emperor level, but it was unknown where they went, or perhaps they had already fallen. In order to protect the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen was likely to bring disaster to the lives of this world. This was something that couldn't be helped. Perhaps the only way now was to strive to defeat Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. If possible, he could even unite with the gods of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. After all, he and Mo Xiaolang were alone. He just didn't know how many gods there were in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean and what level they were at. The Spirit Essence Star Ocean belongs to the lower middle realm among the myriad realms, and the current Dragon Sacrificial Star Ocean belongs to the lower middle realm. The myriad realms are roughly divided into 5 levels, and these 2 worlds are the 4th and last respectively. Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon's calm gaze shifted from the boundless starry sky outside to Long Chen. His gaze was deep, distant, and seemed to penetrate through time. At this moment, he seemed to see through Long Chen's heart and said, "Long Chen, I know that you won't sign the troll contract obediently. Perhaps before we recover, he will try his best to escape or send us to the death rain. But what I want to tell you is that since this is a deal, don't try to take advantage of any loopholes. Obediently fulfill your obligations, and I won't mistreat you. I only have one goal, and that is to find the dragon sacrificial human gods of the ancient times to avenge this hatred that has been imprisoned for thousands of years." Long Chen understood that Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon was a man of his word. His goal was very clear. Since Long Chen had agreed to sign the troll contract and be loyal to him from then on, he must not have any other thoughts before that. If it did not violate his principles, he would never do anything to Long Chen, because his goal was the human gods, not Long Chen. The reason why he wanted Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang to be loyal to him was that he had lost 2 powerful generals, War Demon and Wu Demon. The 3 of them were still a little weak, so if Long Chen was obedient, he didn't even mind personally helping Long Chen and Long Chen become stronger. He just needed to be loyal. "I'm afraid I know where they are," Long Chen suddenly said. He did have doubts about the gods. Everything he saw in the battlefield of the gods was mysterious. On one hand, there was the corpse of the deity Sea, and on the other hand, the battlefield of the gods had become the divine palace of white bones. There were also things like divine generals and divine spirit reign. The look in Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon's eyes changed for the first time. "You actually know." That voice was full of coldness. For a moment, Long Chen seemed to be in the river of time, and his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. There was a reason why he said this. Perhaps he could use this Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon to break the strangeness of the gods. If the gods really descended, and they were gods of the dragon sacrificial continent, they should be able to defeat Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon, and then Long Chen would definitely be free. This was a dangerous attempt, but it was indeed an opportunity. He said, "Unfortunately, it's a little too late. I've seen the gods before, in the deity sea of the battlefield of the gods in the dragon god domain. However, it was a corpse of a martial god. In addition, someone had infiltrated the deity sea, and there should be all the corpses of the 72 human gods there." Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon shook his head. "Impossible. The human gods can't die in the dragon sacrificial continent. They still exist now, I can feel it." Seeing that he wasn't excited, Long Chen said, "I don't know about that. In any case, I've told you what I've seen and heard." Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon said, let's go to the Spirit Essence Star Ocean first. After I've recovered my strength and signed the giant demon contract with you, I'll go back and take a look. Hearing this decision, Long Chen was quite satisfied. If Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon succeeded in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, he would be forced to become a primeval troll. According to the contract, he couldn't touch the living beings of the dragon sacrificial continent, so he didn't have to worry about him going back to destroy that world. If he came back, he might still have a chance. If he could kill him in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, that would be even better. From then on, he would be rid of all future troubles. I have to thank you for telling me this news. It seems that after millions of years, the myriad worlds are no longer the world I'm familiar with. Perhaps you can't feel it, but a terrifying replacement of laws is sweeping across the entire myriad worlds. I can feel it. The Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon closed his eyes, revealing a slightly frightened expression. Being able to talk to him meant that he would most likely gain a lot from this heavenly demon of an era. When Long Chen heard the words replacement of laws, he hurriedly asked, "What does that mean?" Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon said, "The myriad worlds are changing." This change started from the dragon sacrificial continent and swept across the entire myriad worlds. I can only say that even I'm not qualified to know exactly what's happening. But it's undeniable that an era ago, the 10 great ancestor dragons of the dragon sacrificial world controlled the myriad worlds and stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. They used the minor laws of the dragon sacrificial world to spread the major laws of the entire myriad worlds. But it's different now. The era of the dragon god has long since ended. The 18 major tribulations are one of the new laws, right? Although what he said was very mysterious, Long Chen could roughly make out the gist of it. It's already very good that you can think of this step. Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon nodded, then said, "It's better not to say more. There are some things that no one can stop. There's no benefit in saying more, and it might even lead to a fatal disaster." Long Chen was deeply shocked. What kind of existence could make Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon shut his mouth and be unwilling to say more? What was that invisible force? His father had been killed by this formless power while he was exploring this transformation. What Long Chen knew was still too little. Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon was the embodiment of evil, but to be honest, he was really good to Long Chen and Mo Shaolang. It was just that fate made them enemies. After saying this, Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon left, leaving Long Chen and Mo Shaolang looking at each other. "Senior, do you know what he meant by replacement of laws?" Long Chen asked. The old dragon said, "I don't know. He's a heavenly demon that has lived for more than an era, a primeval troll that has existed since the end of the era of divine dragons. Although I've lived longer, I only have about 20 million years of memories. Most of it was in deep sleep, so I've seen very little. I don't even know where the dragon sacrificial human gods are." This replacement of laws started from the dragon sacrificial continent. In the beginning, it was the laws of the dragon sacrificial continent that affected the laws of the myriad worlds. Now that the dragon sacrificial continent has changed its laws, the 10 great ancestor dragons and the entire era of divine dragons have disappeared. The myriad worlds are also in the process of replacement of laws. How many secrets are there in this? These were all too far away from Long Chen. Although Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon didn't want him to resist, this was impossible. He only had one way to go, because he couldn't be willing to become a primeval troll and be loyal to Ji Yuan Heavenly Demon. Cultivate. In the next few months, he didn't encounter any more starry sky tribulations, which meant that the chances of encountering one were not high. But in reality, if he encountered one, without a sturdy enough destinable artifact and without sufficient strength, he might very well die in this endless starry sky. After sailing for a few months, Long Chen finally understood the vastness of this world. It's really too big. Now, he should have traveled less than half the distance. At this time, the connection between Long Chen and the dragon sacrificial continent was already very weak, but his strength didn't decrease. The wishes of the living beings were still growing. It was hard to imagine that the entire dragon sacrificial continent was grateful to Long Chen. The 9 Palace Tribulation is about to descend, after a few months of bitter cultivation, he finally reached this step. In terms of speed, the growth of a few decades was really too fast compared to those old monsters that easily lived for millions of years. For Ji Yuan heavenly demon that had been imprisoned for 10 million years, it was just an instant. The 9 palace tribulation couldn't descend inside the epical divine worship. Once it did, the entire epical divine worship might be considered Long Chen's, which would increase its power. Therefore, to survive the 9 palace tribulation, he had to go into the starry sky. Is this the final tribulation that must occur in the new rules? Long Chen was already prepared. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a true god. At this time, Ji Yuan heavenly demon, Demon Hua, and Sakya heavenly demon appeared in front of Long Chen at the same time. 9 palace tribulation. Ji Yuan heavenly demon frowned. Demon Hua said, "Big brother, if he becomes stronger, he'll definitely have more wicked ideas and cause trouble for us. Why don't we kill him?" Ji Yuan heavenly demon shook his head. "If we kill him, it'll be a loss. If he can become one of us, he'll definitely surpass Old 4 at his peak. Let him be strong, it'll be beneficial to us. Being under the new rules, but being able to break them and gain the capital to become a god through faith is already not easy. In fact, he's even more free from the new rules than Mo Xiaolang. I'm looking forward to seeing him become a god. What if he's hard to control?" Demon Hua asked. "At least we can be friends." Ji Yuan heavenly demon smiled. He didn't expect that he would have such a high opinion of Long Chen. Demon Hua shook her head. "That's impossible. My current body belongs to someone Mo Xiaolang likes." "Oh." Ji Yuan heavenly demon recalled this and said, "It'll be fine as long as we sign the demon contract. At least, he won't be able to defeat us before we recover our strength." With that, he casually opened the epical divine worship and stopped advancing, allowing Long Chen to leave. "Thanks." Long Chen rushed out of the epical divine worship. Chapter 2578. In the boundless starry sky. Floating in this boundless starry sky, Long Chen finally felt how insignificant he was. He raised his head and looked in all directions. There were many stars shining brightly. This was a world filled with stars. Some places were indeed very strange. For example, there were some places where the stars were shining with blood-red light. Some stars were shrouded in colorful mist and could not be seen clearly. There were even some that looked like towering trees that had taken root in the starry sky. They could be seen now, so one could see how huge they were when they got closer. The epical deity worship was tens of thousands of meters away. Mo Xiaolang was on the epical deity worship. Of course, Long Chen couldn't escape now. Without the epical deity worship, he didn't know how many tens of thousands of years it would take for him to return to the dragon sacrificial continent in this boundless starry sky. Moreover, he might not even be able to make it back. The starry sky tribulation was everywhere. The 9 palace tribulation began to condense and descend. On the epical deity worship, the 3 devils and Mo Xiaolang were watching. Long Chen closed his eyes and used his power to wait for the tribulation to arrive. The 9 palace tribulation. Legend has it that there are 9 celestial palaces with countless deities living in them. During the tribulation, the 9 celestial palaces will descend and the deities will use their true godly power to test the tribulation taker. Only by passing the 9 palace tribulation will one have the chance to face the great tribulation of gods and demons. This was the 9 palace tribulation that Long Chen was familiar with. The 18 stages of tribulation come from the new rule. The new rule should be the thing that led to the extinction of the divine dragons. Then, the 9 celestial palaces, the deities in them, and the 7-star ancient gods, are they gods of the new rule system? Long Chen guessed. Ordinary 9 palace tribulation and ordinary godly power couldn't even scratch the surface of Long Chen's hair. Therefore, he was very curious about what his 9 palace tribulation would look like. On the epical deity worship, the epical heavenly devil was startled and said, "Something unbelievable happened." Shui Lanyan smiled and said, "Big brother, what exactly is it? Don't keep us guessing." Sky Demon Ji said, "It's not the 9 palaces ordeal, but the primordial dragon ordeal of the original rules of the dragon sacrifice. It's a trial that a mystical dragon has to go through before becoming a real dragon. The primordial dragon ordeal is different from the 18 major ordeals. The 18 major ordeals will turn one into ashes, but the primordial dragon ordeal will eliminate one if one can't withstand it. However, one won't die and will have the chance to experience the primordial dragon ordeal again in the future." At this point, he suddenly said, "No, it's not entirely the primordial dragon's tribulation. It's the fusion of the 9 halls tribulation and the primordial dragon's tribulation. This means that he's situated between the old and the new rules. It's truly a miracle." Just as he said this, Long Chen's final tribulation before he became a god descended. Terrifying things appeared from 9 directions. It wasn't 9 celestial palaces, but 9 great cosmic tribulations. When they realized this, the 3 demons looked at each other and steered the epical deity worship to retreat. There were no words to describe the horror of this matter. It must be because Long Chen had come to the starry sky, and the rules were in chaos. That was why his 9 palaces ordeal had been replaced by 9 great cosmic tribulations. Sky Demon GG only stopped when he was very far away. 9 great cosmic tribulations have actually descended. It should be because the primordial dragon ordeal has changed the new rules, resulting in the 18 heavenly tribulations. It's even stronger than before. I've lived for more than an epoch, and this is the strongest non-great god and demon tribulation I've ever seen. His god and demon tribulation in the future will probably be the strongest I've ever seen. I just don't know if he can make it through. Fortunately, these 9 great cosmic tribulations are the smallest. Among them, the ancestral star's aurora is not as strong as the one we encountered last time, but it's troublesome enough to face with a human body." Just as he said, Long Chen was shocked to find that 9 great cosmic tribulations were descending from 9 directions at the same time. Heavens, how is this possible? It's a galactic storm. The old dragon pointed to one of the great cosmic tribulations closest to Long Chen. It was a huge whirlwind in the starry sky, and within the whirlwind, one could see countless planets spinning, forming a tornado that was emitting dense starlight. It was a magnificent sight from afar. And the ancestral star's aurora we encountered last time. The ancestral star's aurora was a dazzling white ray that came from the distant starry sky. This is the galactic quicksand, the heavenly Styx river's water, the 1,000 layers golden rain, the supergiant's core flame, the fallen god fog, and a Mount Meru. 9 great cosmic tribulations descended at the same time. Rolling gravel that flickered with black flowing light, a cold river that flowed from the sky, golden raindrops that were everywhere, scorching flames that covered the sky, endless gray corrosive fog, and the strangest thing was that there was actually an incomparably huge black mountain. These were the great cosmic tribulations that the gods and demons were most worried about when they were traveling through the stars, and today, they were all here. The great cosmic tribulations were a force of nature that no one could control, and they usually did not appear at the same time. For all 9 to appear at the same time, it could only be said that one might not even encounter one in an epoch. No matter how surprised the old dragon was, to Long Chen, it was just another form of the 9 palaces tribulation. Although he had seen how terrifying the ancestral star's aurora was, it did not scare him. This was the last of the 18 great cosmic tribulations, and it was bound to be the most powerful. Judging from the current situation, it should have come with the goal of killing Long Chen once and for all, but it was also affected by another force, resulting in the current situation. He took out the Supreme Celestial Emperor war halberd and covered his body in green flames. "Senior, I'll have to trouble you." Although the old dragon was making a fuss about nothing, he would still do his best on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the 9 great cosmic tribulations descended. Long Chen could not just sit and wait for death. He gripped the Supreme Celestial Emperor war halberd and rushed towards Mount Meru without saying a word. This was the only one among the 9 great cosmic tribulations that did not look that scary. He would destroy as many as he could. Shwa. The closer he got to Mount Meru, the heavier Long Chen found his body. Even if he used the chaotic sea of time to change time, it would not affect the weight of his body, which made it difficult for him to fight. Slash. The Supreme Celestial Emperor War Halberd slashed down on the tough Mount Meru. With a loud explosion, Long Chen was sent flying, but Mount Meru only paused for a moment before it came crashing down again. This Mount Meru is an infinitely large mountain, and its weight is quite terrifying. It is comparable to death grade to order grade destination grade divine weapons, and often flattens the destination grade divine weapons of the gods and demons in the endless sea of stars. Old Dragon hurriedly reminded. That slash just now was a clash of power, and the Supreme Celestial Emperor War Halberd almost missed its mark. As soon as he left Mount Meru, he encountered other terrifying storms. The starry quicksand, the 10,000 layers golden rain, and the ancestral star's aurora. They descended almost at the same time. The black quicksand was like countless knives, quickly drowning Long Chen in it. It blocked the 10,000 layers golden rain and the ancestral star's aurora, but the huge turbulence caused by the collision of the great cosmic tribulations was still quite terrifying. In the starry quicksand, the hard, sharp sand almost crushed him to pieces. Death Realm Dragon Gate. At that moment, Long Chen abruptly transformed into the ancient blood spirit dragon and used the normal version of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, swallowing more than half of the surrounding starry quicksand into the Death Realm before he could finally recover. He had just used the flame of life to heal his injuries when the omnipresent ancestral star's aurora crashed into him. It was an extreme burning pain. His entire body was rapidly melting under the light, and even the flame of life could not save him. There were no words to describe the horror of this great cosmic tribulations. This 9 halls tribulation was much more difficult than Long Chen had imagined. Damn it. Long Chen quickly transformed into his human form and reduced the area of contact with the ancestral star's aurora. Only then did he feel a little better. But the 9 halls tribulation did not seem to end. He was basically in a state of constant injury, and there were a few times when he was almost killed. If it were anyone else, they would have been driven mad. Most gods and demons who fell into the encirclement of the 9 halls tribulation would basically die. This was not just a battle of strength, but also a battle of willpower. Under such circumstances, one could only persevere with all their might. The myriad layers golden rain was especially terrifying. Any drop of it had the power to pierce through the heavens and earth. If one did not block it, a single drop of golden rain would be able to pierce through Long Chen, not to mention that it was currently raining cats and dogs. Ji Yuanshan looked at the tragic scene in front of him and moved the epical divine worship back a little, worried that the 9 halls tribulation would affect them. Big brother, do you think this little guy can survive this tribulation? If he can't, then wouldn't your deal be for naught? Shui Lanyan chuckled. She saw Long Chen's miserable state in the 9 halls tribulation, and the situation was dire. It's hard to say. It's much more terrifying than I imagined, Ji Yuanshan said. There's actually something that exceeds your expectations. This means that this little guy is really not simple. Shui Lanyan blinked her aqua blue eyes, perfect and flawless. Let's see how it goes. The 9 halls tribulation won't disappear in a short time. I'm afraid it'll take at least a month. This time, it's really dangerous. I'm afraid that he's too heaven-defying and alarmed the rules. The rules will definitely destroy him, but they've been obstructed by another kind of rule. That's why the 9 halls tribulation is in its current state. Whether he can survive or not depends on himself. If that's the case, then I'm really looking forward to it. Shui Lanyan pursed her lips, and a sly light appeared in her eyes. Just as Ji Yuan Sky Demon had said, the 9 types of starry sky calamities continued to bombard the area. Even after half a month, they showed no signs of stopping. During this process, Long Chen had experienced the most tragic period of his life. He had almost lost his life several times. However, after surviving, he had greatly improved in every aspect. After half a month, he was like a god of war. Under the joint attack of the 9 halls tribulation, he was able to deal with it with ease. While fighting, Long Chen raised his head. In the chaos, he vaguely saw a dragon, a huge grayish-black divine dragon. Although it was very blurry, he could still make out its general appearance. For example, this grayish-black divine dragon was shrouded in the aura of evil and disaster. Its body was slender like a centipede, with tens of thousands of dragon claws on each side and tens of thousands of rotten dragon wings on each side. It seemed to have 2 dragon heads. The dragon head on the left was ferocious, and the dragon head on the right only had dragon bones without flesh and blood. Chapter 2579. It had been more than half a month since the epical deity worship had stopped in this part of the universe. The starry sky tribulation had been raging all this time, and its power was even more terrifying than at the beginning. The starry sky storm, the 10,000 layers golden rain, Mount Meru, and the ancestral star's aurora were all fatal starry sky tribulations. If one could not withstand them, one would be seriously injured. Fortunately, he had the flame of life. Otherwise, Long Chen would have died many times over. No one had expected that the last of his 18 starry sky tribulations would be so powerful. It was much more powerful than the fiend god tribulations. Fiend gods did not need to encounter tribulations, so Long Chen's tribulation was perhaps the most terrifying since ancient times. Everyone who was watching felt their scalps go numb. What shocked them even more was that Long Chen had gone from being in a sorry state under the bombardment of the starry sky's great tribulation to now, after more than half a month, he had gone through countless tempering. He was like a man of steel, and he hadn't even frowned once. The more he fought, the braver he became. He had figured out the attack pattern of the 9 starry sky tribulations. He could even fight back and devour a lot of tribulations into the death rain. During this tempering process, his mind and realm had both improved greatly. The past half a month had been a period of rapid growth for him. The speed of his growth and his terrifying willpower had already caused the 3 devils to be secretly shocked. At this rate, he should be able to pass the 9 palaces tribulations without any suspense. In the epical deity worship, Demon Hua looked at Long Chen coldly and asked epical deity worship, he has grown to such a level, while the 3 of us are exhausted. If we really fight, he might escape our control. Are you really that confident? Epical deity worship said, no, I'm not. If he has the chance, he will make trouble. We just need to wait until the contract is signed. No, if we kill him now, he might bring us big trouble. Epical deity worship pursed his lips and said, yes, those who defy the heavens will always be like this. So I want to see if I can subdue him. We will know when we get to the spirit essence star ocean. If everything goes according to plan, he won't stand a chance. From the beginning to the end, he had been very calm, not at all surprised by Long Chen's growth. Even if Big Brother loses all his power, these 2 little fellows can't deal with him. Don't worry. Shui Lanyan glanced at Devil Hua contemptuously. She had always had a problem with her. Now that War Demon and Wu Wu Demon were gone, it seemed that she could only find Devil Hua to bicker with. Just like that, another 10 days passed. At the last moment, Long Chen let go of his defenses and allowed the 9 starry sky tribulations to strike his body at the same time. He did not resist and allowed himself to be tempered by the starry sky tribulations. As long as he could endure it, each trial would be a huge improvement for him. Boom boom boom. Everyone stood on the epical god worship and looked at the dazzling scene. You really don't fear death. Shui Lanyan's small mouth opened slightly, and her eyes sparkled. What shocked him even more was that the 9 starry sky tribulations were getting smaller and smaller. Every time they attacked Long Chen, they were devoured a little. In the end, the 9 starry sky tribulations disappeared completely. They were all devoured by Long Chen and transformed. Together with the willpower of living beings, more God source power was formed. At the same time, his body was tempered to an extremely high level, surpassing the bodies of many gods and demons. He had obtained all of this through his hard work and risking his life. Resisting the 9 palaces' tribulations this time could only be described as crazy. He didn't have much time and opportunity, so he had to become the strongest in the shortest time possible. His crazy efforts had finally paid off. The 9 palaces' tribulations had improved his strength to the extreme. He felt that he was only one step away from becoming a god. Boom! His body erupted with destructive power, causing the epical god worship to shake. There were shockwaves from the 9 starry sky tribulations. At this moment, Long Chen was floating in the starry sky, his body bursting with terrifying tribulation power and endless light. It was just a tiny body, but it was like a majestic world, displaying a terrifying vitality and power. Even the vast starry sky was trembling because of him. Long Chen, do you want to try and see if you can defeat the epical heavenly demon here? The old dragon asked casually. He sensed an intense battle intent from Long Chen's body. There should be such a battle. After all, he was somewhat different from before. Now, he was like an overlord after the tribulation. At the level of the great ultimate divine realm, I should have few opponents. However, although the epical heavenly demon didn't devour, he shouldn't be this strong. I'll just bear with it. Long Chen hadn't lost his reason. It was still too early to make a move. If he failed, he would completely lose the opportunity. So after it was over, he returned to the epical god worship and went to Mo Xiaolang's side. You've become stronger again. I've watched you grow from a young mortal to this level. Long Chen, do you want to spar? Shui Lanyan's smile suddenly became very beautiful, but her heart still felt numb. Forget it. Long Chen didn't say anything else. He knew that Shui Lanyan was probing him. They naturally suspected that Long Chen wouldn't obediently sign the giant demon contract with them. However, Long Chen also had a great misgivings, and that was the dragon's sacrifice to all living beings. The epical heavenly demon restarted the epical god worship and set off again. This time, it was even faster. It seemed that even if he didn't devour, he was still recovering. The 3 demons had different expressions. Some were quiet, some were cold, and some were smiling. Then, they disappeared, hiding in the epical god worship. After returning to the stern of the epical god worship, Mo Xiaolang said, Big brother, I thought you were going to attack. Maybe we'll have a chance when we reach the spirit essence star ocean. It's not realistic to attack on the epical god worship. There's no possibility of that. You mean, the local gods of the spirit essence star ocean? Mo Xiaolang asked. Long Chen nodded, yes, that's right. I hope they can help. After all, it's their world that's about to be destroyed. Of course, there's not much hope. We have to be mentally prepared. The epical heavenly demon definitely knows that I'll do this. There's no other way. Before that, the only thing we can do is to make ourselves as strong as possible. Mo Xiaolang thought about it and nodded. In the divine nation, Lingxi was resting peacefully on a high mountain amidst the blue water. Although the change in her abdomen was slow, it was obvious that it was growing. It would probably be a while before the child was born. I can't let her see that her father is the evil primeval troll after she comes to this world. I can't. When he thought of this child, Long Chen's heart became very determined. Although it was dangerous, even if there was a small possibility, he would fight to the end. Because he was a father. The war on the Devil's Star didn't end. Instead, it changed to another battlefield. The epical god worship sailed all the way into the spirit essence star ocean. Along the way, it encountered another starry sky calamity. This time, it was the 10,000 layers golden rain. The epical heavenly demon was smashed full of holes. The epical heavenly demon took a lot of effort to repair it before continuing forward. It was obvious that he was struggling. Long Chen wanted to try thousands of times, but he resisted. He believed that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak the epical heavenly demon was, he wasn't someone he could deal with. The thick sense of danger in his heart told him everything. Along the way, he only consolidated his strength and completed the heavenly Tao. Mo Xiaolang was still at the great circle of the primordial chaos demon realm. He didn't make much progress, but he was more familiar with the laws. Long Chen also adjusted his state to the extreme in this half a year. During this period, the three demons rarely appeared. They were probably recovering. One day, through the epical god worship, Long Chen saw that they had arrived at the spirit essence star ocean. He didn't know when it started, but the surrounding stars started to increase. At first, there were a lot of broken stars. Gradually, there were small stars. The closer they got, the bigger the stars became. So beautiful, Lingxi could also see the stars in the endless starry sky. After arriving at the spirit essence star ocean, the stars actually had all kinds of colors. They were very beautiful and dazzling. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and all kinds of stars existed. In a certain place, it was surrounded by colorful clouds like a fairyland. Long Chen was heading in this direction. At first, he did not care. However, in his eyes, there was an incomparably huge planet in this place that was surrounded by thick, colorful clouds and mist, making it difficult to see clearly what was inside. According to the epical heavenly demon, the spirit essence star was a superstar. Its territory was twice the size of the dragon sacrificial continent. Although they were very far away, Long Chen could already feel its size. This was a rainbow-colored planet, and it was surrounded by endless rainbow-colored clouds and mist. It was a beautiful world to the extreme. At the waist of this huge colorful planet, there were a total of more than 100,000 planets of various colors orbiting this spirit essence star. From their current position, these planets were only the size of a thumb. They were densely packed, like the belt of the spirit essence star. But Long Chen knew that each of them was the size of a demon star. Or perhaps, they were the top 10 superstars of the Chaos Star territory. This was the first time Long Chen saw a world outside of the dragon sacrificial continent. It could only be described as magnificent, wonderful, and shocking. In terms of beauty, the colorful spirit essence star ocean was much better than the declining dragon-shaped continent, the dragon sacrificial continent. This beautiful world made people even more unwilling to destroy it. This was the origin of the spirit race. Spirit essence star ocean. The stars were like a colorful ocean. Each star was like a drop of water in the ocean. I can't let them destroy this place, Long Chen understood. There was life everywhere, and it couldn't be devoured. Although he was born in the dragon sacrificial continent, if he brought disaster to this beautiful world for the sake of such a deal, that would be wrong. He couldn't face it. Chapter 2580. We're here. You've made me wait too long. At this time, Emperor Sakya, Demon Hua, and Era Heavenly Demon came to Long Chen's side from 3 different directions. They looked at the spirit essence star ocean together. What a beautiful world. I can't bear to destroy it. Don't you think so, Long Chen? Shui Lanyan looked at him with a charming smile. Era Heavenly Demon said, "Get ready. When we get a little closer, I'll pack up the epic divine warship. We'll quietly land on one of the 100,000 planets in the periphery. Don't make any noise. The gods of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean should be on the Spirit Essence Star. Don't alarm them. We can devour these 100,000 planets one by one." Shui Lanyan giggled and patted her full, snow-white chest. That sounds really exciting. I'm already hungry. I just don't know if some people will keep their promises. If they deliberately make a noise and want to be discovered by the gods of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, they will join forces to deal with us. What should we do then, big brother? Naturally, they could understand such a simple logic. Shui Lanyan's words at this time were nothing more than a warning to Long Chen. Tens of millions of years had passed, and no one knew how many spiritual gods there were in the spirit essence star ocean. Even if they were exhausted, they were still willing to quietly devour them. They didn't want a war to break out immediately. Long Chen would have to be obedient. Era Heavenly Demon looked back at Long Chen and said, I believe he won't. First of all, he is a man who keeps his promises. He won't play tricks like this. Secondly, if he does, he will be violating the deal. Since he has violated it, I don't mind going back to devour the trillions of living beings in the dragon sacrificial world after destroying the spirit essence star ocean. At that time, the speed of returning from the spirit essence star ocean will be hundreds of times faster than it is now. It won't take much time. Era Heavenly Demon had always been very quiet. He had never said anything to Long Chen. But now he said it. His intentions were clear. The devouring of the spirit essence star sea was very important to him. Making this deal with Long Chen was already the limit of his concessions. It was impossible for him to make even the slightest concession. He was the leader of the demons, the source of all evil. If he really violated his bottom line, then no matter how much he appreciated Long Chen's talent, he would do everything he just said. For him, this was not a difficult thing to do. Long Chen's heart trembled. He raised his head and looked into Ji Yuan's eyes. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't do anything reckless. Don't worry, as long as you join my ancient demon race and sign the giant demon contract, your future will be bright. Your might will shake the myriad worlds, and your world will grow stronger because of you. You won't need to pay any price, so I believe that you will make the right choice. Shui Lanyan blinked her blue eyes and said coquettishly. Beside her, Demon Hua snorted, her eyes filled with killing intent. Mo Xiaolang kept looking at her. Perhaps only Long Chen understood the hatred in his heart. There was no way he could compromise. Long Chen was the same. In fact, there was no need for the other party to threaten him. He had already thought it through. Today's battle was his last chance. He had to fight. This was his only chance. If he missed it, he wouldn't be able to explain to his daughter. He wouldn't be able to face the torture in his heart. Perhaps it was very difficult for the three devils to understand, but to him, there were some things that were more important than their threats. Long Chen made the most dangerous decision on a path filled with blades. He believed in his own judgment. The great battle was about to begin. The closer he got to the spirit essence star sea, the more he was shocked by the size of this planet. At the periphery, this planet had already covered most of the sky. He believed that the entire sky of the 100,000 planets would often be covered by this spirit element giant star. Ji Yuan put away the epical divine worship. He concealed his power and hid in the starry sky. Demon Hua and Shui Lanyan followed him. So did Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. The five of them moved towards the 100,000 planets in the periphery. After getting close, Ji Yuan chose a planet full of green trees and birds. After penetrating the thick clouds, the five of them landed in this world. Looking up, half of the sky was the colorful spirit element giant star. The whole world was lush and very peaceful. There were about 10 million spirit race members. Of course, in their eyes, they were the human race of the spirit element star ocean. No wonder the spirit race of the dragon sacrificial continent couldn't inherit the divine dragon's blood essence. This beautiful world was similar to the sky dragon planet. Blue sky, colorful clouds, and a boundless sea of trees in front of him. Countless humans lived in the sea of trees. Through the trees, Long Chen saw every face. In fact, they were no different from the people of the dragon sacrificial continent. However, their cultivation realms were different, and their strength was considered average. On average, they were equivalent to the sky martial arts realm. The spirit element star ocean doesn't seem to have been replaced by the new rules. The gods of this world should still be the gods of faith. Now that another 10 million years have passed, the new rules haven't replaced them. It's quite rare. After all, this is the place closest to the dragon sacrificial star ocean. Their old rules seem to have 10 spiritual tribulations, and they can become gods after passing them. It's relatively easy. Ji Yuan heavenly demon's words were told to Long Chen. Little brother, we're going to start. If you don't like watching, go play on the side. These are all mortal beings. For us primeval troll, they're food. I don't think you'll sympathize with the fish on your table, so don't easily define us as evil. After Shui Lanyan finished speaking, she started with Ji Yuan heavenly demon. Long Chen watched as the three of them disappeared. At their speed, these 10 million people would be gone in less than a quarter of an hour. They were all living beings. But you don't know that I'm the same as the fish in your eyes. Long Chen had already made a firm decision. When they started, he and Mo Shaolang rushed into the starry sky without saying a word. Then, they pulled out the Supreme Divine Emperor War Halberd and slashed in the direction of the spirit element star. This was the power of the gods, and the turbulence it produced was unimaginable. Rumble. The entire colossal Ling Su superstar shuddered. This world was much more stable than the eternal god domain. There were trillions of living beings on the spirit element star, and it had been very peaceful for millions of years. There had never been such tremors. The power that belonged to the gods swept across the entire spirit element star ocean in an instant. As long as there were gods in the spirit element star ocean, they would rush up and kill Long Chen in a very short time. What a huge world. I didn't expect it to be like this. It's only the 4th level among the myriad worlds. It's only better than the dragon sacrificial continent. This huge planet had a huge territory. If one were to look around and play, they probably wouldn't be able to see all the scenery in a million years. It was working. Which god or demon dares to invade my spirit element star ocean? Stop immediately, or bear the consequences. At this moment, there was a huge explosion that shook the entire spirit element star ocean. Hula. Everyone in the world was shaken. They stared blankly at the huge changes that had just occurred. To everyone, gods and devils were legends. Now, they had actually appeared. After hearing the voice, the mortals trembled and dropped to their knees, crying out. From the sound, there should be more than a dozen gods. I hope there are stronger ones. If they are all at the Taiji god realm, we're finished. Long Chen smiled bitterly. He and Mo Shaolang were already prepared. I really don't understand. At this moment, Era Demon, Demon Hua, and Demon Sakya, who hadn't had time to devour, appeared behind them. Era Demon was still very calm. Demon Hua was cold and bloodthirsty. Shui Lanyan pouted and shook her head, looking at Long Chen and Demon Sakya with pity. You're so bold. It wasn't easy for so many people in the dragon sacrificial realm to survive. Now, you're gambling with their lives. What's the meaning of this? Era Demon didn't quite understand. He thought that his previous words would scare Long Chen. I have no enmity with the people of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, and I cannot harm them. Either our two worlds perish together, or you all die. This is my choice. I will never become an ancient giant devil in my life. It's not that I hate your filthy bloodline, it's just that I look down on you. Everything in this world has its retribution. You all ran amok in the myriad worlds and treated all living beings like grass. That's why you were imprisoned for millions of years. Now that you've escaped, you've harmed all living beings, so you can't escape karma. That's why I've made this choice. I understand. You and I are not on the same path. It's impossible for us to be together. I'm forcing myself. But since you've made this choice, you should bear the consequences. You still want to kill us, but we will destroy these two worlds. We'll do as we say. Let's wait and see. At this moment, the spirit element star trembled. A rainbow-colored light shrouded the entire spirit element star ocean. The spirit race was most proficient in formations. Such a huge formation had to have been set up by the gods. It seemed that it would be impossible for Era Demon and the others to return to the dragon sacrificial continent before devouring them. Don't worry. We won't leave first. Shui Lanyan wasn't worried at all. She smiled sweetly. You've made a choice that I admire. Then, let the battle begin. Ji Yuan Sky Devil was still sleeping peacefully. At this time, he grabbed Demon Wan Shui Lanyan's shoulders and instantly swept up the chaotic time power, pushing Long Chen out. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they were hiding. Hurry up and chase them. Mo Xiaolang was a little anxious. Long Chen shook his head and said, Don't be impulsive. They can't leave. Let's join forces with the gods here first. Just as he finished speaking, a total of more than 10 gods from the direction of the spirit element star attacked furiously. The lineup was incomparably shocking. Let's ask for monthly votes again. Now that we've dropped one place, it won't be easy for us to get more points. I hope everyone can work harder.